Good afternoon and welcome to the April 7th closed session of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted during this meeting. I now call the meeting to order on April 7th at 4:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Here.
Councilmember Delgado,
Here, ma'am.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Here.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do not, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and move to our next item, and I will turn it over to our city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, what matters will the council be discussing in closed session today?
Mr. Mayor, we have actually 5 items, but they're listed as 3 items here. Item D1 is going to be conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Involves 2 potential cases. D2 is conference with legal counsel regarding significant exposure to litigation. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. And that involves 2 potential cases. The Brown Act requires that for significant exposure to litigation, that we announce why there is significant exposure. In this particular case, the 2 issues involve the general plan update. As you know, we've received several threats of litigation over the general plan update. The other item is pertains to the annexation issue, Rancho Balago Estates. In that particular instance, we have received threats of litigation over that issue, and there's potential litigation associated with the issue with RCA and the donation of habitat land. So we'll be discussing that. The last issue is a settlement of a case, and we don't want to disclose the name of that case since it may jeopardize existing settlement negotiations, but at this point, I think we can disclose it involves the Box Springs Mutual Water Company. So we're going to talk about that in closed session.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. So with that, we'll go ahead and recess into closed session. Good afternoon and welcome back to our closed session here in the city of Moreno Valley. At this time, I will turn it back over to our city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, was there any reportable action taken in closed session today?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is actually closed session, there's a closed session announcement in regards to item number D3, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. And this pertains to the lawsuit that was filed against the city by Box Springs Mutual Water Company. And so the city council voted 5-0 to approve the following settlement terms. That the Box Springs Mutual Water Company will continue to collect the utility tax from its users and remit the tax collected to the city, which they were not doing. So we got them, they're going to agree to do that. And we are going to waive all penalties and interest for the delinquent taxes that they did not remit to the city. And the reason for that was that there's concern that the water company would simply pass on that cost to the customers. And so the council does not want that to happen. The settlement also provides that the city will assist with the forms that families with low incomes can submit to be exempt from paying the tax. So the city manager will have his staff work on those forms, and we will rely on some of the determinations, low-income determinations that are made by other agencies with respect to determining whether or not somebody is qualified, and that includes like the forms that are filled out for Medi-Cal, Medicaid, or the CalFresh and SNAP programs. So that concludes the closed session announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. So with that, we will officially conclude our closed session at 5:32 p.m. and we'll be back in just a moment to begin our special presentations. Thank you.
Presentations. That was a test. I failed acting in high school, so there you go. Well, good evening and welcome to tonight's special presentations. And I've said this before, so you guys are probably tired of hearing it, but if anybody has any doubt that this is the safest place in Moreno Valley, just look in the back of the room, you guys are covered. Our first special presentation tonight recognizes two members of our public safety team who have distinguished themselves through hard work and commitment. Before we begin, I'd like to invite Chief Sarah Mack to the podium to join us as we recognize two members of her team. Ma'am. She told me to call her ma'am. Tonight we are proud to recognize Deputy Tomas Avery, Deputy of the First Quarter, and Community Service Officer, or CSO, Jessica Naranjo, Classified Employee of the First Quarter. I invite both of them to the front. Please join me in giving them a big round of applause. Congratulations. Tomas, congratulations. Yes, sir. All right. Now that the stage has been set, we'll begin with Community Service Officer Jessica Naranjo. Community Service Officer, or CSO, Jessica Naranjo is a valued member of the Special Enforcement Team, also known as the SET Team. Known for her professionalism, reliability, and technical expertise, CSO Naranjo plays a key role in prisoner transport, asset management, and daily operations. She also responds to calls for service and handles investigations involving nonviolent crimes. Her work is consistently recognized during multi-agency operations for her reliability and effectiveness. While managing her workload, she continues to pursue her degree in business management, reflecting her commitment to growth and excellence. Please join me in congratulating CSO Jessica Naranjo, Classified Employee of the First Quarter of the Moreno Valley Sheriff's Station. Deputy Tomas Avery is also part of the Special Enforcement Team, serving in a different role and bringing strong performance, initiative, and leadership to his work. Deputy Avery is one of the team's go-to deputies on cases involving gang activity. Work that takes experience, precision, and deep understanding of how to build strong cases. Just a few months ago, during a homicide investigation involving a juvenile victim, Deputy Avery played a key role in identifying suspects and had the case moved forward. Deputy Avery currently works on complex investigations, including robberies, assaults, shootings, and fraud cases. As a lead case agent, he executes search warrants, conducts surveillance, and tracks down suspects. His work has helped his team lead in firearm seizures, removing illegal weapons from our streets. Deputy Avery is decisive, reliable, and ready to step in when it matters most. Please join me in congratulating Deputy Tomas Avery for Deputy of the First Quarter at the Moreno Valley Sheriff's Station. Deputy Avery and CSO Naranjo, thank you both for your service. On behalf of the Mayor and City Council, it is my pleasure to present you with these certificates of recognition that your captain has now. And I'd like to ask the captain, when she's done handing them their certificates and handcuffs, if she'd like to say a few words about her staff members.
Thank you. I just want to say that it is absolutely my pleasure to stand up here in front of the City of Moreno Valley, the council, and of course you guys' beautiful families, and present you with these well-deserved recognitions. You guys both every single day just continue to do an amazing job, and it's just no surprise to see you both standing up here to represent the City of Moreno Valley and Riverside County Sheriff's Office. I thank you very much for all your hard work. I know you guys will continue to do an amazing job, and well-deserved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Mack, and I'm going to start with Jessica. Would you like to say a few words, please?
I just want to first start off by thanking the station administration and the city council for taking the time to recognize myself and my partner up here. To my team back there, all the hard work that you guys put in every day, this is because of that. Most importantly, to my family, my friends, my boyfriend, thank you for your guys' support and love. Without that, I wouldn't be able to continue in doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Well deserved. Now, Tomas.
First off, thank you to the station admin as well as the city council members as well for putting this on for us. Big thank you to my family. They're a great support system. I also want to thank my team. Like Jess said, we all work hard together on these cases. I've been fortunate to work for great supervisors at the station that, allow me to do my thing and, work gang cases. Thank you all for your help and your support.
All right, we're going to take a group picture with the city council and mayor and your chief, and then or your captain.
And 1, 2, 3. One more for safety. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Awesome.
Hold on, does anybody, hold on.
Come up here.
Thank you both and everybody in uniform for your service. You may now return to your seats. Oh, you did that. I'd like to invite Councilmember Bernard for our next special presentation. Thank you.
Okay. So for our next presentation is a proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month. We recognize that this is a difficult topic, but also an important one. April is a time to raise awareness, strength, support, and reaffirm our commitment to the safety, well-being, and healthy development of all children. Protecting children from abuse and neglect is a shared responsibility. Helping to highlight this important month is Jill Eaton, Foundation Director for Riverside University Health System, Crystal Shackelford. They went over this with me, so if I have butchered these two last names, I apologize. And Shayna Fujimoto. I think I got them all right. But I had it right in my head if it was wrong. So please join me in welcoming them up here with us today. No. Okay. So, no, come on. Yeah, come on over. So thank you for joining us tonight. This evening, we highlight the work of RUHS, which supports prevention through healthcare, education, family programs, and community awareness efforts, such as Pinwheels for Prevention. In recognition of this month, the City of Moreno Valley is lighting the M Mountain Blue tonight, symbolizing hope, awareness, and our commitment to supporting children and families. So Jill, we invite you to share a few words about RUHS supporting children and families in the community.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm Jill Eaton, the Foundation Director at Riverside University Health Systems Foundation, and we are so grateful to be here this evening. Thank you, council members and mayor, for having us this evening, and thank you for sponsoring our Prevention for Pinwheels campaign through RUHS. This evening, before I go ahead and get started, I'd also like to introduce Crystal Shackelford, who oversees RCAT, which is the Riverside County Child Assessment Team, and then also Shauna Fujimoto, who is our executive director overseeing pediatrics at Riverside University Health Systems. But before we get started, we have a pinwheel that we would like to present to you this evening and all of the council. So we're hoping to get a picture as well. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Crystal, who can go ahead and share a few words with regards to what we do and the good work.
Thank you. We're located out at the RUHS Medical Center, and we serve the whole county, but we're so grateful for the support of this city. And last year we served over 1,500 children coming in for evaluation of child abuse and neglect. And while that is, after an allegation has already been made, stopping that cycle from moving forward is very important. And it's very important that as a community, when we see something, we say something so that we can help stop that cycle of abuse as well and protect all the children. So thank you so much for your support. We appreciate it.
I know it's already been said, but I'd like to say it again. Thank you again, City Council, Mayor, and everyone else here in attendance. Thank you for this proclamation and bringing this to awareness. We are very grateful and honored to do this work. Thank you.
So I don't know if everybody here knows, but the pinwheel is a symbolic symbol of child abuse, and so that's why many of you are wearing the lapel pin, and also we have the copper pinwheel that we wanted to present to you and the City Council members this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So, on behalf of the City Council and the Mayor, it is my pleasure to present this proclamation. Get this to you all. Recognizing April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I would now like to invite my colleagues up here to take a few photos. Thank you. Can we use another one? And then we'll fix it? Yeah. Just grab one of the other ones, yeah. Okay. Yeah, blur the words. We got it, we got it, we got it.
There we go. All right. All right, nice big smiles, everyone. And 1, 2, 3. All right, we're gonna do one more for safety. 1, 2, 3.
And then just hand Jasmine, one more photo. Hand Jasmine your phone, she can take the photo for you.
3, 2, and got it. One more.
Okay, can you take a photo with her phone real quick? She was trying to.
You'll text me? Okay.
She'll text me. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on. He's getting ready to fix it for you.
That's fine. Okay, perfect.
Okay, so thank you, and now we will move on to our next special presentation, Recognizing California League of Cities Week, presented by Mayor Cabrera.
Thank you, Councilmember. This evening for our third presentation, as the Councilmember mentioned, we are recognizing April 7th, here in the month of April, recognizing California League of Cities Week. This special presentation recognizes the California League of Cities Week across the state of California, affirming the vital role that cities play in delivering services and the public servants who carry that work forward every single day, many of whom you see in this very room this evening. The League of California Cities, for those who may not be familiar, is a statewide organization that supports cities through advocacy, education, and resources that strengthen local government. This week also recognizes the public servants whose daily work keeps our communities safe, strong, and moving forward. Right here in Moreno Valley, that work is carried out every single day by dedicated employees and public servants who serve our residents and support the city's continued growth. As you've seen just last week or over the weekend with the fires that happened, the amazing work. Can we give it up to all of our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement who were out there keeping the city safe, did an amazing, amazing job. I'll say just a model for the rest of the state to follow on how to respond to incidents like this, and so many others from all of our city staff, from our city manager's office, city attorney, city clerk, everyone that works and leads the various departments that are out there, whether it's boots on the ground, filling potholes, cleaning up the graffiti, you name it. It takes a team, and that is exactly what we have here, and that's why we're recognizing this week. And here to receive the proclamation on behalf of this recognition, I would like to at this time invite Jesse Ramirez, who is the Regional Public Affairs Manager for the Riverside County Division of the League of California Cities, to join me here at the front. If we could give him a big Moreno Valley welcome.
Awesome, thank you.
Mayor, do you mind if I say a few words? I want to. Okay.
You don't want this mic? Yeah, this is for you. And let me just, before I pass the microphone over to you, also want to say that the League of California Cities has represented cities across the state for over a century, bringing local governments together to share knowledge, strengthen leadership, and advocate for the needs of our communities. And you may mention this, but just almost 2 months ago now, with your assistance and everybody else at the League, the City of Moreno Valley was able to, for a few more years at least, make sure that we keep $15 million in tax revenue here in our city budget, and we could not have done that without you. And in just a couple weeks, we'll be up in Sacramento for the Legislative Day of Action at the Swing Space, meeting with legislators and making sure that we get these bills passed that deliver for our community. So without further ado, at this time, Jesse, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. I wrote down a couple notes, and I kind of want to just explain some of the work that happens at Cal Cities. California Cities Week is an opportunity to collectively recognize and celebrate the vital role cities play in improving lives statewide, and the public servants who make that work possible. The work that you do, you law enforcement folks, your staff members and council members, impacts all of us on a daily basis here statewide. In particularly, I want to emphasize and thank you for the work you do outside of City Hall, in policy committees, in conferences, at workshops. Folks, we just had policy committee hearings, and I'm going to go through the list here, and I'll start with the mayor. They say that you lead by example, and the leadership starts at the top. And thank you for your work as chair of the Latino Caucus and also as a board member. Councilmember Delgado for your work on Public Safety Committee. City Manager Brian Mohan for his participation in policy committees, city managers departments, and now the president of the Riverside County City Managers Area Group. Sean, Lana, Angel, John, thank you guys for all of your work on the policy committees. Folks, just so you know, they sit in a room for almost 8 hours a day and review hundreds of bills that are introduced through the Senate and Assembly, and they make decisions on whether or not our organization as a whole should support those bills or oppose those bills. Cal Cities, I often say, is a platform. People say, well, what does Cal Cities do? We're a platform for you guys to utilize. You've learned to utilize it well. And like the mayor mentioned, we overcame a big hurdle for our region. And so I want to thank you for the work that you do. And again, outside of City Hall, this is their extracurricular work. So thank you for all you do. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Give it up for Jesse once again.
Mind if we get a couple photos?
Yeah, so at this time, we actually have this proclamation that we would like to present to you on behalf of the City of Moreno Valley. If you'd like to go ahead and join me on this side, and if my colleagues could go ahead and join us as well, on behalf of the city, our 215,000 residents, and all of our staff here at City Hall, we present this proclamation to you, Jesse Ramirez, in recognition of League of Cities Week in the state of California. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
There you go. Thank you. And then do you want to step right back here?
All right, and 3, 2, 1. And one more for safety. 3, 2, 1. One pass up. Yeah, sure.
Just for the gram.
Vertical or horizontal?
Vertical.
All right. And 3, 2, 1. And one more. 3, 2, 1. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no, that's for you. You get to take that. Oh, yeah, that's all for you. I know Caroline might get a little jealous, but it's okay. I'm sure she has plenty of those. Well, thank you once again, Jesse. And for our fourth and final presentation this afternoon, I would like to go ahead and introduce Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, who will be presenting the One Legacy Donate Life Blue and Green Day. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be the last presentation for this evening. It recognizes Donate Life Blue and Green Day, raising awareness of the life-saving impact of organ, eye, and tissue donation. Each donor represents a powerful act of generosity, giving hope and a second chance to others. Today, more than 100,000 people across the country are waiting for a life-saving transplant. At this time, I'd like to invite Christy Bethel and Justin Watton, Public Education and Community Development Specialists with One Legacy, to join me at the front. Please join me in welcoming them. One Legacy is the nation's largest organ, eye, and tissue recovery organization, working with hospitals and donor families to save and heal lives. Their work helps turn loss into hope and gives others the chance to live. On behalf of the Mayor, City Council, it is my pleasure to present this proclamation in recognition of Donate Life Blue and Green Day. And they'll have a few remarks, Christy and Joshua.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. I have the distinct honor of sharing Kat Manson's story and representing One Legacy, our local organ procurement organization proudly serving Riverside County. On behalf of our entire community, I want to sincerely thank City of Moreno Valley for your continued support of organ, eye, and tissue donation, and for recognizing this important cause through your proclamation again this year. Your leadership helps raise awareness, encourages meaningful conversations, and ultimately saves lives. There are currently over 107,000 people waiting for a life-saving organ. 20% of them live right here in California. For her, this mission is deeply personal. Her 11-year-old son, Christopher, became an organ donor. In the midst of unimaginable loss, her family made the decision to say yes to donation. And because of that decision, lives were not only saved, but families were given hope in moments when there was once none. She has had the incredible honor of meeting all three of his organ recipients. The individuals who received his kidneys, pancreas, and liver. She got to stand in front of them, to see their smiles, to meet their families, and to witness the lives they are now able to live. It is something she will carry with her forever. In those moments, you realize that donation doesn't just save lives, it connects them. Her son's legacy is still living through each of them. In every milestone they reach, every memory they continue to make. This is the true power of organ, eye, and tissue donation. Because of communities like Moreno Valley, more people are learning about the importance of registering as donors and having those important conversations with loved ones. Thank you again for your continued partnership, your compassion, and for helping families like hers turn a loss into life and legacy. Thank you. And please let me introduce Christy as well.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to allow One Legacy here to celebrate National Donate Life Month. We are honored to be here today. You guys are the first city in in Riverside County, you know, the M that we've talked about, that's going to be lit up. This is the first city that is celebrating the 3rd annual lighting to celebrate National Donate Life Month. So while you pass on Friday, April 10th, that is National Blue and Green Day. So do us a favor, call to action, right? Check your license, make sure you're a registered organ, eye, and tissue donor, share your decision with your family, look at, wear blue and green on Friday, tell all your friends and family that you're a registered organ, eye, and tissue donor, and let's help save lives together. If you guys are really ambitious and you want to come hang out with us in Azusa, we're doing our 25th annual 1K or 5K. You can walk, you can run, you can take breaks too. And so that is going to be April 25th at Azusa Pacific. There's some postcards in the back, and we'd love to have you guys. Typically, RUHS has a hospital team. So if you go online, you can scan the QR code, you can join the hospital team, or there is also another team that you guys may want to consider joining. Team, oh, where did he go? Marlon? Is it? Brando. Team Brando is also a local recipient who received an organ, and so you could join his team as well. So thank you guys for the proclamation. Have a good evening.
I want to invite my colleagues for a photo op.
1, 2, 3. And one more for and one more for safety. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, one more right here, please.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone that was here for special presentations, and we will reconvene at 6 p.m. So almost. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. I now call the meeting to order on April 7th at 6:06 p.m. Would any of my colleagues like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening? Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing after the pledge for the invocation given today, actually in English and Spanish, by Pastors Andrew Bogenwright and Isaac Martinez from Sandals Church, Moreno Valley. Good evening, pastors. Welcome.
Would you guys join us in a word of prayer? God, thank you so much for this great city. Thank you for protecting it from further damage from the fires this past week. For those that did incur damage, would you be with them and their families? Would you give the politicians and business leaders and nonprofit leaders wisdom as they make decisions and impact the people in this community? Would you make the city a place where everyone can prosper? Would you bring peace and unity? And thank you for the opportunity to gather publicly and freely to debate and share ideas and make this place better. Would you honor this time and use it for the good of the city and for your glory? In Jesus' name, amen.
Padre Celestial, te damos gracias por los líderes de esta ciudad. Gracias porque el fuego no causó más daño, Señor, y te quiero pedir que esos que fueron afectados los bendigas, que los protejas, Señor, que traigas paz y más que nada que traigas unidad a esta ciudad, que nos llenes a los líderes de negocios, de la ciudad, de sabiduría para poder seguir creciendo en unidad y en armonía. En el nombre de Cristo Jesús. Amén.
Thank you very much. Once again, Pastors Bogenwright and Martinez from Sandals Church, Moreno Valley. And that brings us to item D, the land acknowledgement. And at this time, we wish to acknowledge that we are on the unceded lands of the Cahuilla and the Payacahuicham, or Luiseño, who as original inhabitants and now as sovereign tribal nations have continued to live and thrive upon these lands since time immemorial. Item E is roll call. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Councilmember Delgado.
Here.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item F, motions to excuse. We are all present. So item G, staff introductions, please.
Patty Rodriguez, City Clerk.
Sonia Gomez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Steven Quintanilla, City Attorney.
Brian Mohan, City Manager.
Lana Jimenez, Assistant City Manager, Administration.
Natalia Medina, Financial Resources Division Manager.
Sean Keller, Assistant City Manager Development.
Angelica Fraus-Filippo, Community Development Director.
Kyle Wersinski, Economic Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Robert Cardenas, Human Resources Director.
Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Thank you very much, team. It's always a pleasure to be here in the chamber to conduct the people's business. And moving into item H, approval of order of the agenda, I would like to read something into the record before we take a vote on this item. I have been informed that the staff report for item J8, the Rotational Tow Service Award, should have included Exhibit C at the time of publication. Exhibit C is now available to the public and has been placed on the dais for review by all elected officials. At this time, I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any requests for the approval of the order of the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second to approve the order of the agenda. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. Next is item I, public comments on matters that are not on the agenda. The city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use this service, please scan the QR code at the speaker's sign-up table. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk know, and we will gladly let you borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad ahora ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gustan usar ese servicio, avísele a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to the public comments, I would like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments on items on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to comment on any items not on the agenda?
There are, Mayor. The first three speakers are Gertrude Springer, followed by Fred Bonuelos, followed by J.D.
Yes, Gertrude Springer. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here on behalf of those that are afraid, those that too afraid to call 911. I would like to address the music ordinance. Over the past 6 months, I have called the police 12 times, and every time they come out, they only give out warnings. At some point, they should be given a fine. What's the purpose of calling the police if they don't uphold the law? We have had enough. Me and my family have had enough. I'm a homeowner. I've been here almost 30 years in Moreno Valley. I've never seen it like this before. I've gone to City Hall, and I've talked to someone who referred me to the mayor, not the mayor, but the chief of police. I talked to Bryant Clark, badge number 2747, about mediation. I don't know if the city supply mediation for these type of complaints, but you should. It's been over 2 weeks, and I haven't heard anything from him. If the police don't have the proper training or the supplies, the city should assist them in those areas, because I don't think they have the supplies that they need. I don't even think they have the training, because when they come out, they're just giving warnings. I don't even think they have the proper supplies to even give out a fine. If you park your car on the streets, you're gonna get a ticket. If the police pull you over, you're gonna get a ticket. Why not have tickets for ordinance? I shouldn't have to sell my house because the city is not enforcing the law. Neither should I have to get an attorney or a restraining order. This doesn't make sense. I was told that if the music is coming into my home, I got the right to a citizen arrest. I might be wrong, but this is what I was told. The police, no, I don't want this to escalate, because me and my family were fed up. And I want you guys to know it. I don't want anybody going to jail. This is something that has been occurring every freaking.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Springer. Yeah, we our standard is we don't respond during public comments, but what we will do is a member of our staff will come right now and connect with you so that we can follow up on your concerns. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Fred Bonuelos, followed by J.D., followed by Citizen.
Hello, everyone. My wife took our granddaughter to the Sunshine Adaptive Sensory Friendly Extravaganza. She wanted me to let you guys know that it was very well organized, very well set up. She appreciated the sensory room and quiet room. The activity area outside was great, although they didn't get to participate. The egg hunt went smoothly, and the employees were amazing. However, this was inclusive for the kids with autism and special needs, my wife didn't see any other kids with autism. It's supposed to be a quiet space for the minority artistic kids. It seemed like it was a normal, neurotypical majority event. And we have one of those events called the Springtastic Festival for those group of kids. I just want to make sure that I'm advocating for autistic kids. I hope that you can vet the kids in the future. They need a quiet, safe space. And maybe you can be more descriptive in the details to let people know that it's not your regular egg hunt. This is specifically for the kids that need a quiet, safe space. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the fire. We learned some stuff, my wife and I. We did pretty good on our evacuation, but I need real-time info. I need info from reliable source. It was a major incident, and although I got some information from my cousin, Linda Castellano, she pointed me to an app that gives me information on the evacuations. I'm a big social media person. We need a social media page for our fire department. We need to know what we do before it happens. This was a major incident that a lot of people were scared. Sheriff's Department did really well. They came into my area, my neighborhood, came on with the loudspeakers, told us to get out, and we need to get out when they tell us to get out. I just feel that it would have been a lot better if we would have had some information prior to let us know what's important, what to take out, how to get out of the area, because when they tell you to get out, you need to get out. And everybody did a great job. It was, we stayed at LaSalle Sports Park and getting updates, and then we finally went home, but I want to see social media for our fire department. Thank you.
The next three speakers are JD, followed by Citizen, followed by Ismael Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone. Today, we honored a few police officers for their accomplishments. That was a good thing. But right now, I think it's time to slap a couple of officers on the wrists for how they've been functioning. One of those would be Miss Sarah Mack, the captain of the Moreno Valley Police Department. Here's what Sarah Mack has, here's how she keeps her department sanitized. I've been having problems with the police, so I didn't want to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding things, so I made contact with someone and received their department standards manual. It's about this thick, like an old yellow, bigger than a yellow telephone book. I bypassed the part about overtime and et cetera, and went straight to the part that had to do with investigations and the part that has to do with searches and seizures. I found out that the police department are practicing a corrupt, it's just not isolated incidents, they're actually corrupt. So I filed multiple complaints. Here's the pattern that Miss Sarah Mack over here does. She says, the Riverside County Sheriff's Office has concluded the inquiry into your complaint of misconduct by the department members. You reported to the Moreno Valley Sheriff's Station on the date that I did it. The inquiry into your complaint revealed the alleged conduct did not constitute violations of the department's department's policy and is unfounded. Here's how she has manipulated the paperwork to sanitize her department. On this complaint, there is no sequence of numbers. Other complaints that I have filed have a sequence of both letters and numbers, a dash, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 12 characters. Ms. Mack has sent me 3 complaints that have been unfounded with no complaint numbers. So when they're filed, we don't know who we're talking about. I filed the complaint against multiple people, so I don't know which one she's referring to. And it seems like someone needs to step in and do something about that. Because if she's sweeping their bad deeds under the rug, then it's not going to be well in the future when someone lifts up the rug and see all the dirt that's there. This young lady, I forgot her name, that was up here calling 911 and not getting good service, I can somewhat sympathize with that because over this past year, I have developed an unwanted relationship with the Riverside County Sheriff Department, and as a result of that, I have learned a bunch of things that I would rather not know. You know, some people say, there's a saying, the more you know, the more, the problems you have with that, and I see that. I'm so sad to be up here today to point the finger at this young lady over here who is actively doing things to make her stats look good. I don't think that that's fair to the public or to the department. Why not just address the person that the complaint is on and get them right instead of sweeping it under the rug and sending letters like this that mean nothing? I literally have a letter in my hand signed from her that if we wanted to go find out who this was about, you wouldn't have a chance to. I could leave copies to all of you in here, and none of you would know what this is about. You know why? Because she failed to mark the identifier.
Thank you. Thank you,
The
sir.
next 3 speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Rondé Banks, followed by Christopher Baca.
Just one second, to make sure before we start the clock. There was someone named Citizen. Is this okay? Okay, go right ahead.
I'm here to raise a urgent.
Just 1 second, if you'd like to go ahead and speak into the mic, and then we'll start the time.
Okay, I'm here to raise an urgent.
Give me just 1 second. I'm sorry. We want to make sure we get this right. Just waiting for staff to give me the thumbs up here. Okay, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. In the beginning of all of this, you all stated that this is the safest place. You guys had all the officers in the back. I'm sorry, but I disagree. Since I've been here, this is not the safest place. This has caused me nothing but trauma and agony. Captain Mack, sorry, this is for you. The mayor, I am going to need you to address some things after we're done. This is a urgent public safety concern. This is about police cooperative misconduct. I have repeatedly reported gang activity, not just with your fellow officers, but with members of Moreno Valley, some of which have active warrants that I spoke with you in the past. You said if they have some, you will address that. I hope you will keep your promise with that. If you would like to get with me after this, I have their names and information for you. This is an ongoing lack of enforcement and failure to follow up reflects a serious breakdown in duty of accountability. Captain Mack, I am asking you directly, why have these reports not been addressed? And what immediate steps do you have that you would take? I know you're not going to answer any questions now, but I do plan on following up with you after this. And Mayor, I am requesting your oversight to investigate this matter. I will be following up with you. If I have to get with Mr. Mohan to investigate this matter, because it is ongoing, it has not stopped. This is serious. This is life and death. Our lives have been in danger. I have a hit on my head right now from these gang members. I need somebody to take accountability for this. My family's lives are in danger, and I don't know when this is going to stop. So either you want to help lives that are alive, or you want to be picking up dead bodies. I'm not sure what you would like. So please, I need somebody to reach out to me. That'll be all.
Thank you. I'll make sure to follow up with you directly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Rondé Banks, followed by Christopher Baca.
Hello and good evening. My name is Ismael Gonzalez. I'm a member of the Sierra Club Box Springs group here locally. And I just want to begin by acknowledging and sharing respect to Fire Chief Park for your services this week and all your colleagues that helped save Moreno Valley, essentially. 4,000 acres, over 4,000 acres were burned. I'm here to speak on sending back your general plan to the Planning Commission. There's been some updates on it, and I know that it's going to be addressed later this month. I'll be here hoping to hear some updates on that. You passed up the moratorium for warehouses because of this, and I went back to look at the published version from 2021, the general plan. In that plan, you guys list that area that was burned as open space park, also acknowledging the fire hazard. It's a very high fire hazard category over there. And, reality proved that to be true. 4,000 acres is nothing, or it's not nothing, it's incredibly large. And there's been some updates. You guys have been in negotiations with the Attorney General. Because of those updates, it needs to be reconsidered. It needs to go back to the Planning Commission. It needs to be heard again. And let's see. I want to acknowledge some kudos to you. You've acknowledged the AB 98, SB 415 with truck routes. You guys are at the forefront in the entire IE doing that. That's part of the general plan. That's part of the CAP. But it needs to be reconsidered, completely. So send it back to the Planning Commission if you can, please. The Gilman Spring area, 4,000 acres, which sits right next to the San Jacinto Wildlife. 300 threatened and endangered animals and birds live there. It is one of the most biologically diverse places in Southern California. People come all over just to spend a day out there. And look at what happened. You guys want to add more warehouses? Look at what happened today in Ontario. A 1 million square foot warehouse just burnt down that was full of paper, and it produced nothing but environmental catastrophe for the entire IE. You want to put 40 more over there, right next to that very high fire hazard area. You guys want to add 3,000 new homes under the Rancho Bellagio annexation project? That is a fault line, the most active in California. You're going to put families, children. I saw a school, I saw a golf course listed in that project right there. That's insane.
The next three speakers are Rondé Banks, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Stephen Castro.
Good evening. My name is Rondé Banks. I have lived in Moreno Valley my whole life. I went to Sugar Hill Elementary School, Palm Middle School, Valley View, even Moreno Valley College. I'm now an MSW student at USC. And the topic that I want to discuss, although it's not on the agenda, it's about our youth and our safety in Moreno Valley. As our mayor sits on this council, he is the youngest mayor in Moreno Valley. He was elected in 2017 at 22 years old, my current age. And we know that in Moreno Valley, we have a large youth population. 1 of 4 residents are under the age of 18. And as we have seen, there has been a lot of criminal activity involving our juvenile youth. And it has been an ongoing concern with our people. I know Riverside County is pretty big, but I really want to talk about Moreno Valley today. I think that there should be more community centers. There should be more activities. And when I talk about the youth, I'm not talking about our elementary. I'm talking about our middle school and high school students, because they're more at risk to gang violence, negative influences. And our youth have the power to change environments. They set the trends. And if we pay more attention to them, I can see a positive change in Moreno Valley. I can see children wanting to be a part of our community, wanting to influence people, not to join gangs, not to join, not rob and steal, not be in neighborhoods, bumping music late at night. We want to make Moreno Valley a role model. And I think that our council can do a good job at investing that, and we can put more money into our youth, especially our middle school and high school students, because they're at the critical age that they have more independence but less supervision. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Stephen Castro, followed by Morgan Valle.
Good afternoon, Council. Your police department and your detectives are trained to firstly acknowledge the most obvious. And with that, I wanted to go to something I spoke about maybe a year and a half ago when I mentioned Ben Benzivi and the debacle that they did up in Visalia with the healthcare, where they embezzled money, and they were convicted of that. They also firebombed a political opponent. That's Benzivi, Guido Benzivi's brother. They literally firebombed a political opponent's home. These people are embezzlers. These people are dirty. And these people are here not as Americans, but as thugs from other countries looking to pillage the taxpayer. And you people need to wake up and understand what's going on in our communities, okay? So with that, I want to point out that the most obvious, who would benefit from a fire started on the corner of Gilman and Alessandro? Who would benefit from those homes that are there at the foothills to be burnt down so they can be bought and incorporated to this bogus agreement that our corrupt Mohan city manager has made? Wake up. Delgado, you think he is supporting you? He's supporting his interest. At the same time, he's paying your political campaign. He's helping Corey Jackson. Shalinda, the same thing. You think he's not going to support your opponent? You're living in La La Land. You're living in La La Land, lady. And Delgado, you need to wake up. This is bullshit. Anything to do with the Benzivi is straight out corruption. So with that, I ask that you people really consider what's going on with our city, with our corrupt staff, and be honest with yourself, with the decisions you make. How ironic that this stuff comes up during an election season. That's how he slips all this nonsense into his being. How does he profit off of this? He profits by the millions, by the hundreds of millions, when he gives out and buys political people their votes by giving into nonprofits. He probably gives into the RSA. He gives into the fire nonprofits. He gives into all kinds of nonprofits in order to buy your votes. So please, wake up.
The next three speakers are Stephen Castro, followed by Morgan Valle, followed by Jill S.
Hello, good evening. I'm here to talk about a partnership, my name is Stephen Castro. I'm a student at Cal State San Bernardino in the social work program. Myself and my classmate Kimberly are here to speak on an event that we're having in partnership with Inland Compassion for the homeless. We're gonna do a toy drive. If individuals have underwear and socks for adults, for men, they can drop them off as well on the day of, hygiene items and feminine products. It's going to be April 26th at Paris Boulevard at Sunnymead Park. We'll be having the event in the community. We'll have food. They're available for people that are hungry. And we just want to let council know that this is what we're doing. And Oh, time? Okay. No, what time? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little riled up from the last speaker. Between 1 and 3 p.m. I'm sorry. And yeah, we plan on having a lot of people out there show support from our community here in Moreno Valley as well. And people, actually, some of us are coming from like Redlands, San Bernardino, the surrounding areas to be a part of it too. So we just want to inform the community that that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Morgan Valle, followed by Jill S., followed by Veronica Sanders.
Hello. I am here to once again talk about bike lanes. For the last month, Moreno Valley has unknowingly been participating in a March Madness bracket. This was put on by an organization called Bike Lane Uprising, which started when the founder was almost killed after she had to exit a bike lane around parked cars. She started a database where cyclists can upload photos and locations to document where obstructions are happening. It generates this very lovely heat map, so you can see exactly where the problems in the city are. It also color coordinates the dots so you can see if these are private vehicles, construction, whatever they might be. This is all available online. We bested San Diego, Chicago, and Boston to be the champions of the worst bike lanes in the country. So, woo, that's not a great thing. We documented over the last month over 1,000 instances of cars parking in bike lanes. So this is a complicated issue. I know we're working towards protected bike lanes. We're waiting for Caltrans to release guidance. I know we're waiting on a lot of those things. But for us to have this many obstructions happening every single day, we also need to be looking at how to improve enforcement. Whether that's automated enforcement, parking enforcement officers who are going out. I know our police department has been doing, not a tough crowd for this, but our police department has been doing a really great job. And our crime statistics are down throughout the city. We don't really want to pull them to be doing parking enforcement. So having a dedicated parking enforcement team that is available whenever to go out and be patrolling so we don't have to call it in would be very helpful. Just this morning, we had another child on a bike that was hit by a car on their way to school. And this is going to continue happening as long as we don't have safe bike lanes in town. I would really like to see our map not look like this next year, and I would really like to not win next year when they do their March Madness bracket again. So I'm hoping in the next year we'll see a lot more progress towards protected bike lanes, better enforcement, and hopefully it gets to the point where people just will not be parking in bike lanes. But thank you to the city staff. I've spoken to, I think, like everybody at this point, and everyone has been really fantastic, has provided a lot of really great information. I've spoken to most of you at this point as well, and I think we're on the right track. We just need to make sure that we're following through, getting those funding opportunities, and making that progress where we can. One minor thing, the police department put out a really fantastic video about e-bikes. There was one small issue. They specifically mentioned Sur-Ron e-bikes. Those are not e-bikes. Those are off-highway vehicles. And he mentioned that they can be registered to be on the road. That is not true anymore in California. Sur-Ron bikes cannot be made road legal. So anyone who has a Sur-Ron, it is strictly an off-highway vehicle. It cannot be made legal to ride on streets. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Morgan Valle, followed by Jill S., followed by Veronica Sanders.
Next is Jill S.
Hi there. My name is Jill. I am your friendly Class 3 e-bike rider. I was here a few weeks ago. I did take part of the Bike Lane Uprising, and I rode several hundred miles in the last 6 weeks around town. I rode in the morning. I rode in the afternoon. I also rode in the late afternoon, evening hours. There was not a single time and a single place in this town where there were not cars parked in the bike lane. Again, I don't want to ride out into the 50-mile-an-hour traffic on Nason, on Iris, on Paris Boulevard. There's no bike lanes on Paris, but I end up there frequently. I don't know why. We have this issue happening now. Twice in the last month, I have had a driver tell me that a dead cyclist is the best cyclist. I had to call the police because someone told me that the next time they saw me, they were going to run me over. This is not the community I want to be a part of. The hostility is coming largely in part from the fact that the cyclists have to call to say, hey, there's people parked in the bike lanes. Can you come out and enforce the law? So now the car people have decided that the cyclists are the problems. They don't get in trouble unless they see a cyclist because the police follow us. This hostility has got to stop. We really do need some sort of parking enforcement. I am and my kids will all tell you, I don't believe in having laws that we're not going to enforce. So my brain keeps going, if they're not going to enforce the parking and the bike lanes, just get rid of the stupid bike lanes and I'll ride in traffic. And that's not where we want to be. We want protected bike lanes around schools so kids don't get hurt. Around the parks, we all know that Morrison is an issue. But definitely we need to figure a way out that it's not on the cyclist's responsibility to call the police to have them come clear those bike lanes. We should be able to go, oh, there's a bike lane, that's a street with a bike lane. If I need to get to across town, I'm gonna go down that road because it's the safest alternative. And then it's not. So as Morgan was saying, we don't wanna win this contest again next year. So if we could really figure a way to focus on that, that would be awesome.
The next three speakers are Veronica Sanders, followed by Julie Pedroza, followed by Lindsay Robinson.
Hi, I'm Veronica. I'm a volunteer with Building Up Lives, and I'm going to defer my time to Julie.
Good day, Julianne with Building Up Lives Foundation. My story is a positive one, just to lighten the load here. It is a little bit personal and emotional, I gotta tell you, so forgive me if I tear up a little bit. Building Up Lives Foundation received some money last year, and we opened up Shop for a Cause store. This store helps those with autism and special needs to be able to develop social skills and experience out into the community. And we actually bring children as young as 12 years of age in. So that's a rarity. You don't see that happen. That is their store. My testimony story is, a lot of people don't know, but my daughter is autistic. She also has seizures, which caused a lot of learning disabilities. During COVID, she was in our store, and I realized she didn't know how to count. She's in 9th grade, 1s, 5s, or 10s. She couldn't count. So that was when she was 14, 15 years of age. She's 19 years old. She runs that store. She managed that store. So anybody that has autism and that children, and this is the thing that parents, us mamas, we worry, because when we're gone from this world, where's our kids going? We want a better world for our kids. So that's a huge thing. And I want to inspire those that do have children and adults with autism or special needs that there is hope out there. I was told by her first employer that she'll never get a job. I was told this by a businessman in the city. She'll never get a job. She'll never be able to do a job. She's not happy-go-lucky. She's very shy. That's what her autism resembles to people, is that she's shy. But let me tell you, she's nailing it. She's nailing it so much that she tells me, you need to leave the store and let me just run it. I would have never in my life wouldn't be able to tell you that this little girl who couldn't count, she could not count in 9th grade, and now at age 19 is running this store. So that's something I hope that the public can embrace and bring your kids. Bring the kids to learn. Don't ever let anyone tell you that this child cannot do. I'm sorry. A mom pushes. We're going to push. It doesn't matter if the doctor tells us. No, everybody tells us. We're still going to push. And let me tell you, the results, there it is. Did you want to speak?
I'm going to defer the rest of the time to Julie. Go ahead.
Oh gosh, I didn't know I was going to get all this time.
No,
So
well,
Building Up
I
Lives
think
also.
It's technically just 3 minutes per person. If you like, we can give you 3 minutes, but yeah, we can't double up.
Starting this Sunday, we are going to pair up or join with the VFW on Alessandro, and we will be giving out food every Sunday from 1:30 to 3:30 to feed our community. Right. So what else should I say?
Time.
1:30 to 3:30. Bring bags and ID.
And a smile.
And a smile. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You did great. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Lindsay Robinson, followed by Nikita Wilson, followed by Mr. Seth Cox.
Good evening, council, staff, residents. It's been a while since I've been here. I'm sure you're happy about that. I recently submitted a public request for the fiscal impact analysis for the annexation of Gilman Springs. I did not receive an analysis, but did receive documents I already had. Does this mean that you did not do a fiscal impact analysis? Because it's going to be very costly for us. That doesn't make good business sense and does not show good stewardship of our taxpayers' money. The city of Hemet had one done. Why didn't Moreno Valley? Signing an MOU without public input also doesn't smell right. General plan updates are required to have public meetings and participation, yet we were denied that right. We kept being told by the city that they were not updating the general plan update, yet suddenly the staff announced that they did an extensive general plan update. How could they do that? Sounds very dishonest and unethical. Also, the final product has many errors that should have been caught and fixed before uploading and printing. General plan updates require the protection of community character. I recently found out that the PACO in our municipal code that defines the Northeast character was maliciously gutted during the COVID lockdown and demonstrates the city's intent to deny and destroy the community character of our Northeast neighborhood. I formally request that you reinstate the original PACO to our municipal code and remove the R10 commercial zoning being forced upon us in the dishonest and unethical general plan update. I hope you also are all questioning why the Planning Commission was forced to vote on the severely flawed EIR and general update when they did not have all the information, and also question why only one commissioner voted to wait until they had all the info, yet the commissioners were forced by staff to vote. There's a problem when planning commissioners are forced to approve a project without all the info. And on a positive note, the Riverside Concert Band is celebrating their 150th anniversary with the Fall Festival at Fairmont Park on April 25th. Your very own Moreno Valley Wind Symphony will be the first band performing at approximately 11 a.m. and the event is free and there'll be vendors and food and shade and everything. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Nikita Wilson, followed by Mr. Seth Cox, followed by Bob Palomares.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and community. My name is Nikita Wilson, and tonight my comments are of my own. I would like to address institutional patience versus institutional permission. A pattern worth examining. Let's talk about Moreno Valley Mall, Highland Fairview, city developers, and now the museum. We've seen violations be identified. The question is, what happens next? This is not about one case. This is about a system. Timelines are extended without escalation. Projects remain incomplete for extended periods. Obligations are delayed without consequences. Institutional patience was designed into the agreement with Highland Fairview. Real world impact doesn't wait for triggers. My question is, when does institutional patience become institutional permission?
The next three speakers are Seth Cox, followed by Bob Palomares, followed by Dr. Anil.
Seth Cox, Moreno Valley resident, District 3. I guess I should have went first because now all the thunder's gone, but that's okay. Thank you, Fire Department. Great job. We sat out there on the east end. We didn't get evacuated, but we watched it. My house guest it affected her for PTSD from the fires we had to watch. So thank you, thank you. What I really want to talk about, I came up here a couple of meetings ago during the mall issues and reported some spend numbers. Back then, we were sitting at $12.369 million spent on the mall since the immersion contract was executed. Since then, in January and February, that number has gone up to $13.9 million. It appears that we're on about a $650,000 spend on the mall. I'm going to count it as an investment because I want to be positive. But when will we see some of the return on that investment? That's my question. So I will cut it short. Don't have anything else. Thanks.
The next three speakers are Bob Palomares, followed by Dr. O'Neill, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, Council. As always, our two chiefs, great job, both departments. I've been hearing from a lot of people say, man, Moreno Valley, they really took care of it, huh? I say, yeah, that's our safety people, you know, our first responders. Those are my heroes. And but what I wanted to speak a little bit about was that, you know, during Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and, you know, we celebrate the veterans, and we have a lot of committees and boards, you know, because I go to the Riverside National Cemetery maybe once a month. I got a brother, my grandson, and there's a lot of veterans that are buried there that they're all, to me, that's sacred land. They're notable but nobody knows their stories. But I wish we would have, I know Donovan Sadiq is trying to get something going, and I really don't know much about it, but if we could get a committee to take flowers to some of the veterans that never received flowers there. But because me, you know, sometimes when I go over there, I'll find, like, I found this gentleman, he was from the Quinta. He was buried in 2003, named Mitchell Page. He died in, well, in 2003, November 15th. But in 1942, he was on Guadalcanal with 200 Marines, and there was 2,000 Japanese. And he fought, and if you look it up, that's his name, Mitchell Page, because I just kind of remember a little of what went on. But he was using 3 machine guns because all of the machine gunners were gone. He was jumping from one to another. He had to because of the barrels heating up. So he was doing it. Finally, 7 guys that came, that are the cooks that were way in the back, they came to help him, and the Japanese couldn't understand, you know, they couldn't understand that one guy was doing that. So when it finally came to the end, you know, he told them, we're going to take the fight to them. And if you look up his story, you'll be amazed at what he did. I mean, and like I said, that National Cemetery is sacred ground, and we need to, because we always talk about everything here in Moreno Valley, but they're part of Moreno Valley too. So let's give them a little bit more than just on those holidays. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Dr. Anil Shah, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Anil Shah. I'm a cardiologist, and I have invested into real estate in Moreno Valley 30 years ago. And it's off Paris Boulevard, and we lease the building, and very often after 3-4 years, the lease is broken, and then the entire building is trashed. And crime comes in tremendously, and this has happened over 5 times in a cycle. I finally decided, after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, to really rebuild the whole structure. I finally decided to do this myself, to create a banquet hall of my own. We trusted somebody, he went into the wrong direction, but since last October to November, I've taken this on my own, and I'm finding so difficult to meet anybody to get the right direction. I just can't believe it. It is just outrageous that if I write letters to them, if I ask for a meeting, there is complete silence. And I'm asking for a direction so that we can start a business. You can get taxes paid. The previous person did not pay taxes to you. It was a cannabis kind of an outfit. They didn't pay taxes to you, and he's bankrupt. And I'm trying to make sure that there is no crime. So I'm trying to do it myself, but I don't get any answers. Can you please help me?
As I mentioned at the beginning, our standard practice is not to engage during public comment, but what we will do is, I think maybe Sean or community development will, as soon as you're done speaking, will connect with you to make sure we follow up, schedule those meetings, and make sure we get your questions answered.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming out.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Wow, Luis Palomares, community activist. Nothing surprises me with this council and this staff anymore. Where's the money? Said cops came and talked about all this money, 13 million plus on this mall. It's a money pit. I mean, I was here to say, open the mall, get it going. We need it, because of a lot of jobs. But how long are we going to do this? What's really going on over there with those owners? Get them to pay their taxes and pay their own damn bills. How long are we going to bail them out? We need it there because of the jobs and the revenue it brings to the city and the tax dollars. But come on, how long are we going to be in Egypt? How long are we going to be in the desert? 40 more years? Give me a break. Let us go, Riverside. Get your dirty selves out of our city. Everything we have tried to get here, Riverside comes in, throws a monkey wrench in it. And, we know our mayor right here that has us on the Titanic / $2 million man here. He's all in cahoots with the Riverside crowd over there. I mean, are you the mayor of this city, Moreno Valley, or the mayor over there? What's really going on here? You're always lobbying for everything at every other community, but what our community? $2 million you cost us on the lawsuit, plus. And you did a big infomercial when the donkeys, there was a meeting a couple of weeks ago at Sandals Church. I believe Ed was there, some of the community members were there, but you, the mayor that did a big infomercial when they were talking about the burros, that's what you like to call them, in the oh golly, my mind goes blank here sometimes. I'm tired. And your pal here, he didn't go to that meeting when they're talking about what they're doing to our donkeys, killing them and all that. Where were you? Where were you? Why weren't you at that meeting? Either one of yous. The burros, you're always pushing for the burros, the mascot, the this, but you weren't there. You know what? You're too busy panhandling out there. Come on, pay to play. Come and give me some money. Come and lobby, and I'll give you some money to do what you need to do. That's who you are, Mayor. That's what you do for our city. You have us on the Titanic. This city has gone downhill since you've been here. $60 million with Hillwood. The staff knocked themselves out trying to get that going, but you send it away. You and some of these other council members. It went away. We could have had a lot of money. A lady came and talked about things for the youth there. We could have had a youth center. We could have had soccer fields. We could have had et cetera, et cetera. We could have built a brand new police station out there in the East End, a fire station. This is what you send, because you're here, the political prostitute mayor that you are, lobbying everybody else for whatever you need for your personal agenda and your next campaign run, and forget us, the people. You're here just to, what? Climb the political ladder? What about us, the people? Are we going to get a break, Cabrera?
The next speaker is Roy Blecker.
A lot of wisdom right there from Hurricane Louise.
You know why we got the problem? Just from the tradition of Snidely Whiplash that started this illegal city in the crap of our meetings. We have a mayor right here. Prove me wrong, bud. Cost us $2 million on a political retaliation. Cost us taxpayers. Sat there at the dais and rejected. Rejected. Shake your head no. You ain't got guts enough. You do not have guts enough to stand beside me like you promised, and we'll debate it. We'll take the evidence, put yourself under oath, and swear it on a sworn affidavit under penalty of perjury, just like the illegal crap you pulled trying to get LaDonna with the October surprise. Prove me wrong, bud. Show some guts and leadership that you don't have. Let's get into a little history. Measure U. It is a general freaking tax. It is whatever 3 or 4 votes possibly on that council decides. Quit misrepresenting this. We sat here, my dearly departed dad, back in the utilities tax, would have supported it if it was a special tax for public safety, just like I said with Measure U, and it would have passed. Now we've got another thing, and we'll deal with that later. We spent 1990 at Alessandro and Nason, any burger but Nieburger, talked us into a contract that we got screwed over for building City Hall. That's how we wound up with this moon rock of a building here. Just like everything else. This is no different. You learn this from the crime syndicate. Go over to the 60 acres on Merino Beach and tell us where the 5th high school is. That we told them. Elena, tell them. What person told them and give them facts and figures that wasn't going to work? And they went ahead and did it anyway. When do we get our frickin' act together around here? When do we stop repeating the mistakes of the past? Citizens of Moreno Valley, when do we keep electing people that keep screwing us over? And again, I give every one of you the opportunity, and any one of you, and we'll sit beside me and we'll broadcast it to the world, and we'll let them decide. If you're right, show some convictions of what you talk about. And be strong enough to stand up there and defend your actions. I will. I'll fight for this city, just like my family has and everybody else that built this community that you're crapping on.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments on items not on tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. With that, we will go ahead and move into item J, which is the joint consent calendars. And before I open the consent calendar for public comment, I will look to my fellow council members to see if there are any items that they wish to remove from the consent calendar for separate action. Councilmember Delgado.
I don't want to remove it for separate action, but I do have questions on it, on one of them, J8.
Item J8 for questions, okay.
I want a staff report and separate action for J7 and J14.
J7 and J14 for separate action. Okay, are there any further requests? Yeah, I was going to pull J7 and 14 as well, so we'll go ahead and go to J8 first for questions of staff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for City Manager Mohan regarding predatory towing. So do we have control over private properties? If we give a contract to a tow company and we are called and said that they are conducting predatory towing, do we have control over them, or is it between the private, say an apartment complex, and the tow company? Do we have any control over that, or do we have any say in monitoring that, or even enforcing that, or?
So let me answer that in 2 parts. One, the rotational tow program is a program that, in conjunction with law enforcement, we call out tow companies that are part of the rotational tow when vehicles are in the right of way. Now, if there are vehicles that are in private property, and the private property owner calls a tow company or has a contract for tow companies to enforce their CCNRs or their regulations, then that is not part of our rotational tow program. And a lot, if not all, of the tow companies do have contracts with private properties, mainly multifamily residential.
So their contracts are different than our rotational tow contract with that same company, though?
Potentially, yes. If we have a rotational tow company, they could have private contracts with private property owners, and those would not go through the rotational tow program, and law enforcement would not be called. It would be literally through the property owner.
And the tow company?
And the tow company individually.
Okay, thank you, sir.
One question. When you say it's not the same contract, you mean the same rates, right? So we can't set their rates on private property tows, right?
Correct. Not the same contract and not the same rate structure.
We can't limit. Like, I've received complaints about towing in apartment complexes where the residents live there and forgot to put up a pass or something. Those rates are not what's on this rate schedule that we're approving. We don't set those rates.
No, we do not.
Do we have any is there anything that we could do, like if they're low income, like the low income housing that we have, affordable housing projects where, they're deciding between rent and getting their car out of the tow. Is there any way that we can set rates citywide?
There is not, because that is a private transaction. The only thing that we could do is for those tow companies that are part of our rotational tow, we could convey that, hey, there's a sentiment here that, we don't want predatory towing, and we would like the CCNRs to be enacted and enforced, but, if there is leeway to be maintained. If somebody parked in a red fire, I know Councilmember Delgado and I had this conversation. If somebody wanted to just drop something off and they parked into a fire lane, technically that is against a CCNR. But if a tow company was driving by or the property manager saw that, again, that's a private transaction, but we can definitely convey for those particular tow companies or tow purveyors that are part of our rotational tow company.
And actually, do we know if maybe their rates are lower? Are we charging more than standard rates or less than standard rates?
It would be less than standard.
This is less than what they're charging?
Yeah, in fact, these rates over 5 years only go up $39. That's significantly reduced.
$39 a year or $39
$39 total for the 5 years.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Mohan. Just to reiterate what Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz said regarding the financial burden, and I get it, follow the rules and you'll never have to worry about it, right? But sometimes when you're unloading groceries or you got a car seat and you want to just get the baby in or something like that, well, that's where you're going to unload. And these apartment complexes are very stringent. I wouldn't say the word stingy, but very strict on their parking, right? So there's very few. Everybody's jockeying for that one spot or whatever. So you're going to unload, and then when you're coming back out and your car's attached to a tow truck, and then they have to decide. I got to pay this, and it's becoming burdensome. So I just wanted to see if we as the city had anything to do with that, or if we have any influence on that. But apparently it's a private matter, and just.
But
and we can influence them to say, hey, just use common sense, I guess.
So we do have a multitude of meetings throughout the year with our rotational tow companies. So I'll make sure that I personally attend and convey your sentiments as a body.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a couple of questions as well to follow up on that. In regards to, I had received questions inquiring about the criteria for companies that wanted to submit applications for this. In the staff report, if you take a look at it, there were 3 applicants. 2 of them were successful and are being recommended. One is Valley-Wide Towing, the other is Pepe's Towing. Not sure what the third one is. It's not listed here, and we don't need to go into that, but just curious about the criteria, because that's something that had been brought up before, that it might be time for the city to explore changing and updating our criteria to be somewhat equivalent to surrounding jurisdictions. That, for example, if a particular tow company maybe doesn't have a physical tow yard in the city of Moreno Valley, but they have one adjacent to the city boundaries in a neighboring city or a certain distance from our city boundaries, they might still qualify. So what would that process look like if the council wanted to take a look at the criteria?
Currently, the municipal code for our rotational tow program requires the tow company or tow purveyor to have a tow yard within city limits. You're right. The staff report says that we received 3 bids, 2 qualifying. The one that did not qualify has a tow yard in Paris. Unfortunately, because our municipal code is stated the way it is, we weren't able to bring them through as qualifying. Moving forward, if that was something that this body would like to change, what it would require would be obviously an ordinance revision, first read, second read, and then whatever that motion is. I will state that tow companies are very territorial, and they're extremely quick to litigate. And so if that was something that council wanted to do and allow additional people in, there are certain tow companies that potentially have tow yards within surrounding jurisdictions that didn't even apply for the RFP, knowing that they weren't going to qualify. So you have that issue, and then you also have the issue of the 2 qualifying ones that are now stating we're potentially changing the rules midstream. So we would want to definitely seek legal counsel to ensure that possibly the RFP is decertified, then the ordinance is revised, and then another RFP go out with the new revised ordinance. But our city attorney is very aware of how efficient and effective these particular tow companies are, and are very successful in litigation.
Thank you. Keeping all of that in mind, those concerns and questions that would need to be clarified, or relying on legal advice, I guess that's something that the council can take up at some point in the future. Okay, because this particular award is for 5 years. It's a 5-year contract, which is a pretty long time. I have one more question, but we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
And Brian, do other jurisdictions have structures where they utilize tow companies that are outside their boundaries? It's a common practice amongst jurisdictions.
It's all up to each jurisdiction. I mean, there are certain jurisdictions that allow tow yards to be in other jurisdictions. There are certain jurisdictions that are like us, that the tow yard has to be within our jurisdiction. There is benefits, there's pros and cons. When your car is being towed and you're without a car and you don't want to have to go to, 4 jurisdictions over to get a car. Those are things that would have to be discussed as policy. But yeah, currently, for a long time now, the Muni Code has required the tow yard to be in our jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that we did award a contract to Pepe's, but as many people here probably remember, Pepe's is something that is a towing company that continually comes up with complaints and improper tows. And so, that's honestly one concern that I do have, because it's not just like once or twice, it is a consistent thing where residents have consistently said they're having issues with Pepe's improperly towing and just overall just not a good tow company to deal with. And while I do, and I hear what the other council members are saying also about neighboring neighboring cities. I do agree though with city manager to be without a car and have to figure out how to get to a neighboring city and get your car and come back. So I understand like having the tow yard here. It's Pepe's is just one of the ones where, you know, I'm still waiting to find someone to say something good about them.
And I think the incident that the incidents that you're mentioning is not the rotational tow, but in the private property, correct? Yeah.
Yes, it's not part of the rotation. It is the private property, but you know, I'm kind of in the ilk of like if they're willing to do it at the private property, even with the rotational tow, like, you know, but it's kind of like bad customer service is bad customer service, whether it's private or public, right? If it's consistently bad, it really doesn't matter where it's happening. They're just bad, right? So that's my concern with them getting it. Although I do understand they're the bidders and stuff. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, and I hear kind of some support or agreement with, you know, some of those concerns, because it is something that has been in the papers, et cetera, in regards to some of these tow companies that we see on the staff report. So if you'd like to do the research, feel free to go ahead and look that up online. But to follow up on that as well, outside of this, you know, assuming this gets approved and we award the contract to these two companies, is there any authority outside of that at the staff level, maybe city manager or any other staff? Do you have the authority to, if necessary, bring in another company or more?
No, I do not. Outside of an RFP, no. You know, in a quick conversation with the city attorney, I mean, we kind of alluded to it, you know, decertifying the bids. I mean, we could reject, as a body, if you so choose, reject all bids and then move to modify the ordinance to potentially bring in more tow companies. And then, you know, we can go out and rebid. That's completely within your purview. Staff is only bringing this as a recommendation based on our current structure. But you are right. I mean, typically what we do is 5-year programs. So if this is something that is not sitting well with you at this particular point in time, this might be the opportune time.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, because I think, you know, I want to be cognizant of, you know, any potential legal risk, but at the same time, I don't think that's something that should keep us from doing what's best for our constituents. You know, the threat of litigation potentially, or the possibility of litigation. I don't think that's good business. You know, if a private entity wanted to hold that over our heads to secure a contract, but I guess the reason why I ask these questions is not because of maybe the monopolization. I'm not an economist, so I don't want to really speak on that. Even though two companies for 5 years for a city as large as us, I'm not in law enforcement, that's not my industry, but that seems like very few for a city as large as us. And my ultimate concern would be just anecdotally, when I drive around the city, here and there, you see a car that might be stopped on Paris Boulevard or Alessandro. There's no shoulder. The safety risk of if a tow company cannot get out there quickly enough, the risk that poses to public safety, and making sure that law enforcement has enough tow companies in the rotation to be able to call. If the first two are not unable to respond, then they have a third or a fourth that they can call out as well. It's the public safety component that is my biggest concern. I want to make sure that we alleviate that. So, I mean, I would be open to exploring changing the criteria, but if that's okay with staff, if we're able to do that, and if there's support for that, I would be open to exploring that.
Well, I think from a staff perspective, it's not a monopolization of increased costs because the rate structure is set. But I do believe that staff does, and law enforcement does, share concerns when we only have 2, as opposed to the 5 that we had when we started. What was it? Almost 5 years ago. We had, I believe, 5 in the rotational tow. Yeah, so it does become down to response times. And so having 2 is probably not the optimal, and therefore it sounds like it might be time to restructure.
Yeah, I think there's consensus for that. Councilmember Delgado?
Structure.
Yeah, so I would motion that on J8 that, and City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to either table this or continue it and bring it back with kind of different language. And
Since these businesses submitted their proposals based on our current policies, my recommendation is to reject all these bids. We come back with a modified program that will have to be presented in the context of an ordinance. You approve those, and we go out and rebid it. In the meantime, we'll keep all of our tow companies who currently have contracts. We'll just keep them on a month-to-month basis.
that sounds good. How do we want to approach J8 on the consent calendar, though?
I would suggest you take a separate vote on it, and the vote should be based on a motion to reject all the bids, direct staff to come back with revisions to the program, and then rebid it. And then switch all of our current tow operators to a month-to-month basis.
Thank you for that clarification. And there's a motion coming, but I also just want to make sure we respect the process, not to belabor the conversation, but since we technically are taking separate action on it, should we allow for public comment as well?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay, just want to make sure we're respecting the process. So we'll get to the motion after public comment.
And
Madam
Mayor,
Clerk?
real quick, just some additional information. When City Attorney was speaking month to month, the contract's due in June 30th, 2026. So month to month would actually occur in a few months.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on J8?
We do, Mayor. Bob Palomares.
When I heard the name Pepe's Towing, that red flags came up. And, you know, it might have been a year or 2 years ago that they were being sued for illegally towing 700 vehicles. I don't know if Moreno Valley was part of that lawsuit. I know Riverside was involved. And I've never heard what the results were of that. But when you have an agency or a business that maybe is found guilty of that, I don't even think we should do business with them. I know in the city of Fontana, you don't see Pepe's tow trucks, and that's where their original headquarters is out of. So, yeah, as Bernard says, I haven't heard one good thing about Pepe's Towing, and it ain't me. I ain't going to say nothing because they've had a bad reputation for a very long time. And when I heard that they're here or if they got a contract, either somebody's rubbing elbows or didn't do no research on their background. But I'd like to know what happened with that lawsuit. You know, whether they settled, made a deal, and then they're back here. When I heard their name, that's no good. You know, I mean, like somebody getting paroled and he's a child molester and, you know, nobody knows where he's at, but he's back in the city. It's no good. You know, it's not that severe, but to me, anytime, you know, we're always fighting crime. So one less is better. Thank you.
The next two speakers for J8 Mayor are Roy Blackard, followed by Christopher Baca.
I'm sure Mr. Ed pulled this so I could come up here and speak again. So this whole thing really underscores a lot of what's wrong with Moreno Valley. See, we don't have enough tow yards. We don't have the ability to do it in our city, and then it constricts our ability to get tow yards or tow companies in Moreno Valley to do the job where we could keep an eye on them and provide. You know what? The problem is from the most cases, everywhere I look here, you do not see people who have participated, had to deal with the free market economy. The more you have, the more competition, the better the service, if you want to roll with that, the lower the price of what we all do. So you can see public policy is what's driving 98.7% of what you see happening here. If we had a city that had a proper plan in place and we weren't fighting amongst ourselves all the time, we would have the facilities in here to do this, and we would have 27 bids coming in here. And you would have options on the council. The staff could present you with options to fix or mitigate these concerns that come up. But we have reaped what we've sown. And we're seeing the results of it. So I hope this is another example where we take that 36-pound sledgehammer and try to knock some sense into you guys. Because this is a consistent, as it's proven, problem that's come up. All across the board, everything, practically 98.7% of what you hear are things like this and related. And we don't fix them. We don't come up with the proposals to fix these. And that's what's the problem. You wouldn't have these sort of problems. You would be up here, you should have the ability and the people that want to come into this city. And you have 87 gazillion choices instead of 2. Do we have the will, the vision, the guts to actually do that? Or are we just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again and hope for a different result?
The next 3 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Joanne Stefan, followed by Riley Peak.
So this is solely on the tow service. I just wanted to remind you a couple years ago that I came and spoke about my car being towed away at the apartment complex, and there was an investigation. And not to criticize our wonderful police department and our wonderful, don't want to do anything negative from our wonderful Chief Mack, but your police report sucked, and it was misleading, and it was false. And what happened is my car was towed, and I had at the time I was suffering from my cramping from the COVID, and I had a temporary red thing, and it had expired at midnight, and they towed my car at 2 a.m, and I had to get to the DM. I had the what do you call it? The doctor's thing, and I couldn't get to those days. I couldn't get to the DMV. Okay, so the police department said it was a legal tow. And it wasn't, because there's a procedure. And that's what I don't understand, why the police department knows that there are procedures to have a car towed from public, and this was, of course, Pepes Towing. And the procedure is that the management needs to call the tow company. The manager has to be there with the tow company to sign it off, and they need to call the police department to have the car towed. None of that happened. What the management was doing was being lazy and gave Pepes Tow the carte blanche to go in there and patrol and tow any car they felt like away. And that there's no procedure there, and there was no accountability as far as the police department allowing them to do such a thing. So as far as Pepes Tows is concerned, they're so corrupt, it's beyond, and I just don't understand how, after we went through that, I've given up on so many things with the city because of this kind of nonsense that keeps going on and on and on and on. So I don't understand why even it's being considered to have Pepes Tow here in our city after so many things that go on, and that's just the tip of the iceberg with so many things that go on in our city. It's sad. Now we have the mob here. We have special interests here to intimidate political campaigns. So those are the RESAs and the RSA.
The next 2 speakers are Joanne Stefan, followed by Riley Peak.
I'm here speaking as a private citizen of 40 years and not as a planning commissioner. And I was also, like our councilwoman said, kind of turned back when I heard Pepe's. It kind of really sent chills up my spine. And you should have heard the people in the back. So everybody knows who he is. He is a predator. My granddaughter, when she first moved into the income-sensitive apartments, got towed. And I had to go out there and I had to go to Pepe's. I told him, why was she towed? She had a sticker on her car, but it was a little bit lower, and he said he couldn't see it. It was visible. Did we get any relief? $450 some later? No. And I said, how are you going in there and towing people's cars when they're income sensitive? And he said, oh, well, they're so nice. They didn't even look like they were income sensitive. And I said, did they call you? He said, no, just like Chris said. They go in there periodically. They go around looking, and they'll tow people. And it's just a shame. And then she got towed again. No, she didn't get towed. She got towed. Her friend got towed because they parked the car. They went in to get something that she was going to give them a letter or something. When she came out, the car was gone. They're that quick. They're real quick. And this guy, I mean, I really can't see 2 tow companies in a city of 220,000 people. That doesn't even sound right to me. I mean, come on. It's really crazy that Pepe's is even being considered. And you should put something in there that when you get too many complaints, it gets rejected. Their contract is null and void, just like anything else. Because if you get too many complaints, there's an issue, there's a problem, and it has to be addressed, and quickly. And you need to tell them that. And maybe you need to remind them. And maybe you need to do a people in the city, how many people have problems with Pepe's? And maybe you'll get your answer there. Because just in this dais, like I said, back there you should have heard the minute Pepe's was named, it was like, oh, you should have heard the gas. So that tells you something. And Shalinda picked up on it right away because she's heard it quite a few times. So for him to even be up there, I mean, come on. They didn't even mention the other guy, the poor other guy. Who's he?
The next speaker is Riley Peak.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to quickly say that we shouldn't be towing our residents' cars outside of the city of Moreno Valley. If someone is left without a car and we take them to Paris, Riverside, they have to take the bus, and it's like a 2-hour ride just to pick up their car, when if we did it in Moreno Valley, it would take them 30 minutes. So I'm sure there's more than 2 towing companies in the city of Moreno Valley, and if there isn't, then we should be providing, maybe even lowering the fees if we tow it outside of the city. Because while yes, our residents, if they may park illegally, they should be punished, maybe with like a ticket or something, or towing them to somewhere in Moreno Valley, but we shouldn't make them go through that long commute just to get their car back. A lot of our residents are commuters. They either commute to college, they either commute to their jobs. More than half of our residents don't. They live here, but they don't work here. And without their job, they can't afford anything. So let's just keep the cars in Moreno Valley at least. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Tangela Ford and Luis Palomares.
Hi, Tangela Ford, 1st District. First time here. Whoa. Thank you guys for being here. On this item of J8, I also do agree with everyone that having the cars towed out of the jurisdiction is beyond inconvenient and just not financially appropriate for the citizens. However, when we start talking about changing the criteria, I'm really skeptical about that, of changing the criteria for the rotational tow contract in form of ordinance. Have we considered maybe a city towing? Money will just get recycled back to the city if we do that instead of privately contracting, or just trying to throw some solutions out there instead of just coming up here complaining to you guys. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow. Oh, golly, here we go. I agree with the lady that said we have to do something here within the city so we can at least use that money here. Comes back into the pot here. And as far as, everybody makes a dollar here. The towing company, the people the yard, everybody. Plus even the city, the police, you got to spend how much to get a release there? What, $200-$300 now? That's a lot of money. And then especially in apartments, come on. I mean, what does this guy park there, wait for somebody to do, and then he's on it like white on rice? It's all wrong. People are trying to make it. It's getting harder and harder and tougher. I mean, food, gas, wow. Come on, it's gonna go up to $8, $10, what? Because we're in a war that we don't need to be in? Really? Come on. We could send a man and a woman to the moon, but we can't fix things here in Moreno Valley. And we got the dollars. The sad part is we got the money to do it. We got Measure U money, the taxes, the penny tax, $30 million a year of my money. Let's build a police station on the East End with that money. We don't have to finance anything. Let's do that. We don't got to wait for Ito. Ito's going to take care of us down the road, but right now, let's do this. If it takes 5 years, 10 years, let's do what we got to do right now. So that's what I'm going to say about that. And I want to send a shout out to our firemen and our police because there are heroes out there. They were out there with those fires. I have 3 people that live out there, a niece and a couple of kids. And they were on it. And the Tita was there too, taking care of business. Thank you. He was on the job. So thank you for taking care of us. The chief and the police chief too, also with her officers out there trying to keep everything with the traffic going right. I really thank you so much for keeping us safe.
Mayor, that completes all of public comments for item J8.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you to our public speakers. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any deliberation if desired. If not, I think there was a motion.
I have a, before we get there. So I know that you said that if we don't approve this tonight, that we then can, with the tow yards we currently have, move to month. Does that change the price scale if we move month to month?
Well, typically when you go from the end of one contract and you go month to month, it's a negotiation.
Okay, so you would need to go back into negotiation for those rates?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But the one thing is that staff will try and quickly come back to council with revisions to the ordinance. If you are okay with out having that benign two-step process, we can come back with just revisions from what we heard today in consult with the city attorney in trying to change regulation based on everything that we heard, bring that back to council probably first meeting of May.
And I believe because of the nature of this type of activity, we can probably introduce it and adopt it on the same night as an urgency ordinance. So we don't have to wait for second reading and 30-day referendum period.
And my hope would be that we can try and rectify the framework of the new ordinance, have that in place, be out for RFP before the end of a current contract, so that way we can show good faith that this is going to come quick.
But before you make a motion, I have some clarification on some of the language, when you're ready.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem has a question, and then we'll come to you, Mr. City Attorney.
In hearing the concerns of some of the community members, can the RFP include, but again, there's not many tow companies that make it restrictive, complaints, customer service, stuff like that, that make it a little bit more robust, and we could see, some of that being addressed in the RFP?
Without saying exactly what those particular revisions may be, there are certain things that we can do that would bring in past practices.
The
Yes.
rating and
Yeah.
make it.
But without saying it out loud, yes, we will take a look at various things that would be able to give you options as policymakers.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we could bring back an ordinance that's kind of in a menu format, so the council can select which provisions they want to include. So the recommended motion should be reject all rotational tow service proposals, deny the approval of the recommended agreements, direct staff to present recommended revisions to the rotational tow service program at a future council meeting as soon as possible, and prepare a new request for proposals based on the revised rotational tow service program as approved by the City Council.
So moved. Looking for a second.
I'll second. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. And there were two other items that were pulled for separate action, so we'll go ahead and go to the next item, which was J7. That is, let me make sure I get the title here. Approval of agreement with Robert Garcia Boxing Academy for Community Boxing Academy Program, fiscal years 26-27 and 27-28. And we'll get started with a staff report from our city manager. No, we're going to get to that. First, we're going on the items that were pulled for separate action. Thank you. Okay, Mr. City Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The item before you tonight is a continuation of the Community Boxing Academy program that was implemented 2 years ago. In a nutshell, the program is to provide youth between the hours of 3 to 6 to promote healthy lifestyles, discipline, and leadership development through boxing. It is a 2-year program, $24,000 per year for a total of $48,000. And that particular contract runs out here in June 30th of 2026. And very similar to the contracts that we just brought forward with the community outreach pilot programs that those are 2-year pilot programs that ran out. We just brought that back. So this is just bringing it back for you guys to have a conversation on whether or not to continue this particular program. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So we'll bring it back to the dais for council questions of staff before we go to public comment on this item. And I do have to start off the questions. Mr. City Manager, is there any, I think we received something this afternoon, but is there anything you could share as far as data or statistics in regards to the number of youth that have been able to enter the program and train because of the funding and the partnership with the city, and any other data or statistics that you may have?
Yes, I just forwarded that to you because we just received the update for the reporting through the end of March. But there is, over the last year, which is the second year of this particular program, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 12, 13, 14. There is over 20 individuals, about 21 to 22 individuals that have come through this particular program in this last year. That range from the age of 11 to 18.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any other questions. Okay, seeing none, we can go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Susie, followed by Roy Blecker, followed by James Vega.
Hello, I am Susie Zapardo, and I haven't been here for a while, so let's see if I can do this right. I have a dance studio here in town. I've been fortunate enough to have it for 47 years, and we've been able to serve our community by teaching dance and so much more than that, including life skills. I am not really prepared for this because I just found out about this meeting right now, but very excited to hear that the boxing organization has had success. And I would just like to know where we need to go to find out about that, because Even though we've been in town for 47 years, we finally got our nonprofit a few years ago, and we've been trying to find a program that we can serve our community even better. My staff is ready to go, but I'm hitting red tape and all this stuff, and I don't really know what to do and where to go. So if we can get some direction, we would love that, because we just would love to serve our community more. So if someone could talk to me afterwards on how we can do that, we're ready to go.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We will make sure that someone connects with you right now as soon as your public comment is concluded, and we'll make sure to get you all that information.
Awesome. And thank you so much. I think that the boxing thing is awesome. That's great. And everything else that we're doing with our community, I think there's some good stuff for the kids. So that's very exciting. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by James Vega, followed by Bob Palomares.
This one caught my eye for a few various reasons. Not that a good program, we should encourage this. My first question is, were there RFPs put out? Did we go to other boxing clubs, martial arts, offer them, find out what was going on of that? Is there any metrics of the 2 years that we've had on the contract of students coming in or doing that, or had all that in? I didn't see that in the staff report or anything like that, because my main concern of that is it appears that when you come up to this or that, this boxing club has some sort of relationship ties to the mayor and the mall, and they've been up here with that. We just want to make sure that everything is above board on that, transparent, that we are doing competitive bids, or we're offering other agencies like that. Pains me to hear the first speaker, Ms. Zapardo, come up here and find out all the roadblocks she seems to be suffering in here, when her and her family have been here for 87 million decades, going back a long time. Why are the residents that have been here a long time seem to have all these kinds of problems and roadblocks coming in? And again, not saying anything's up or down or sideways on this thing, but when we put these staff reports together and we put these discussions together, and this should have, again, another issue that should not be on the consent calendar. It should have been on a regular agenda item, and we should know these things before the council votes on them, because I've said this 9,472 times. As long as you are making judgments on complete and accurate information, I can live with the decision even if I don't agree with it. But it always seems to be that there's some sort of problem, some sort of question. We're not being disclosed this. And that's why we have the angst of things that are coming in here time after time, item after item, day after day, year after year, decade after decade, and 40 plus years of history of the city of Moreno Valley. When do we stop? When do we do proper procedures of that? When, you guys use that transparency word. And I mean, it's absolutely amazing how we're everything but transparent. Transparent would be to do this. Now, maybe these are the only guys that could do it, whatever. Then explain that to us. Then you may have some justification for it. But again, it's Moreno Valley. It's a big question.
The next three speakers are James Vega, followed by Bob Palomares, followed by Ismael Gonzalez.
Good evening.
Allow me to say something to somebody just really quick?
It will, as soon as you start talking, it'll start your time. Just.
I actually danced with you and my son, so thank you so much for everything you've done in the city. You're fantastic. You really are. You're an inspiration, obviously, because now I have a youth foundation, so I'll talk to you afterwards. Sorry about that, guys. So, guys, thank you so much for putting this on the agenda. I brought a couple guys with me that are an example of what can happen within our city. They're undefeated fighters. These two kids are from here. One of them, Albert Gonzalez, is signed to Top Rank, and he's 17-0 currently in Louis on the other side on the east end in Rancho Balago. undefeated as well. That's the kind of stuff that comes from RGBA. We appreciate, like I said, Robert, actually, we had a discussion and we did come to the city to give us some assistance, of course. And obviously, you guys have treated us with open arms. It wasn't one of those things where we're trying to beg for assistance, but it's for the kids. You guys know that we've been through some troubles with the mall. We are expanding our current gym to 20,000 square feet. And more than anything, any assistance that you guys could give is for the children. We want to double up the size of the amount of kids that are coming in. And we are going to change things in May. We move into this new location to start working on it. Within 90 days, we are going to open it up to the public. So we are not charging anybody. It's going to be open to all the kids. So based on capacity and what we can take in, but we should be able to fill a good amount of kids. So Robert is doing that. Robert grew up in a bad area. He knows that help is needed. He wants to give back to the community, so it's not a matter of asking for funding. I know that's what I'm here for, but I kind of switched it up, and now we're going to open the doors to as many kids as we can. So that's our goal. That's what we want to do. We want to make champions like these kids behind me. We're not only going to teach boxing, but we're also teaching financial literacy. That's what these kids need. So we appreciate the support. We appreciate you guys putting us on the calendar here to give us some assistance. Of course, Robert just wants to make it known that he's covering the cost all the way through. So anything that the community can do to help these kids with equipment or whatever it is, we are going to open it up in a few months, invite everybody out to come look at it. It is one of the largest boxing facilities in the sport of boxing that's coming. So I'm going to put it together again, guys, and I'll invite you back out. I know we had 5,000 square feet, so we're quadrupling the size of it. There is footage that I've provided over so you guys can see how packed our gym is right now. And I know I'm running out of time, but just want to thank you, like I said, once again, and we are doing some positives. I don't see that there should be any backlash on this. We need to keep doing things for our kids and keep supporting Robert Garcia if you can. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Bal Palomares, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Luis Palomares.
You know, sports are great for the kids. When you get kids in sports and you start them young, it really benefits them when they get into, you know, teenagers and adults, because they ain't walking the streets. So that's great, and my hat's off to this program and the dancing one. But I gotta say that it seems to me like there wasn't any outreach, because the last time we were giving money to this boxing gym, there was a gentleman that has a boxing gym up on Canyon Springs Plaza that came down here. And he said, what about me? You know, I help out disadvantaged kids and all that. And that was it. You know, so I don't know, are we playing favoritism here? Or, I mean, I understand it's a great program, and that's great. But let's not forget the other guy that came here and also asked. You know, let's give him the opportunity, because he's doing the same thing. So, you know, just don't look one way, look the other way too. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Nathan Urena, followed by Luis Palomares.
Ismael Gonzalez here. Mr. Vega just left the building. I wanted to ask him to clarify what he just said. Does he not need the 48,000? Because he's going to open regardless, right? And he's going to supply free memberships to any kids that come. So why are we even having this discussion for this particular gym? You have someone who has a dance nonprofit who's been here for 30, or I'm not sure how long, but decades. And why is this particular company, this one gym, the only one to come to the agenda? I've never seen a business kind of have an item like this. And just out of morality's sake, I love MMA. I love boxing. But those people are all adults. they're willing to get hurt because it's a payday for them, right? Why subject kids to the same kind of level of risk? Take a look, Google it yourself. Football players and fighters who repeatedly get head trauma are able to get CTE. Are we gonna finance kids getting CTE in their earliest development stages of life? That's ridiculous. I think it's pretty clear, especially after what happened with the Moreno Valley Mall and the concern that you guys gave to that mall and this gym, that there is some kind of level of favoritism here. Mr. Mayor, you're looking down. I'm not sure if you want to address this, but is there some kind of connection between you and the ownership there? No, he says no, but everybody else says yes here in the audience. I'm wondering who to believe, I want some information, because why are we financing kids to get injured, to injure themselves at their the most important developmental stage of their life? I suffered trauma as a kid from a car accident. It's nothing to laugh about. It's nothing to smirk about, okay? Thankfully, it didn't have any sort of long-term issues with me, but to purposely put kids in a gym and fight each other, I mean, you guys have laws for animals fighting each other, right? Why are we considering this? Why am I paying $48,000 to finance this? Thank you so much.
The next two speakers are Nathan Urena, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, members of the community. I stand in strong support of the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy and all the transformative ways that they have helped our children in our community, from young boys and young girls going into that gym in the mall and transforming themselves, not only physically, but mentally. The sport of boxing is a sport of grit, a sport of determination. Very few sports, except for others like MMA, where you're actually one-on-one with your opponent. Baseball, football, you're with your team. They're all supporting you. But in boxing, you're in the ring. You're finding yourself. You're digging yourself up, and you're trying to find the very best in you. This program transformed a lot of kids in Moreno Valley because I've seen it firsthand. You could see kids who are happy there. They're no longer on their iPad, just sitting at home, just wandering around. They're no longer just roaming the streets. They're no longer just bored, finding something to do. They actually found a home. They found a community in that gym. And to see the two boxers that just came, one from District 3, the other from District 4, now champions, undefeated, who knows? They'll probably be the next WBC champion. We'll be probably painting murals of them just how they did in Tulare for Richard Torres when he won his silver medal. Just think of the transformative ways you can impact the community's lives. There are other opportunities. Other community groups just need to come forward, just like RGBA has done. It's not about favoritism. It's not about excluding. It's just about bringing the community forward. And Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, you have the facts in front of you. You know exactly what's happening. I ask that you look at the facts and not just some random baseless claim of favoritism or personal gain. That's not what we're here for. We're here for the community. We're here for the children. That's what's at stake at the end of the day. And with that, I just want to say again, I'm in strong support of this, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Wow, what a lie. Action-packed. Yes, it is about favoritism. Yes, it is, because it's another gym. They didn't give them the time of day. It's up there on I think they can't, where the Green Onion is. They turned a blind eye to them. They didn't help him. As a black gentleman, he has people in there that are young boys that are at risk and they want help, but we didn't even give them a time of day, right, Cabrera? Because your lobbyists and the people that donate to your campaign and the people that come and support you. And just like this young man right now gave you glory, you know, wow, what a great guy you are. Don't nod your head at me. Come on. You know, it's all true, you know. If people would turn on their TVs and look at what goes on in this council every time there's a meeting and the planning commission and all of that, they see the whole truth. You know, we've been in this, you know, for the longest time. You know, they come and lobby you. You know, I'm not against the gym. Hey, I came and supported it when the mall was closed down. I said, hey, open it up. We need those stores open. We need all these things going on in our community for our kids, right? But it seems like you're giving it to the same people every time. That's wrong. Look at the studio right here that the woman came and talked about, her dance studio. Give her some money, but you don't even say enough about it out there to let the people know. I didn't know. I didn't have a clue. You know, I talked to different, we don't know they're doing that. We don't have a clue. You know, send out something to the community, just like when you want to raise our taxes. Our mailboxes are full of all the propaganda, how you're going to save and what you're going to do for the city and how great it's going to be. Do that for all of these nonprofits that want something, that want to bring something to our city. Martial arts, you know, dance, music, all of the above. And other boxing, not just this one. Hey, I know they do excellent work. They're you know, top-notch people. I'm not knocking that. I'm just knocking about the money. You know, the money. Don't worry. Come and lobby me. I'll take care of you. Work on my campaign. I'll take care of you. Hey, I got this. That's who you are. You know, you just prostitute our tax dollars away, Mr. Mayor. That's the truth. I've been coming here for what? Over 20-something years? Come on. You've been here, what, 7 years too long? And we've been on the Titanic with you. You have took our city backwards. Look at what it looks like. And you still the Hillwood away, that project, $60 million. We could have had a lot of things for the youth here. We could have had a lot of stuff. Team posts, soccer fields, baseball diamonds, yada, yada, et cetera, et cetera. A state-of-the-art library, not a Mickey Mouse little libraries all over in every you know, storefront, and paying for staff money. A lot of money to keep those libraries going. That's your idea. So you could put something on your propaganda when you're running again. I hope the people I hope they vote you out this time. Because, man, we're bad off with you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Albert Gonzalez.
Hello, everybody. I wasn't ready to speak on any of this. I didn't come prepared, but I just got the encouragement from the people that were just speaking about Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. And like James said, forget who I am, forget Albert Gonzalez, a professional boxer. I'm here to speak about me being a Moreno Valley citizen that's lived here all my life. I was born here. I was born on Cactus. I've lived here all my life. And life was never easy for me, you know, growing up in hard places. Hemlock, Edgemont, you know, Peppercourt, it was never easy. But one thing that I could tell you guys is that boxing saved my life for the better. At the age of 18, my brother was killed to gang violence. Unfortunately, when you grow up in harsh environments, you're forced to fight. You're forced to grow up tough, because if not, you get bullied. You get picked on. It's not something that's delightful. That's something that I would wish on anybody. And at the end of the day, Moreno Valley is a tough city where you have to learn how to defend yourself. I love the fact, and I'm here speaking on that reason, that for what Robert Garcia is doing for this city. Not only, a lot of times when you grow up in these kinds of things, in these kinds of environments, you have nothing else to look forward to. You go to school and it's a lot of kids who are the cool kids, the kids that are in gangs, the kids that are, you know, doing the bad things, the ones that are not going to school. They're the ones that everybody looks up to. And I believe what Robert Garcia is doing to this city is giving hope for the better. It's giving a reason for you to do good and be able to make good money the right way, instead of, like I said, I'm from this city. I grew up in this city. I went to Serrano, I went to Palm, I went to Badgers, I went to Moreno Valley High School, I went to March High School, because I wasn't a good kid. But at the end of the day, when I started going to training, things like that, it gave me a reason to look forward into not doing bad things. But as long as we didn't have Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, there's no reason to look forward to. There's no reason to do the right things, the good things. Why? Because it's like you feel like it's not beneficial. But at Robert Garcia's gym, you got a world-class trainer that's been trainer of the year 2 times in the sport of boxing. And now you know that he's training kids here in this city. It gives hope to kids. It gives hope to people like myself that come from nothing, not come from nothing. Thank God I have my parents, but come from harsh times. But it gives you hope to know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. The gym is a very expensive gym. Not very expensive, but $200 a month. It's tough to come up with those funds. Now what James Vega and Robert Garcia are doing to get funds for kids and not have to pay that, it's a blessing. And I just came here to let you guys know that as a person that came from Moreno Valley, that lived here, was born here, I thank God for Robert Garcia and what they're doing, because not only has it inspired me, but I know it could inspire a lot of other kids that are up and coming.
Thank you.
The last and final speaker is Joanne Stefan.
Again, I'm speaking as a 44-year resident. My comments are my own. I should have stayed on the couch is where I should have stayed. The Robert Garcia gym that is at the mall, I personally, no matter how they got here, I really don't care. I'm kind of glad they're here. I really am. Because when it comes to the fact of having somebody like that in our city, I mean, I think it's a plus. And as far as an economic boost for our city, it's there. Taxes, revenue. I mean, we got kids like Albert Gonzalez, who was born and raised here, that is going to put probably the city already on the map, because when you Google, he's there. I mean, and city of Moreno Valley. So basically, to me, it doesn't matter how they got here, they're here. And we want to keep them. As far as I'm concerned. And if we give them the money, we give them the money because they're going to be doing good things for the kids. And like he said, he's going to try to open it up to other avenues. And actually, he's going to get more space in that mall. Because let's face it, you go to the mall, I don't want to, downplay anything, but let's face it, it really isn't a mall. So if we really get establishments like this in there and they're going to bring revenue, I mean, let's face it. Westminster, they're leveling it as we speak. Yeah, no more Westminster Mall. That's just done. They're doing condos, whatever. And a lot of the malls, that's what's happening, especially if they're not bringing in the dollars and bringing in the tenants. I mean, they just got through saying how much money we've already put into that mall. I mean, if I have a bad tenant, I know I get them out because it's just not feasible financially. But in our case, it's a different scenario because you've got all the people working there. You've got a lot of people that depend on their jobs there. So it's a different kind of thing. So, you got to throw them a lifeline and hope for the best. But this is one establishment that basically needs to stay there. And like everybody said, it's not the fact that they're getting this money, it's the fact that other establishments like this that are nonprofits, like the Ladies Dance Studio, just give us money to other ones and send out letters to the nonprofits and say, you know what, we may be able to help you. You don't even have to say a dollar amount. Just throw them a lifeline because it doesn't look good. That's what's happening here. It doesn't look good. Just to one.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for item J7.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to our public speakers as well. So with that, we will bring it back to the dais for questions and deliberation. And I just because my name has been brought up so much, I do want to just respond to some of those comments because I think it's just really unfortunate and unfair that people are making things up about how did they get here and all that kind of stuff. If you really realize the caliber of boxers that were just here. These are not just any boxers. These are world champions. They are on the Mount Rushmore. Robert Garcia himself and his brother Mikey Garcia, they made the decision to move from Riverside to come to Moreno Valley. And I just completely disagree with any of those arguments that say that basically are trying to throw them under the bus or taint their name. That is disrespectful. And I'm going to call that out because a lot of work went into getting them into this city. And we can have our disagreements, but I want to, before I continue also, I want to commend Susie Zapardo. You know, we've talked a few times over the past couple years. I commend you for the work that you're doing. I've been to the studio before. I need to go back, but do want to say that definitely support funding your program as well as others. And there are different funds, right? This particular funding is for RGBA or for boxing in this case. But for example, we also have public art initiatives. There's significant funding there as well. Dancing is a form of art, and there is funding, a lot of funding available. The applications are available. I'd love to get you that information so that you can submit an application and get funding for Youth Studio, and then take it a step further, share that with other organizations, other businesses that are also offering similar type of services, whether it's dance or any other type of art. There is a lot of funding there, and we are desperately trying to get that money out. We need your help. All of you folks that came up here and talked about why don't we spread the word, help us. Don't just come and complain. Help us to spread the word. You care so much. Excuse me, Palomares, you had your time. Please be respectful. Share that. Take the initiative to let folks know that this funding is available. It's your duty. It's our duty to do that together. Don't just come up here and complain. Take action. So, Ms. Zapardo, I invite you. I will personally send you that information and commit to supporting funding for your organization. And I have more comments, but I want to hear from my colleagues. I want to give them an opportunity to say something as well. So I'll hit the pause button and I'll look to my colleagues. Councilmember Delgado.
So I want to first start by apologizing to Susie because we didn't know that you were interested, or I mean, obviously anybody with a nonprofit would be interested, but we didn't know. So, or I didn't know, but you're here tonight and you're on the right track. As far as the other boxing establishment in Moreno Valley, I haven't heard him come here, but maybe he's in the same boat as you. So we'll get the word out. As far as the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, I have zero ties, maybe here's the line for zero, maybe below that, ties with Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. What I do know is I grew up in Fontana, and they had the Fontana Boxing Club, and I know kids that were in the Fontana Boxing Club that stayed out of trouble because they were boxing. I see what they're doing here, and I am thoroughly impressed. I've been to their I got a chair, and I sat and watched the goings on there, and I was extremely impressed on the discipline and the mannerisms and the whole arena. Everybody was extremely professional. The kids they were little guys all the way up to that age group, extremely professional. And I've been to Miss Susie's dance studio for the last 25 years, and then revisit it now with my granddaughter. So I understand that this program is 3 p.m. to 6, 3 to 6?
The program is to try and effectively cover 3 to 6 because of children that are out of school and parents that are still working. But this particular program, they are doing it 4 to 5.
Those times are crucial. We talked about that with the library down in District 2 about the kids coming out of school and not having a lot to do. So this program is giving kids something to do, and not only are it's mandated you're a professional. It's mandated you're respectful. So I support them, and I support what they're doing, and I also support other businesses and nonprofits that come to us for I wouldn't even say assistance, but partnerships. So looking forward to that, Miss Susie, and the other boxing academy in Moreno Valley that's been here quite a while. Have them come up. That's an art. Boxing is an art, so maybe we can take a look at them as well. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Next up, we'll go to Councilmember Bernard.
Yes. I'm going to go a little differently than what I'm hearing up here, and it's just because there were a number of things that were said. I do think because this is becoming This is now becoming the norm that we are doing this. I do think personally that we should transfer to a system of a request for funding, a request for funding proposals, not just here, but in other situations that we're in, because then you don't have what we're having here today, which is everybody went in, everybody had a fair shot, and this is what we came out to. So that's one thing. Also, so we were talking about metrics, just like when we're doing our program with the nonprofits that we were giving funds to. There's a metric system that was in the original contract that was executed, and there's one that should be in this contract that's going to, if we're to go through tonight, that would be executed. They're supposed to deliver quarterly reports, and I'm not seeing a quarterly report. The email that I did get when we were sitting up was just like a list of names, which, by the way, was that's a whole. I'm someone that believes in PII, and so I was like, yeah. So now I have a list of names, ages, and the parents that signed them up. So that's another thing. So I don't have the metrics of how many kids were actually signed up, when they were signed up, how long they were there. I'm looking for the metrics telling me, I know it wasn't until the last gentleman spoke where he was like, oh, it's $200 a month. I had no idea how much it was going to cost. Then Mr. Vega says, like, we're okay with this funding. Thank you for the funding. But Robert Garcia is going to cover everything except for the equipment. So now I'm like, well, how much is the equipment? So there's just little things that are like piquing me that, one, even based on the first contract, they didn't provide the metrics that were required quarterly because it's not in the report anywhere. And I'm wondering if it was only provided with the names today, because I'm like, well, how long were these kids there? How do you select the children? What is the criteria to determine which one of these children is able to participate? Like, these are questions that just in general, as someone that deals with grants and things like that, every grant that I do, I have to have metrics to show that I'm meeting and matching the marks. Or, for instance, if we're not meeting the marks, we're unable to deliver on those deliverables, we got to start sending money back. So I've got to make sure by like a certain day, like, okay, I submitted my report for this. I had the report for this. Here's my calendar to show what we've done here and there. So those are the things that, while I'm fine with everything that Robert Garcia Boxing is doing, I'm sure they're doing wonderful things. That gym is always crowded. It's always busy. Those are just the simple questions that I think we should be delving into a little bit more. Because based on that, even if I say the contract was executed 2024 to 2026, quarterly reports, I should have at least six metrics that told me, like, here we were. So the first month we only had 2 students, but the second month we went out and requested it and we got this many, like, but none of that is here. And to some people, they're like, well, it's just only $48,000. Yeah, that's still a lot of money, especially when I can think of, like, for instance, at a dance studio where she'd be like, you know what, there's a parent that came in, because that's the other question I have, is it someone whose child can't afford it, right? Like, is it someone whose child, where the parent's like, I really want them to do this, but you know what, we are low income and this is how much it is, so we're using this money to subsidize. Those are things, just like when we have Hole in the Wall and Inland Compassion and all those groups, Empower Speaks Louder, and all of them come in and they're reading off a list. We've served this many people, we've done this, we've done that, we've done this, and like the 3 minutes that we give them. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing that here. And so while I'm okay with the original agreement, I now want to know how we're going to make sure that these deliverables are there for the next agreement. And then if we need, I really do think we need to look at how this money is given out, and if it should be the same people every single year. And it's not just here, it's other things that I have been pushing, like, hey, you guys, we should really do a request and have everybody come in, because then you don't have people like that boxing gym over there on the other side of the 60 saying, well, we've been here for 30 plus years and no one's cared, but all of a sudden you guys care about this one. And I understand they're at the mall and they're investing in the mall and they're elite athletes, but that's not to say that there's not elite athletes or elite people at other places either, just because they're not with this gym in particular that came from Riverside to here. Also, it's always a silent competition between us and Riverside that I got to keep pinging with, and I'm over that part. Just let me know, like, how they met their metrics and where are their metrics, and I probably would be like, okay, fine, they met the metrics. And that's the thing that I'm like looking at now, that I'm like, nobody's questioning how they met the metrics because it's not in the report, and it literally says it in the contract. And especially when I have a council that likes to get really particular about contract details, and today we're not getting into contract details.
Any other? Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Pretty much at the same place as Councilmember Bernard. I asked for the metrics yesterday. That's why we got the list today. Those are not metrics. That is not what the report said we would be having. They're not quarterly. They can't backdate them and say, oh, we meant to give you these in January and these in April. They didn't fulfill the contract for the 2 years that they had the contract. Why would we renew and let them do that again? We're charging our little leagues, Canyon Springs Little League, Moreno Valley Pony League, our soccer clubs, we're all charging them for lighting. Well, we would affect more students and athletes if we were subsidizing the lighting with this, with the money if we were subsidizing that this year, or if we were looking and reaching out to the dance studios, to our taekwondo, to those who wanted to play volleyball at the rec center, to expand the money. But we've already invested $50,000 or $48,000 over the last 2 years with Robert Garcia. I think they're off the ground. They're doing great. They're expanding. They just said they were willing to pay for everything. Why would we go and give them more money? It just doesn't make sense. And when I spoke to them at their recent event and they asked me to transfer some of our foundation money to their foundation, I told the city manager that sounded ridiculous. If they're doing well enough where they're building a foundation now, they have all this money, well, they're off on their own. That's great. Let's invest in another another business that will keep our children in the hours of 3 to 6. It's a 1 hour a day at this Robert Garcia, and we're paying $200 a month for them. And is it the same? We got one list for 2 years, 21 students. Have they been in there since the beginning? Is there savings? Did they finish the first 48,000? If they're charging $200 for a month and they're going 1 hour a day, but not to say that what they're doing isn't good. We've been down there, it's great, and they're off the ground. They're doing great now. So I think it's time for us to move and in a different direction and start a bid. Just like, we have rules about, bid limits. Not to say that we're over the bid limit, but the spirit of that is that you don't spend all your money in one place. You give some all around. We don't keep using the same caterer. We don't use the same vendors in anything. We spread it out because we're a public agency. These are taxes. It should go to all of the businesses, not just to one. So with that, feedback.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
I just want to make a few comments regarding. I think we should, RGBA is a world class organization. They're churning out world class fighters, as we've seen, youth. They're becoming disciplined. Their gym is world class. The expansion they're doing into the mall. Not too many businesses in the mall are expanding in that fashion. So I think that we should put everything in a balanced way. Yes, there should be definitely metrics for different nonprofits like we do with everyone else. But I think at the same time, I think the city does do their due diligence and spread the word for these nonprofits to apply for funding. If we all need to do better and make sure that different organizations tap into our city resources, then that's something we need to do. All boxing organizations, deserve a balanced resource here in the city. But RGBA, they did come from Riverside. They're here, homegrown in Moreno Valley. They support local Moreno Valley fighters, and that's something commendable. And we shouldn't. We got to make sure that that doesn't taint the RGBA and what they're doing in the city. So if we can support them in any way we can, we should. But at the same time, making sure that they're meeting all their contracts and whatnot. So I think RGBA is doing a great job, and they'll continue doing a great job here in the city of Moreno Valley, and we cannot forget that.
Councilmember Delgado.
I just have one follow-up question, Brian. If this passes tonight and they get the $48,000, how can we? Is it up to us as a body to make sure that those PIIs are met and reported, like the other nonprofits come into the county or the meetings and report that out, or is that literally are we relying on them to do it? And if they don't, we don't renew their, how does that work?
Well, it's funny how you brought up the nonprofits. So the community outreach pilot program was literally brought forward to council and supported by council for those nonprofits that couldn't qualify for HUD funding, which is very restrictive. We don't do an RFP for those particular 3 entities that were part of the original 2-year. We added one agency recently and didn't even spread the original 210,000 amount. We went up to 280. So there was no RFP. We just added a new nonprofit. The metrics in the form and the contract is basically the same, in which those nonprofits are coming in and doing the quarterly. This particular contract, they're not submitting on a quarterly basis. They're submitting on an annual basis. But again, these were to be very least restrictive. There were really no tangible aspects with these particular contracts originally with the community outreach pilot program because they couldn't qualify for the HUD funding. So we were trying to provide funding to have those nonprofits do better in our city, and that's what this particular program was designed off of. So if approved tonight, and what I'm hearing from council is they truly want metrics going forward, we will provide metrics. But for the nonprofits, that's how it was designed. It was designed for funding so that they can continue for the betterment of the city, but knowing that they do not have the backbone for HUD funding.
Okay, no. Here's the thing. Then don't put it in the contract to provide metrics. So this is kind of this is the issue. While I understand that for HUD funding, they weren't able to make it, if you put in a contract, a legally binding contract, you are to provide A, B, C, and D, then I expect you to provide A, B, C, and D and do not waver. So the fact that it was even an optional, like, oh, well, if it's an annual, negative, contract says quarterly. If it's annual, then say annual. But if you tell me quarterly, I'm expecting to hit that quarterly. When I have a contract or anything like that with the state or any of my community groups that I'm doing research with, these are like, yeah, here's my deliverables. So then why am I having them sign a contract that says quarterly, and then they're under the impression like, well, we can do it annually. And even if that's the case, they didn't submit annually either, because I don't have any annual reports either. So the contract, if it states explicitly quarterly, I expect quarterly. I'm not playing, like we're not like batting this back and forth with them. It says quarterly, show up quarterly and deliver what needs to be delivered. If it's annual, then show up annually and tell me what needs to be delivered. But if it's in the contract, you and I both know this because we deal in contracts.
Well, yes, but my comment was, we didn't provide you the metrics for the 2 years related to the nonprofits when we brought that back recently, and you guys approved for the 4 nonprofits.
We're not talking about the nonprofits.
But
We're
none
talking
of the
about one
metrics,
particular thing.
none of the metrics were provided at that time. That's why this wasn't provided as part of this particular package.
This is the same thing you brought up when I asked you about this yesterday. Oh, well, we didn't do it for them. It doesn't matter. We're asking about this particular project.
But that is why it is not in the that's why it's not in the staff report itself. And I provided you guys an email today for the past year.
Yeah, I just would like to also say that, you know, that agreement, that partnership was approved by the 5 of us, right? So that's something that we all agree to. And of course, it sounds like there's, you know, at least a couple of things that definitely need to be tidied up moving forward. That doesn't, you know, dispel or, you know, completely negate all of the good that the partnership has done. The original intent of the partnership and the reason why the 5 of us up here voted to approve it and enter and into that agreement and fund the program was to help at-risk youth that could not afford to pay for the full membership at the Boxing Academy, and to help those within that window after school where they're most at risk. And Robert Garcia was willing to help pay some of that. The city came in and essentially subsidized part of those memberships, right? So I think, you know, I also just want to make sure that I hear some comments from my colleagues that I somewhat agree with, not completely, because if I hear, you know, comments about what about all the other boxing gyms. After Romel, the owner of United Boxing Academy over in District 2, I think, when he came for that last meeting, when this was previously approved, I reached out to him. I don't know if any of my colleagues reached out to him. I reached out to him and I spoke to him and I explained to him, we want to work with you, and I have not spoken to him since. He has not reached out since, so we need to revisit that conversation. And my point is that that's just one other boxing gym in the city. There are many other taekwondo, karate, jiu-jitsu. So if we're gonna open up that Pandora's box, there's only limited funding. We're gonna have to say no to a lot of people. And if we dilute it so much, how many people are we actually helping? Like, are we helping the best that we can in, the name of trying to fund as many organizations as we possibly can? So, I definitely support continuing the funding to, help these youth that are at risk to get their, skills, not only in boxing, but in life as well, with a partner that, would we be asking probably similar questions, but if we had a Kawhi Leonard in here, who we've partnered with many times without going through RFPs or anything like that, even the previous mayor was a big supporter of that. Members of this council as well that were there taking pictures, very proud of the work that Kawhi Leonard, NBA champion from Moreno Valley, has been able to partner with the city, or even other, Super Bowl champions that we have here in the city. When they see this kind of stuff, I think they think twice about wanting to do business with the city because of how controversial it's becoming when it shouldn't be. We're talking about at-risk youth. I grew up in Compton. I didn't have access to a lot of these services either, but in my case, my parents worked hard to put me into Catholic school, and that somewhat shielded me from a lot of what Compton had to offer. I could have easily gone into gangs or drugs and other things, but I didn't because I had those pathways, those opportunities to keep me out of harm and to keep me away from bad people in bad places at the wrong time. This is us trying to expand the offering of those pathways with a premier boxing gym that decided to come to Moreno Valley. And we cannot let them leave the city. We can't risk them leaving the city of Moreno Valley. So
I'm going to take issue with
to-
I'm going to take issue with that because I understand and I hear what you're saying. No one's arguing whether or not they're actually helping at-risk youth. That's not the argument. The argument is the metrics. The argument is the documentation and the paperwork to say this is what we're doing, A, B, C, and D. That is the only argument that we're having up here. So to then conflate the issue and say, oh no, you guys are going back and forth about a premier boxing, that's not what this is about. This is about, listen, had they had the deliverables in here and the metrics, I'd have been like, cool, we're good. Sounds like a plan. Because when I said, like, hey, we have some other groups, they're not delivering, and once we started asking them that, they would show up in here and they would say, all I'm saying is, give me some information as to what happened. And so I can let this go through for the next one, but I'm telling you right now, if it looks like this again, where they're unable to deliver metrics, now I have a problem again. Because that's all I'm asking you to do. It's a very simple, like, they do their accounting every month. I know because they're paying their bills. So they're doing their accounting every month. And when you're getting, even if you're getting money from us to say like, hey, this is to help at-risk youth, how else do you judge the system if it's working if you don't have the information to prove that it's working? Because someone told me it was? Because they wanted me to believe it? For all I know, half of these kids could have enrolled 3 months ago. That's all we're asking. And if that's too much, so as someone who's a taxpayer here, not just an elected, but an actual taxpayer, if that's too much to ask of them, well, God forgive me for asking them to be responsible with taxpayer dollars and explain to me what they're doing with the money.
No one said it's too much. We all agree.
You just
that that's
did when you
something
sat
that-
up here and you started conflating and you
don't
started
mind-
talking about I grew up
can
in
I
Compton.
finish
You
my
do this all the
comments?
time. And I've talked to you about that.
Can I
You
finish
do
my
this all the time.
comments?
No.
I'll let
Because
you
you've
finish.
had the hardest life of
Go ahead.
everybody.
I think it would be better if we did something like a voucher system where a student would come, bring maybe their report card, their parents' income, and they would choose if they want to go dance with Susie or if they want to go fight with Robert or if they want to play Little League for the year. But we would support their individual, low-income, individualized students that we could directly impact instead of giving money to the guy who put the mayor's name on a star in his business.
So Ryan, let me go back to my original question before all this started.
Okay, look, let's get some order.
Yes.
Just 1 second, council member. People are really, emotions are running high right now. And we just want to make sure that we bring back some decorum. Some council members are walking off the dais, unfortunately. But Councilmember Delgado, the
So
floor is
Brian,
yours.
going back to my original question, can we, if this gets approved, can we
They always walk out.
move forward and require them to present metrics and require it?
Yes, if that's what I'm hearing from this particular body, we will ensure that.
And then is it up to us to ensure that those reports are?
No, it wouldn't be up to you. It would be up to me.
No, but I mean us as a city.
Yeah, us as a city.
the grantor.
We would ensure that they would meet the metrics, if that's what this body wants.
We definitely should make sure that
I
happens.
wholeheartedly
We have
agree. And Councilmember Bernard and Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz had excellent points as far as making sure making sure that they report just like everybody else should. And the voucher program is a good idea, but I think that's not what is in here now. And if this passes tonight, I think we need to put it in a contract that they report. And it's in there, right? But we need to hold them to the fire and make sure that it gets done. 'Cause I don't think anybody is arguing that it's a great program. Yeah.
I think we all agree on that, absolutely.
Just saying it a different way.
Yeah. So, apologies that the deliberation is getting, a little out of normal, standards, but I agree, I support that. We need to make sure that those reports are done, and I really don't think we should belabor this, deliberation anymore. I think we've gone far enough with this. So I would make a motion that we approve.
I'd wait till the full council gets here, just to be fair.
Do we know how long? I hear Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz in the back here.
Can we take a break?
Based on, in talking with the city attorney, technically a break hasn't been called. So if there is a motion and a vote, those two are just away at this particular point in time.
It's not standard protocol for council members to just walk off the dais.
Can we tell them, hey, we're gonna vote, can you come back? And if they don't come back, then we
Okay.
give them an opportunity to
we-
come back, and we go.
Is staff able to see if they can find the council members? If not, we need to continue with business. It's already 8:30 and we have a lot more items on our agenda. We can't we can't do business this way. Okay, so the council members are back in the council chamber. At this time, I would make a motion that we approve staff's recommendations and specify that moving forward for the 2-year term of the agreement, that we ensure and require that those quarterly reports are conducted and reported back to the city. I'm seeking a second on that.
I'll second that.
We will go ahead and call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes with 4 yeses. Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz is the no vote. So we will go, actually at this time, it's probably a good time to call for a break. We'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll be right back. Good evening and welcome back to our regular council meeting. We will go ahead and pick up where we left off. We had just concluded item J7, which was pulled for separate action, and there was a second item that was pulled for separate action. That was J14. That pertains to the proposed contract for the public safety campus. And so let me go ahead and get to that item here. Just 1 second. So J14, we will first start with a staff report, and then we'll go into public comment.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The item before you tonight is for architectural and engineering design services related to a public safety campus on the east side of the city. This was a continued item from our last meeting. Do want to note that verbiage on page 3 under the title heading Public Safety Property Covenant. So page 3, page 4, page 5, and a portion of page 6 is new narrative verbiage related to the covenant. And in working with the city attorney, he went ahead and put this particular language in here. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the city attorney to discuss prevailing wage and to discuss the covenant itself and the binding effect of the covenant.
And this is, although this background information is related to basically the timing as to why this has been placed on the city council's agenda tonight. So the former city manager negotiated an arrangement with Highland Fairview. Pardon? Oh, I thought somebody asked me a question. Okay. Sorry. So negotiated an agreement, an arrangement with Highland Fairview. And when I went over the terms with him, I realized that, well, we need to memorialize this agreement. And this agreement needs to be memorialized in a manner that makes it binding, not only on Highland Fairview, but any of their subsidiaries. So they can't just change their corporate organization and get out from under this obligation. But let's just start with the basics. So a property covenant is basically it's an agreement. It's a legal obligation that applies to the property. So we select the property and we record this agreement with the county recorder's office. And anyone who owns that property is subject to those provisions. What's also unique about this covenant is that we not only bind the property and whoever owns that property at the time, but we also bind Highland Fairview and all of its subsidiaries. Because currently there's one of the Highland subsidiaries owns this property. So this covenant is actually Highland Fairview and Merwin Properties and any other Highland Fairview subsidiaries. So we have a binding agreement here that's recorded. So what's this agreement involve? Well, it requires that, and I'm going to use Highland Fairview just in general, but again, it applies to the property owner, Merwin, and applies to all the subsidiaries. So, and it's so important to note too that there's no out-of-pocket costs here for Highland Fairview. They're not doing anything that's going to cost them out-of-pocket costs, because all of this is going to be paid for by the development impact fees that they are required by law to pay to the city, the public safety development impact fees that they have to pay for residential units. So here's the deal. So they are required to set aside 10 buildable acres of land. In this case, it's almost 15 acres of, we call it gross acreage, but they can only build, only 10 acres are buildable based on setbacks and things like that. So they have to set aside that land for the construction of a public safety campus. And they are also required to construct a turnkey public safety campus and eventually deed the land and the public safety campus and all the improvements over to the city. And we'll talk about the timing there. later. But they also, in addition to deeding the land, and they're not giving it to us, they're not donating it to us. And in addition to constructing the public safety campus, and again, it's no out-of-pocket cost for them because it's going to be paid for with these development impact fees that they're required to pay. They're going to provide a fire ladder truck, a fire engine, and a paramedic and fire squad. Again, no out-of-pocket cost for them. It's all going to be covered by development impact fees. So when does this have to happen? Well, it's structured so that at the time, so as you know, they have 15,000 homes that have been approved over Aquabella. And I gather there's some other residential units that they're planning on building in the future, which they have to come back and get entitlements for. So at the time they finish construction of the 7,000th residential unit within the city, within any of their projects in the city. They have to set aside this land and start construction of the public safety campus. And they have to finish construction within 3 years after that 7,000 permit, that inspection is actually approved. When I talk about inspections, final inspection, it means that it's done, they can sell it, they can rent it. So they have 3 years to do that. Well, at the time that this this agreement was negotiated with Highland Fairview, there was a private developer could provide a park, build a park, and deed it to us later. Well, what sort of advantage does that bring to the city? Well, they did not have to pay prevailing wages at that time if they built it and they gave us the land. Well, if we're using development impact fees to pay for that, which we're doing here, that's money that we can, we're going to do it through this program of, issuing a bond. That's money we can use for something else that has to do with public safety. So it actually reduces the cost. It would reduce the cost of this project. Since that time, the State Department of Industrial Relations has changed their opinion about whether or not a project like this can be built by a private entity and given to the city without having to pay prevailing wages. So under the current regulatory scheme regarding prevailing wages, if Highland Fairview built this, they have to pay prevailing wages. So what's that impact on us? Well, that means that's our development impact fees that we're committing to that. So again, Highland Fairview is no out-of-pocket cost for them. They have to pay these fees anyways. What we essentially did was earmark all these development impact fee revenues we're collecting from Highland Fairview to build this project. So that's what this covenant is all about. And so once that, so it's my understanding that the reason for the recommendation to move forward with the city actually putting up the money up front and having it designed and constructed is that we're going to have to pay prevailing wages anyways. And instead of having to wait for the 7,000 home to be built, which we have no idea when that can happen, or Highland Fairview can choose to not build 7,000 homes and stop at 6,999 homes, and then they don't have an obligation to build it. Then we don't have the land, and we don't have that commitment, which is not going to give us any benefit now because there's prevailing wages involved. So this, by moving this, by using bond proceeds from Measure M to pay for it, it basically gets rid of that risk that it's never going to be built, or it won't be built for a long time. So we're kind of fast forwarding everything and moving it up front, and we're going to pay for it. Then all those development impact fees that Highland Fairview has to pay, we can use it to contribute toward the construction costs, or we can use it for other public safety facilities and services. So it's basically money that the city's going to have to cover in any event for the land and for the construction. We're not getting it for free. We're paying for it. Now, whether we're using Measure M or we're going to use the development impact fees, that's up to the council to decide. So that was the initial intent, was to have the developer develop it, which developers were doing in other jurisdictions. You build it, you don't have to pay prevailing wages, but you give us that public improvement, that park or that recreation center or whatever, aquatic center, and we don't have to pay prevailing wages. But we'll use your development impact fees to cover the costs. So by funding it using bond proceeds that are secured by Measure N revenue, moves it up. And by going out and getting a bid to enter into a contract for somebody who designs it, it just moves everything up and it creates certainty with respect to actually building this public safety campus. Or Measure U, I'm sorry. It's Measure U proceeds. So that's what this covenant is all about. And that's my understanding as to why staff is suggesting that the city just move forward and hire the architect to design it. Highland Fairview won't be doing that if you guys choose to go down this path. But I just think it's important to, to clarify that you're not getting this land for free. You're not getting this public safety campus for free. You're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it either through bond proceeds that are secured by Measure U, or you're going to use the development impact fees that they pay eventually. They're not going to pay it all up front, but those are your two options there. Or you can use, whatever other funds you can legally use to build this project. So that's the background information, because, and I was hoping that by addressing these issues in the context of staff report, it addresses a lot of the questions that were raised at the last meeting. So I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager and Mr. City Attorney. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
So, Steve, thank you very much for that augmented and that broken down explanation of this process, because that really makes a lot of sense. We are going to pay for it eventually. It's coming out of DIF, whatever we do with DIF in the long run, in the 699,000th up 7,000th home. That's when it starts anyways. So my understanding of what you just explained is we literally are just expediting a public safety center for our residents on the East End, because we are only growing. We're not getting any smaller. We're growing, especially on that side in Councilmember Gonzalez's district. So this is basically expediting this inevitable public safety building.
Yes.
And that my pea brain, that's what I want to understand, is that basically what we're doing. So now we're not waiting years and years and years. We're going to push this up to the front and provide a blanket of security to the folks on the East End. And not just the folks on the East End, but I mean, they can respond over here with the ladder truck too. So is that my understanding?
Yeah.
I mean, am I, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Does DIF right now, the police and fire safety DIF, does it have monies right now from Highland Fairview from any of their developments?
You would have to defer to finance on that. They have to pay public safety development impact fees for a variety of types of developments, like for industrial development, for residential development. So no matter what they build, they have to pay that public safety development impact fee. But this is all tied to the residential DIF.
But true, but specifically, is there money in that line item currently?
Yeah, I would assume there is, without knowing actually how much or the actual detail. I know that we've gone through all of the recent documents, settlement agreements, specific plans, and identified all of the various metrics and so forth and various payments that they've made to meet certain metrics. Their certificate of occupancy on Building 6A for WLC is getting ready to be issued, which kicks off a whole new round of funding that would need to be submitted to the city. So I will say that from a dollar amount perspective, police diff right now is currently in a negative state and has a loan to the general fund because of the current debt service that they're paying on the current public safety building on the west side. And they don't have enough diff to pay for the debt service right now. And fire has no dollar amounts or surplus amounts that would be able to build this particular facility at this particular point in time.
And a follow-up question: can those divs, the industrial divs, be used for the public safety campus, or no, or just the residential ones?
Any public safety development impact fees, regardless of what sort of projects tied to it, can be used for this purpose.
Okay, thank you. Those are my
I
questions
should
for
mention
now.
too that if the city builds it, we don't have to get permits. We don't have to go to planning commission and have it processed. If Highland Fairview built it, they have to go through the planning commission process and city council process. We have to
Thank you,
comply with
Steve.
CEQA though.
Thank you.
And a quick follow-up question there, just before that answer, or those two answers, Mr. City Attorney, you mentioned that everything that you said was specific to the residential. It had nothing to do with WLC. WLC is it's technically a separate project, technically has nothing to do with this.
No residential.
So when it comes to Aquabella, which is the project this applies to, has Highland Fairview contributed anything in terms of diff when it comes to Aquabella?
They haven't broken ground, so
Nothing.
there's nothing.
So far. And then the World Logistics Center came up. It was mentioned. It's another project that Highland Fairview is building. Do we by chance know how much they've contributed to date and how much at full build out, if they build out the full World Logistics Center, how much they would be contributing in development impact fees?
We'd have to provide you the exact number via email tomorrow morning, but the full build out of WLC will be over $100 million worth of diff that would be paid to the city amongst all the different diff categories.
Got it. I have a few more, but I think Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz has a question.
What about the land that it's on, the proposed site? Who owns that?
Merwin Properties,
A
Highland
subsidy?
Fairview
Highland
owns that.
Fairview?
Yes, and I'm glad you bring that up because that's one of the issues we would have to go back and negotiate in the covenant because they are not obligated to give us that land, to deed that land over until 3 years after the 7,000th residential unit is just approved, final inspection.
And then they were
We'd
supposed
have
to
to move
build.
that date up.
They were supposed to build the whole public safety campus turnkey.
Correct.
That was because they were going to pay, not pay prevailing wage. They were going to get it built at a way lower cost than we would.
Correct.
Now that that loophole has closed and they are required to pay prevailing wage, are they still required to provide us a turnkey public safety campus, no matter what the cost has gone up?
Yes, but remember, if it exceeds the cost of the development impact fees that they're obligated to pay, we have to give them credit for future development impact fees.
But they said they would give us a turnkey station, so how could they go over? The product is the turnkey station. How could it possibly go over? That's what we agreed to.
Because I think at the time it was negotiated, they probably crunched the numbers and realized, oh, construction costs, we're going to have to pay prevailing wages, it's this much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But they agreed to make the turnkey station. They agreed to build it and give it to us.
Correct.
Because it's costing more, the agreement is no good?
Oh, no, they're not, I don't think they've commented on this.
But why would they comment? Don't they still have to fulfill
Well, they
the
have to still
agreement
build, yes, they still have to do it.
at whatever cost it costs?
Yes, but again, it's a cost the city's paying. You're gonna be
the city
paying it
pay?
in the form of development impact fee credits. So if it exceeds their, whatever cost it is, they're gonna be made whole. Highland
To be
Fairview.
made whole.
So
What do you
ba-
mean?
so
Hey,
ba-
It means that they're not gonna incur any out-of-pocket costs.
it's supposed to be all out of pocket.
No, so basically what will happen is they would, at the 7,000th permit, they would then have 3 years to build the campus. They would build it. And then the diff fees that they would have, that they had paid would end up being credited back to them after the campus was built.
Just real quick. So look, this idea of a bond to expedite the building is just on us. That's what we want, right? That's what we want. That's what this is. Well, that's why we're here. Pretend this never occurred. Realize this never occurred. This is just being kicked down the road. This is gonna happen. It's just gonna happen years down the road, and all we're trying to do is expedite it.
In a perfect world, I would have had the property not related to a developer, and we would have just brought this forward as part of the adopted budget process, which you guys approved in May of last year, and the CIP approved in June. And we would be, I would assume, rocking and rolling on a property, on a public safety campus that was already city-owned, not tied to a developer, and this was predicated off of how council, this body, wanted to spend Measure U funds for the first year.
So since we're building it early, it means that he'll have cost savings, right? Because it won't cost as much as it would have been if he builds it in the future. So perhaps you can go back and negotiate with him because we're going to build it now at a savings to you. You could go ahead and deed us the property, but it makes no sense for us to build on his land.
Well, as the city attorney alluded to, there would have to be an amendment to the covenant so that we take site control of the property now.
Yeah, because that covenant's recorded against that particular parcel.
And so in any motion, and I'm going to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez next for a question, but in any motion that we make today, we can direct staff to go speak to Highland Fairview and attempt to renegotiate the terms of that agreement, the covenant, the deeds on the property, since we, on our side, in good faith, to protect our residents and provide more public safety services, are expediting it, moving it up. It's a no-brainer. They should ideally be willing to do the same, but we have to ask and agree to new terms, correct?
Correct. An amendment to the covenant.
Mayor Pro Tem?
To move up the timing to get the land.
This is more of a finance question. If those will those credits be structured, and will they be proportional to what they contribute?
Yes, to equivalent to the cost of construction.
And that's how it's structured in the, okay.
And I think another thing to consider here is that the fee schedule gets locked in at certain points in the development process. So, again, just to kind of support the argument of the costs as time goes on with inflation, et cetera. Also, the amount of diff that gets contributed toward paying for these facilities, that's locked in basically today's dollars, right? Or is it possible that the amount of diff they contribute goes up in the future?
No, not on this one, because they elected, there is a state statute 330 that requires when an application is submitted and their request of that particular statute, that all fees are locked in at that particular point in time.
What's the fee, the total cost on the public safety campus that they're paying? What did we assign that cost at?
We didn't ever sign it in the covenant.
So again, in the covenant, if they were to build it, they build it, if they had to pay prevailing wages, if they have to pay prevailing wages, they have to pay prevailing wages. But they're going to get reimbursed for those additional costs through credits for future development impact fees that they owe to the city.
But that's not what we were told. We were told we would approve the Alcobella and we would get a turnkey public safety campus.
Yeah, that's why I
That's
thought it
what we
was
were told.
important to outline all these provisions of the covenant.
I have a question. So, does anything in this covenant prohibit Highland Fairview from assisting in the design or the construction of the public safety campus, like outright, like just contributing without? Can they do it voluntarily?
Oh, yeah, they can always do it voluntarily.
If we award this $4 to $5 million contract for design and architecture, et cetera, is there anything prohibiting Highland Fairview from voluntarily being in good faith, coming to the city and saying, hey, I'm going to put 5% or 10% or some other number that they're willing? There's nothing stopping them from making a payment to the city, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the council? That's coming next, but we're still on questions of staff.
So again, just in summary, if they build it, we stick to the covenant, and let's say that they do decide to build all those homes, you're still paying for it. One way or the other. It's either going to come out of Measure U or it's going to come out of your development impact fee revenue.
We shouldn't know how much it costs because their agreement was that they would build the whole thing no matter what it costs, whether it's done today or in 10 years or, whenever they build it. So you would think that they'd want us to build it now and they would go ahead and pay for it now. So if they're not going to do that, why are we moving forward with that? Why are we saving them money by building it now in today's dollars?
I don't think the goal is our goal isn't to build it now to save them money. I think our goal is there to provide a public safety building on the east side of this big city. So I think we really get, and it's like I said last time, we are so wrapped up in not being favorable to a developer that we're forgetting what this really brings to this city, and that's public safety. There's just, and I get it. I get the business part of it. I truly, and Shaylinda or Councilmember Bernard is way smarter in business than I am, and she understands that portion of it a lot better than me. But the bottom line is, it's going to get done anyways, and we are just trying to expedite it. And if we don't, if this body says no, then guess what? We're not going to get it, and we'll get it down the road if the 7,000th building gets created.
When as part of the adopted budget, the Measure U plan that was adopted was 18 deputies, 6 motos, 4 medic squad patrols with 24 firefighter paramedics, and other things. And one of the last bulleted items was building the East End Public Safety Campus, because right now, for the public safety building that we have here, the current police station, we can't absorb any additional staff, and we would have a very difficult ability to bring in 24 new firefighters as well. So that is why staff was bringing this forward, to ensure that we were just trying to meet the Measure U plan that was approved by this body in the adopted budget.
So just to follow up, two questions on that with Measure U, just to clarify again, because I think there's some misunderstanding or maybe skewing of terms and definitions here. The Measure U that was approved by the voters of Moreno Valley, was that a special tax or a general tax?
That was a general tax that only had to be approved by 50+1. Typically, if you're doing a special tax, they have to be approved by 2/3 vote. But the reason why we're keying, and this body keyed on public safety during the budget, was due to the fact that the ballot language itself stated that based on surveys of residents, public safety was the #1 concern. Then you had open space, parks, then you had various addressing the homelessness in town, and quality of life initiatives as well.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure that we're clear that Measure U is a general tax and can be used for basically anything that the city council decides to, allocate funding toward. It is not restricted solely to public safety. Now, with that being said, the survey results and all of that, obviously the top priority was public safety. So just wanted to make sure we clarify that. And then my last question, because we keep going back to these metrics and triggers, in this case with the covenants and the 7,000th CUP, the issuance of a 7,000th CUP.
Final inspection, it's like a certificate of occupancy.
There you go. Thank you. So we already talked about, what hypotheticals of what if Highland Fairview never builds it, they never get to that, that number. We've already talked about that. But now I'm wondering, what if Highland Fairview decides to submit for different entitlements? What if 10 years, 15 years from now, Aquabella is no longer economically feasible, doesn't make sense for them anymore, they want to come back and resubmit for some completely different project, maybe it's still residential, but significantly less units. What happens then with the triggers and the deeds in the covenant?
They won't have to build.
That's
they won't have
concerning.
to construct.
That's concerning. So we're still on questions of staff.
But is
This
it true that
guarantees that it will be built.
Well, no,
If the-
okay,
if the
that's
staff- if the-
that's here nor there, right? But will this city have had a public safety center or a public safety building campus on that side of regardless of what he does? I mean, right? Regardless, if we choose, if we vote on, if we move forward on this, regardless of what he does, and again, that money's coming out of DIF anyways. We're paying for it anyways. We're just doing it from a DIF fee.
And I don't think, or I don't want to speak for the rest of the council, but I definitely, I'm not saying, like, this needs to get built. With the fires and all that, we just saw clearly that this needs to get built, right? Nobody's arguing against that. I think the crux of the issue here, the concern that keeps coming up is the possibility, the high possibility that the developer, in this case happens to be Highland Fairview, can circumvent their obligations. Like, that's the issue, because that doesn't really happen on other projects, and that's the crux of the concern here, and that's what we're trying to figure out.
Does this consultant, let me see this, architecture and engineering design, would this be specific to the location where it is now? So if we chose to build it on our own property or buy some property nearby on that end, would this architecture and engineering design be like no good anymore because it would be specific to this place?
We are designing it specific to the roughly 15 acres of gross acres and 10 buildable, with the fact that there would be a street to the west and a street to the south. We're trying to design it for this particular location, but we could potentially, if we had a like site somewhere else, we would be able to very much be able to move that to the other site. The only problem is we don't have site control of other properties, other parcels, and we would have to purchase property.
I just feel a lot more comfortable if we owned that property, or if you spoke to the developer so that we could get into control of this property before we start investing on something that, if he decides he's not going to build Aquabella and he's just not going to do it because he doesn't want to do the public campus and he doesn't want to give us that land because he doesn't have to until he builds his 7,000th home, that our design and architecture and engineering design is no good.
Yeah, so as part of this approval tonight, the city attorney and I then would be reaching out to HF, or Highland Fairview, and their legal team to start the amendment of this particular covenant to get site control immediately so that we can go ahead and be able to design for this particular site.
That's great. I'd like to see this come back after you do that.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable, and I think our residents would as well, if we had those commitments, if we were able to take, let's say, I don't know if between now and our next council meeting is enough time, if maybe we need 2 council meetings, you let us know. But if we had those new terms, assuming Highland Fairview is willing to renegotiate and come to new terms, I think that's our due diligence. We're doing our due diligence and making sure that we have those terms and rules set in place before we award this $4.5 million contract.
And options that, let's say they say no, we're not going to renegotiate, right? So what alternatives do we have? You know.
Okay, Joe, we're stuck with the covenant. The covenant, we just have to rely on that.
Okay, so we are still on questions of staff. Want to make sure we get to public comment as well. Are there any more questions from the council? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, please go ahead and call up the first three speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. The first three speakers are Jose Santos, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Roy Bleckard.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jose Santos. I'm the president of the Riverside Sheriff's Association. I'm here tonight regarding item J14 and the previous decision to block a donated fire station police substation District 3. Again, words may be a little different than what the attorney stated earlier today, but I want to be very clear that this is a public safety issue. I will use something that has been told to me: if you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time. Public safety, when it comes down to Moreno Valley, we're lacking that right now, specifically with the residents out on the east side. Okay, we just had a fire. Thank you to the district chief along with Captain Mack for their response and the response from our staff. But if we would have had services there already in place, we could have been a little bit quicker. Maybe 100 acres could have been saved. Maybe more. We don't know because we don't have that yet. And again, we urge you guys to support this, not necessarily just on the law enforcement side, but also on the fire side. Okay. And I hope that with the rest of the residents also talking and speaking, that you guys make the right decision. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Roy Bleckard, followed by Ismael Gonzalez.
Again, nobody is opposing the building of this campus at all. The point, again, is the Highland Fairview connection, and that's a shame. I like to ask the RSA how much money that they received from Benzivi. They got one of their minions, Mary Ressa there, the political genius that loses all the campaigns except Delgado's. But my point is, again, what some people brought up, it's not against this, it's because of Highland Fairview. And does this give him the right, the opportunity to not build anything because he's going to use that as leverage that he's building something? That's exactly what happened with Aquabella 1. He donated the land for the cut through and the city built that, and he ended up using that as leverage for never building anything. He's a con artist, Mr. Delgado. Please, I feel like, don't you get it? Don't you understand? He's a con artist, sir. Please. The city is being robbed. Please, Jesus Christ, don't you see it? You know, Mr. Mohan here, Jesus Christ, that's straight out corruption. My God, you know, come on. Again, give up the land free, and he cannot use it as leverage as he's building this. He's going to use that till the day he dies, and hopefully that's soon, that he is building on Aquabella. That's what he's going to use it for. This is what this is about. You could, if the city's going to pay for everything, just go down the street and buy a couple acres there. They're up for sale. It's not going to make no difference. It's all about corruption. Please, please, Mr. Delgado, please. My God, I cannot believe RSA is here. You got all the rest is here. Don't capitulate to them. Don't capitulate to them. You either. They're here for political purposes, trying to intimidate you in order to get Benzivi his way. Disgusting.
The next three speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by David Zeitz.
Perfect example. Remember the fire station we built on somebody else's property and we ate that? You cannot build something on someone else's property. You have no dirt. You can make all the promises and everything in financing and everything until you have title to the land. You cannot legally build on it. What in the hell is going on here? You are, I'm going to say this, you have flat lied to the people. Measure U, public safety, RSA, the cops, the firefighters, and everything else. And you know what? You caused this. And I want to see you put everyone under oath. Who tried to get this Measure U off because we knew this was going to happen? And you tried to get us and violate our First Amendment rights. It's a good thing we had the city clerk we got now that allowed us to put those names on there. And we are going to be proven right. You guys are incompetent. 1,111%. Prove me wrong. Anytime. This is why we're in the situation we are. Why don't you listen? We could have this Measure U, $30 million. This is 15,000 square feet. At the most expensive, it costs $15 million to do this. Measure U could pay for this in 6 months. If you brought a proposal here, you should bring a proposal. We got the architect. We got the money. We're putting this in. In a year and a half, you're going to have a police station and a fire station, and you're not telling the people that. And that's what you promised them. With Measure U, with the stuff you put out in the city, and the rhetoric, and the blocking, and all the BS. Explain to the citizens of Moreno Valley, how you build something on somebody else's property you have no title to. Why do you even bring a project forward? Why do you, again, but we want to blame it on the boogeyman and make all this stuff up. There is no possible way in any sane world that any of this would make any 0.1% of logical sense. Quit deceiving the people. Quit screwing us over for all of your agendas, no matter what the hell it is.
The next three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by David Zeitz, followed by Nathan Urena.
Hello again. $4.5 million is a lot. It's a considerable amount of money, right? I think a point that keeps being reiterated is that the city is growing. And I just want to say that I'm a proponent for public safety, right? But why? I think environmentalists have been telling the people at this dais for years, for decades, why build out east? That's the problem. You want to put a firehouse and public safety campus over to the east. It's because you keep proposing to build out there, right? And even at the earlier city council meetings, maybe even from last month, you guys kept iterating when the moratorium for warehouses was brought up. We're built out. So, I mean, east was the only way to build out for you guys, but even to your own staff, to the general plan from a couple years ago, even to the fire department, that area is a fire hazard, a very high fire hazard, and it's on a fault line. So why put a safety campus out there? I understand the need for it if you're going to put houses, right? Which is the Rancho Belazo annexation project, also owned by Ito, right? Doesn't it make sense that he is probably having us pay for his infrastructure, for his warehouses, for his land, and having us pay for it. You know, like, you guys are not seeing it, but Mr. Baca was correct. He's robbing us. He should be held accountable for the land that he owns. And like Mr. Beckart said, why are you going to build on land that isn't yours? You should be able to obtain the land first. According to Google Maps, there is Fire Station 58 already on the east. You could have had an opportunity to put this safety campus right there by Kaiser. Instead, we're going to have a gas station right next to it. That doesn't make sense. And that gas station that, you know, with the big sign over there, it's right there next to the proposed site on Cactus. So your guys' priorities are skewed. You said yes to a gas station when it could have just been a complete public safety campus with Kaiser there. And that would have satisfied the entire east side of Moreno Valley for public safety. But now you're putting things in a very high-risk fire area. We just lost 4,000 acres. Like, does that not concern you? You could put a lonely public safety campus out there, but again, the houses haven't been built yet. The warehouses, the 40 million square warehouses that he could.
The next two speakers are David Zeitz, followed by Nathan Urena.
Evening, council, staff. David Zeitz. These are my comments on my own. We do need the public safety. No doubt. I've lived in the east end of the city. Response times for fire is pretty good considering we live way out there. Police also. My only concern, we're paying for this either way, which Ed, everybody knows. Everybody thought we were going to get a free one, but as typical, things have been worked out that it's going to cost us. My concern is, can we build this on this piece of property that somebody else owns that won't be deeded to us for years? So do we need to pick another spot to put it? Do we hold Benzibi to a build lease, say $1 a year for 100 years? That way he can't back out of this, and in 100 years that station's going to be outdated and will be needed rebuilt anyway. My biggest concern is, let's nail the person down so this property cannot be used leverage against the city. If we get a lease, a build lease like they do with the malls and all these other places, and set it up, you know, $1 a year, because he's apparently negotiated it so-called in good faith that he will give us this property. So make him give us a lease, whatever it is, a year, 100 years, and then if the property does come available to be deeded to the city, then the lease can be broken. But this will hold him accountable and not use this property against us in the future, which he has done on other projects. So that's my only concern with this. We do need the public safety, but we also need to have a place to build us before we spend money on designing it.
The next speaker is Nathan Urena.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and members of the gallery. The recurring theme I keep hearing is accountability. I agree with our Councilman Delgado. I agree with Mr. Santos and the other speakers when they say public safety is imperative and it needs to be happening on the East End. There has to be a decrease in response times. There has to be an increase in patrols by RSO, by our firefighters, and quicker response for our EMS. I have multiple friends, including family, who live on the East End who are already getting up in age. Imagine the response time now without that public safety center. If somebody were to fall, break a hip, what's the response time then? Think of that. The issue on accountability is there has been a lack of trust within a certain developer in this city since I was barely able to walk. It's been that long. So as David and so many others have said, work to hold this man accountable at all costs. You are the trustees and the stewards of this city. Previous councils have let this developer walk all over them. It's time to take a stand, to hold these developers accountable, to put the safety and the interests of this community ahead of someone's preconceived notion of how they're going to benefit off of this. Now, I implore this council to work with staff to draft up a covenant. If that does not work with the developers, I also implore council to look at other options, whether to move this public safety campus to another site in District 3 or look in District 2 on the east end. There are many opportunities to construct this, but there are also many opportunities to keep our community safe. That's one thing that we cannot waste. 4,000 acres have just recently burned. What happens to the next fire? What happens to the next tragedy? What happens to the next emergency when response times aren't quick enough? Let's ensure that Moreno Valley is safe for the next 100 years. Thank you.
The next and possibly final speaker, Luis Palomares.
Wow, a lot of confusion. Hey, I don't want to wait around for Ito. You know, we'll take care of Ito down the road. Whatever he's going to do, that's good. But right now, we got to do this. We got to get this project off the, you know, with our Measure U money. With our Measure U money, you know, they said it was for safety and, you know, for police and for fire and all that. So let's put our money where our mouth is, right? Let's get this going. Let's find a piece of land out there and make it happen. And I don't think you have to pay, I think, $5 million for our plan. Let's, you know, send it out. Let's see who could come in and put it up without all that much money. We can use that towards a building or towards a piece of land instead of just a plan, a blueprint. And I remember the good old, our mayor here when he was defund our police. Remember this one? I can have this up here because when the whatever were here, golly. Anyway, when they were here, they had all their signs here. So I can have this up here. Well, defund the police. So, no, let's fund the police. Well, and you said you supported them at the last meeting. Oh, I'm always for the police. I'm always yada, yada. Really,
justice
really, really?
for George Floyd.
Well, this is to tell you that it wasn't that way. So right now, you want to wait on Ito? I don't want to wait on Ito. We got to get this stuff up and running as soon as possible. I agree with you, Ed. Let's get it working. Let's make it happen. I don't want to wait for Ito, or maybe I misheard you, but let's use the Measure U money, and let's get it going. Let's fly the position. Let's make it happen because we need that. We need it on the east end. There was fires and everything. I mean, we need a police station on the east end and another fire station. But let's make this happen sooner than later. And that's all I got to say. Thank you so much.
Mayor, that completes public comment on item J14.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to our public speakers. Ms. Palomares, thank you for bringing that picture. I'm very proud of that day when I stood for justice for George Floyd. And on that same day, excuse me, you had your 3 minutes. This is your first warning, Ms. Palomares. You had your time. That's your first warning, please. Let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it respectful. So that day, I will also say that, Ms. Palomares, please don't make me ask a bailiff to remove you temporarily from the chamber. Let's keep it respectful. That same day, I was communicating with both our police chief and the leaders of Black Lives Matter. And what happened? We had a peaceful protest in the city of Moreno Valley where no one was harmed, no property damage. We were marching for justice for George Floyd. And I know you wanted the same thing. So I appreciate you bringing that picture and reminding me of why I do what I do and why I am here and why the voters continue to vote me into this seat. But that's beside the point. I think that we need to table this, continue this, figure out a more concrete plan to build this public safety campus that guarantees that a developer will contribute toward the design and or the construction of the project. We need to build it, but the way it's structured right now is just, it's not right. There's too many red flags, too many question marks, there's too much going on with this, that too many questions that need to be answered. And this is why I pulled it at the last council meeting. It was on consent calendar. I pulled it from the consent calendar to ask questions, and that's why we're here. Had we not done that, it probably would have gotten approved and just gone under the radar at the last meeting. But we are here. Ms. Palomares, if I have to ask you again, I'm gonna ask the bailiff to remove you from the chamber. Please, I've given you 5 chances already. Let's keep it respectful. We're all adults. So I think we need to take a closer look at this, do a better job, renegotiate with Highland Fairview, see if they will come to new terms on an agreement, and ensure that we can build this public safety campus.
Yeah, I have a question for Steve. So the general consensus up here, or a couple of them are saying if we need to hold him accountable to build this, right? I mean, that isn't the covenant that we have now holding him accountable legally? Like, he can't get out of this, right?
Yeah, the covenant.
Or am I?
Again, when we say hold them accountable, Highland Fairview is only required to deed us the land and build a turnkey public safety campus if they build 7,000 residences. If they stop at 6,999, they don't have to deed us the land. They don't have to build a turnkey. And again, there's no out-of-pocket cost for them because we would be using the development impact fees collected from their projects for residential units that pay public safety development impact fees. We're going to be using that money, which is your money, the city's money, to pay for it.
Thank you, Steve.
So that's what they're accountable for doing.
But isn't each house get a specific development impact fee? Like there's a fee set for that?
Yeah.
So how could we have set what he's going to pay if the agreement is you build this and you give us a turnkey? We had no, how could we set the price on that? We didn't know how much it would cost because if he builds 7,000 houses this year, it's going to be a lot less for him to build it than if he builds it in 10 years or in 20 years. So how could we have set the impact fees?
And that's why there's a provision in there that provides them with a credit for future development impact fees. Because if it ends up costing, it doesn't matter what it costs. If it costs $20 million, they're only going to be obligated to pay that. Well, they're not paying for it. It's the development impact fees they're paying. We're using that money to pay the $20 million. If it exceeds, whatever it costs, they're going to be made whole. They're not donating the land to you. They're not donating that project to you.
But that's what we were sold.
They were just going to build it.
But, okay. So I understand that this is what we were sold. So, okay. So there's a number of things. This was all negotiated by the previous city manager and the city attorney. Let's just start there. So, Brian, I apologize, but sometimes when you get into a job, you got to pick up, just like we do as electeds, you got to pick up where someone else left off and you got to carry the water. It is what it is. I think where I'm looking at this from is at the end of the day, one, this is what we told everyone that the Measure U funds were going to be used for. We have all agreed that we needed a public safety campus. We come up here, and Councilmember Delgado and I sit on the Public Safety Committee, and we hear time after time from residents, what are the few things we typically hear? We don't have enough officers. Well, guess what? We can't actually hire anymore because we have nowhere to put them. We can't even we can't hire anymore because we have to make sure that they have space for their locker and everything else, and we don't have space for that. The other thing that we hear, and I appreciate everyone who's now recognizing because we had the fire that it's very important that we have something on that eastern end. And everyone was very concerned after everything was happening with the fires in LA that what if that happened out here? Well, guess what? Something similar to that did happen on Friday. And I think about those residents on the east side. So whether or not we hit a point where we continue to develop on the east side for more housing or not, at the end of the day, based on a city of our size, we still need a fire station and other equipment. we're having this back and forth about holding this developer accountable, and I get it. A lot of you have PTSD from dealing with the developer. I'm not someone that deals with developers, so I don't have the same version of PTSD. I understand the ability of wanting to hold him accountable and all of that. But what I will say is this: the land has a covenant attached to it. I know some things about lands and covenants because when I went to go buy my first house, I thought I could go to this house and get it. And I was told by the real estate agent I could. And then the real estate agent was like, hey, by the way, after I had went through all my financing, you actually can't have this house because the covenant on this house stipulates that you have to make below this amount, this many people, and it's on there for 99 years. Guess what that meant? I couldn't buy that house and I had to go somewhere else. I don't know, that could be good or bad because it moved me back from moving to Paris to the city of Moreno Valley. So I guess it depends on if you like me or not, but hey, at least you care. So I look at it from an aspect of, at the end of the day, regardless, it's still something that has to be done. It's something that we've made a promise to these residents about. And it's something that I have a concern about when something has to be called in for emergency purposes. As somebody that has had to deal with that as a social worker, and I've had to call in CAL FIRE when my client was having a stroke and counting down how long it was taking them to get there as I'm visibly looking at her having a stroke. So I can imagine that being as a family member. When we're talking about response times for different crimes, because, you know, from noise ordinances to violent crimes, how long it can take someone to go out there. And right now we're using volunteers to conduct certain things. But at some point, I look at it like we've promised the residents that we want to increase public safety. We've told them that public safety is a priority for a number of reasons. And let me tell you, our public safety does really good. They do really good in some aspects, robbing Peter to pay Paul and shifting and mixing and doing things. But I think at some point we need to just do what we've told the residents we were gonna do. We said we were looking at this safety campus. Nothing else can be built there. Nothing else, based on the covenant, nothing else can be built there. And that's how I think we should look at it, that nothing else can be built there. Do I think we should probably see if they would renegotiate? Yes, but if they don't renegotiate, and this is what we have, and we're gonna build it, just build it. To keep, like, this is how, just build the public safety thing we have been telling everyone about. And that's where I'm at with this right now.
Okay, is there any further deliberation from the council? Okay, I'm ready to make a motion unless there's deliberation here. So I would make a motion that we continue this item to allow staff some time, whether it's the next council meeting or the following council meeting, to between now and then renegotiate with Highland Fairview on the various terms that we have mentioned up here in regards to, you know, the covenant, the deed, the milestones, the thresholds, the triggers within the covenant and the deeds, and bring something back to us so that we can make a decision on that.
I'll make an alternate motion to accept the agreement as it is in the staff report.
Sorry, I'm a stickler for rules. So technically, he made a motion on the floor. You can't make the motion unless he agrees to the exception to the motion. So we have to deal with the mayor's motion first. Because you called for the motion and you were looking for a second, and then
So first, I guess we should ask if there is a second for the original motion. Yes. Is there a second for the original motion? Yes. There's no second? Okay, so
wait.
Oh.
I was looking towards Elena here. I'll make a motion. I mean, a second to the motion.
For the original motion. Okay.
No, to your motion.
To my motion, yeah, the original motion. Okay, so there's a second to the original motion. So now we move to the alternate motion. But I'll look to the city attorney, just again, to respect the process. There is an alternate motion on the floor as well. We have to take up the alternate motion, or can we vote on the original motion?
You should vote on your original motion.
Vote on the original first? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
No.
Councilmember Delgado?
No.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that motion passes. Okay, so now we will go ahead and go back to the rest of the consent calendar. Yes, we are still on consent. It is 9:53, and I'll just put it out there. I'm not calling it now, but I did double check with our city attorney that at some point, if this meeting, for whatever reason, goes on too late and we want to continue the meeting to another day, we do have that authority. It would just require a vote of the council. So just wanted to mention it, but for now we can continue. So please let me know. Let me know if anyone wants to go ahead and call for a vote to continue the meeting. But barring that, let's go ahead and continue. So now we're moving to the rest of the consent calendar, the remaining items. First, we will go to public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on the remaining consent items?
Yes, Mayor. The first two speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Christopher Baca.
Wow. J6. The attendance report on the subcommittee meetings, commissions, your liaison. Mr. Ed, pretty good. Elena, pretty good. The rest of you, not so good. Absences all over the place. Why I do this is because we get our knuckles wrapped because we're not at every meeting. The ones you schedule two at the same time and all this other stuff that we have to. You expect us to attend? This whole charade that has went on. And you have had a proposal for 9,5,200 years, 27 times on how to fix this more efficiently so we don't have to go through this clown show that we just went through. You will not fix it. You will not even fix the conflict of meetings so we can attend these, so maybe we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation. But again, we get our knuckles wrapped for this kind of stuff. It's absolutely incredulous. You do not take into account the talent level, the professionalism, and people in this community. You tell them to middle finger it. You ignore them time and time again. The proof is in the pudding today. Why don't you publicly release the emails I sent you yesterday and post them up on that board so people can see what's going on? So the cops can see what's going on. So the firefighters can see what's going on. See what deception you've been backing and what we've been trying to tell you for years. If you were attending these public safety meetings and asking these questions, we wouldn't have went through this. Prove me wrong. We have to sit here and take these brickbats day after day. And we have to hear about this. And why aren't you doing your job? We wouldn't have these problems if we would put the fundamental aspects and procedures in place that you have refused to do for years and time and again in memoriam and councils. You've upheld the tradition of 40 plus years. Turn around and look at that date. When do you fix it? When does everybody come together and fix it?
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
Good evening again. My comment is about road improvement. And I've mentioned this before, and I really would like for everybody to take a step back and really look at the condition of the roads that were improved not too long ago, and they're already all screwed up again. All it takes is a couple of good rains and, goes in the cracks and starts breaking them up again. And it was brought to your attention that maybe you could look into bringing that in-house and having the city have a department that strictly is dedicated to repaving the street. They can start on one end of the street, and within 5 years, they're all done and they start all over again. And the cost of that would probably be less than what you're pouring into this asphalt companies that do crappy jobs, and most of them are just, painted with a thin coat of tar. And it's a waste of money. It's a lack of insight. I think some of these departments are just doing what they do just to whatever, the bare minimum that they need to do. I think our city manager needs to go. We need a new city manager that'll take control of this city. I don't appreciate some of these other people that are corrupt and in with these developers, and they're screwing our city over. They don't live in our city. They work here and they get paid a lot of money to do nothing but screw our city over and the taxpayer, whether I pay $10, $1,000, or $10,000 that people pay. $100,000 on property taxes is going down the drain for special interests and these incompetent staff people here. Mexico, a third world country, has invested in these machines that repave the roads and make them look brand new. I mean, construct them as they were brand new. These machines will scrape up the asphalt and tar it, and they're like brand new, and they have a 10 to 15 year lifespan. That's ingenuity. They're thinking. This is Mexico, our third world neighbor. Moreno Valley can't do anything like that. They keep pouring money into nonsense, stupidity. It's absolute moronic what the city does with the roads. What is it, $20 million every couple of years for nothing? This is ridiculous. Staff, people, your elected officials, you really need to look into more than just coming here and rubber stamping this nonsense. It's really gotten out of hand, and it's a shame. It's a really big shame.
The next speaker is Isabel Gonzalez.
Hello, and I just wanted to come up here and reiterate a lot of what Christopher Baca just said. Right here, J9 says that you want to approve a measure for local streets for a five-year capital improvement plan, right? I completely agree with Mr. Baca. This should be done in-house. This is a great opportunity to provide city jobs to people who can go out there, fix the roads ourselves, and not hire outside contractors that will probably negotiate higher for the services that they provide. Just like Mr. Baca said, our streets right now, there's a lot of potholes, and they're just patched up very not well. No other way to describe it. It's just patching up the pothole. I'd rather see the street be repaved completely, because when you just fill in a pothole, it's not the same as a nicely paved road. It's, again, maybe not a pothole, but now a bump, And how many bumps are there on the road because of this patchwork services? It's really ridiculous, and I hope that you could, keep the money that you're thinking about approving here for 5 years in the city. Pay the citizens for jobs. If there's an issue with the job market, this is a great way to provide jobs. Have people go out there, repave the roads ourselves, and not have other people do it for us. And then just one more layer to consider. I hope you guys can think about this, but with the approved World Logistics Center, if Edo gets 1 million square foot warehouses, can you imagine how many trucks will come? We estimate about 16,000 more heavy duty trucks on these roads, breaking down our streets. So you're already giving him a lot of power by giving him the development deals, right? Even considering Rancho Palazzo annexation. But imagine all 7,000 residents, 7,000 new homes, however much, all those people are going to have probably single cars and trucks. Like, it's ridiculous. And on Gilman Springs Road, a two-way highway, I know it's planned to get bigger, but still, you still have to worry about this. Don't pay outsiders for cheap labor. Thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares. Yes or no? Sorry, Mayor. That concludes our public comments for this item.
We're still on consent.
We're still on consent. Yeah, we're not in general business yet.
Okay, seeing as there is no further public comment on the remaining consent calendar items, we'll bring it back to the dais for any deliberation if desired. If not, a motion and a second to approve the remaining consent calendar items.
I motion to approve the remaining consent
A
agenda
second.
items. I'm not even finished with my motion.
Okay, I think there's 5 yes votes for that. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the consent calendar. Item K, we do not have any public hearings. Yeah, that does deserve a round of applause. Yeah, maybe is now a good time. It is 10:04. Maybe just to take another 5-minute break. Is that, if that's okay with everybody? Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes and we'll be right back. Welcome back to our regularly scheduled council meeting. We will go ahead and pick right back up where we left off. That's L1, our general business items. The first one, L1, is background information regarding policy 1.10, city council advisory boards and commissions, and we'll turn it over to our city manager for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The item before you tonight is predicated off of a prior motion that what the motion did was to have all planning commission appointments be conducted in open session in an interview process. It's coming back tonight for conversation to see if council would like to proceed in that manner and/or provide direction to staff as appropriate. With that, that concludes my comments so that you can have dialogue related to the original motion that was motioned by District 4 and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem District 1 at that particular point in time as it occurred in October 7th of last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring her back to the dais for council questions of staff. If there are no questions, we can go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first speaker is Roy Blacker.
This should be simple. Let's get to the Planning Commission interviews publicly like we talked about. You don't have to, all you have to do is do a little research, get back about 10, 12 years ago when we did this. Mayor Tom had it all, we laid it all, we had the public discussions and all that, we had the procedures laid out. All you got to do is copy and paste, put it in there. We should have, this should actually be an action item. Why wasn't this discussed about, why do we have to drag this stuff out? We could have had this, done that, passed this, got our planning commission on track. So we're not having all these discussions and all these procedures. It's really that simple. Why can't we do that? I'm talking slowly so everybody understands. Again, sometimes you have to be absurd to show the absurd. Maybe we could use this as the impetus of a start of a new dawning. Put the motion in, I'm giving you the instruction, direct staff to go look up from 12 to 12 years ago, copy and paste, bring it back to the council, and pass it. And we're done. Well, then let's cheat. I'm all for it. There's a great saying in racing, Shay, there's cheaters and losers. And go look at it. Go ask anybody from AJ Foyt to the lowest racer at Paris Auto Speedway and they'll tell you the same thing. You do what you have to do to get the freaking job done. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And it's, if you want to call it cheating, then call it cheating, but that's the efficient way to get it done. We don't have to reinvent the wheel on this. We can use this as a start, and then maybe we can start putting the processes in place, like you've had 9,437 times, straighten out 98.7% of everything you're seeing. Maybe council will get on board, maybe staff will get on board, maybe you will actually use the telephone and our technology to actually put this forward. We'll see.
The next speaker is Nathan Urena.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for staying up this late with us. the issue is not essentially reinventing the wheel. In Moreno Valley, we like to say we're fair, equal, and impartial, right? We try to be, especially when governing. So here's my suggestion to the council. You could deal with it, however have you. Why not apply the interview process to all commissioners? Why just single out the planning commission? Better yet, if you want transparency in city government, put in term limits for commissioners. You have many commissioners who serve the city who served on commissions for over 10, 15 years, and they've remained as commissioners. My honorable council, you have term limits yourself. Our mayor has term limits. Everyone says, oh, the commissioners, they have term limits because they are appointed at the pleasure of the mayor. The council, you seek your appointments, you send them to the mayor, you say that's a term limit. No. Previous city councils, they've always kept the same commissioners on as a favor or just because they like them or whatever, what have you. If you want true transparency, if you want fresh blood, as that saying has been thrown around for these past years, if you want transitional change, if you want fresh ideas, if you want the whole way of governance to move forward, hold our commissions accountable. Put in term limits. Don't just single out the planning commission. If you want interview processes, it should apply to all commissioners. That's the way. That's the way you're going to have a fair, transparent government. You can't just hold it to the planning commission. Thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Build the station. Anyway, Luis Palomares, community activist. Saying all that, the commissioners have a big job. They need a lot of experience. I know the mayor wanted to put 2 commissioners in there a while back. They weren't documented. They weren't even, as far as they weren't even had register to vote. Come on, mayor. They're all your picks. And we got good people in there right now. Not broken, don't fix it. You want term limits? Okay, well, it takes a whole council to go there. So bottom line is here, it's time. It's time that we get them here so they can be not your picks, and nobody, even Ed, don't know who's that lady you're putting in the mix there, Cabrera. I don't know who she is. Let them come up here and let the people hear what they got to say. Let them sell their ideas and themselves and put their experience on the line. Like the young man said about as far, get everybody, all the boards and all the commissioners. Come on, you can't compare all the boards and all the commissioners to the planning commission and to the council for that matter. So that's a bunch of bull. We'll be here forever doing all that. You'll never get to go home if you're going to do all the commissioners and all the boards. No, the planning commission is a big deal. They have to be experienced. They're the ones that send recommendations to the council to make things come and happen here. So, do it right. And I hope that we're going to, open it up for interviews, and the people here are going to be able to see what the people that want the commissioner seats are going to say in their behalf. So, yeah, it can't just be all the Cabrera pick thing anymore. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
In my opinion, when it comes to the planning commission, I think you should just get rid of all of them and start new. That's the problem with the special interests. It's been infiltrated. There's been certain people that just go along with the flow, and there really needs to be some new blood. It's about time you just get a whole bunch of new people. I think all of you guys should just agree to get new people, and each one of you gets 1 or 2 choices from your districts and just start anew. It's just nonsense. They don't do nothing. The meetings are canceled. They got other duties to do, and they don't do absolutely nothing except just wait for an agenda and rubber stamp it. That's not what a planning commission should be doing. They're a planning commission, not a rubber stamp entity that is there for special interests. They're I guess they have no idea what they're supposed to be doing. You know, you're lucky to get one meeting every couple of months, and it's just a bunch of nonsense. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public testimony for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Ms. Palomares, this is my final warning to you. I've already given you multiple chances. You're heckling other members of the public as well. If I have to call you and single you out one more time, I'm gonna have to ask the bailiff to escort you out of the council chamber. Please, let's keep it respectful. Everyone, please, let's keep it respectful. I've been more than generous. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any council deliberation.
I motion to approve the authorized recommendation actions. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have comments? Sorry. I'm sorry, Shay.
Okay. I think I'm the maker of the motion, and I think I just want to give some background on it because some people are probably wondering why I made this motion. As many of you know that are here or have been here for a number of years, I'm looking at all of my friends in the back there relaxing. Planning Commission is often one of the most contentious appointments. So while I hear the one constituent who is requesting do it for all commissions, Planning Commission is a little different than the other commissions. And because it's one of the most contentious, and it's always one of the ones where there's always an assumption being made about, and this came from the idea that, you know, how are people being chosen, whether or not people were qualified to understand what needed to happen at Planning Commission. And so in the interest of transparency, I say interview everybody then. So everybody can hear and see what everybody knows and does not know, if they fully understand what it means to be on Planning Commission, which is, if you were to ask me as somebody who sat on a commission prior to, is very different than when I was sitting on the Arts Commission, right? Or when, even as an advisor to the Parks Commission, Planning Commission operates a little differently. And so I think that in order for it to be as transparent as possible, and that's not to say we don't still get to bring whatever picks either the mayor or the district representative has, but to have them all brought forward, here is what it says, and this is where we're at. Instead, and this also came because what it typically happens, and I know because I've been an organizer for many years with my union, and just in general, it's what I do. I teach organizing classes. I get showing up here. You're on. I'm coming up for Planning Commission. What I get is a list of people who show up for whoever that person is to tell me how they are such a good person, a God-fearing person. And you know what I'm thinking to myself? I don't need to know that you're a God-fearing person for Planning Commission. I need you to know if you understand what a general plan update is. I need to know if you understand what an R10 and an R2 is. Listen, there's lots of God-fearing people. I honestly don't care if you believe in God or not. You're an atheist, a Muslim. I really don't care. I need to know you understand the job that's being put before you. And somehow, for some reason, it's just not what I'm getting. So I was like, you know what? Maybe we need to have everybody interviewed in public so that we know that they are competent and understand what's being asked of them. And so that's where I came from when I made this motion. For anyone out there wondering, I have a lot of common sense, but I also realize a lot of sense ain't common for a lot of people. And so I'm trying to get us to a point where we're making common sense understandings about, like, yeah, you can be a God-fearing person, but do you know what an R10 is? Do you know what an R2 is? Do you know what a general plan update is? And do you know what it means when a conditional permit is issued? That's all I'm concerned about. So that's where I'm coming from. And I will go ahead and defer over to you, Councilmember Delgado. But I think the mayor is going to chime in.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, we're still on deliberation. If anybody else has any further comments?
Yes.
I love it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to make a comment. I was part of that era where there was public interviews, and it was another way of selecting a planning commissioner. And I'm just going to say this: there's still, you know, the dynamics of certain council members, mayors picking their certain individuals. There was, I mean, because they heard everyone out, they interviewed, but at the end of the day, there was still that push to get certain individuals on the planning commission. And then I also experienced the other way, right, where you're nominated and you're appointed. So I think if we want to go back to that, I'm fully supportive of that. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens this round. We'll try it again, and those are my comments.
Thank you. And just wanted to add a little bit more context. So the reason why this is on the agenda is because I inquired with staff about, we've been getting a lot of inquiries from applicants, even a few at city council meetings during public comment asking, I've submitted my application, I haven't heard anything back, what's going on? It's been a recurring thing as time has gone on. And I'm looking at the staff report under summary, the first sentence says, on October 7, 2025, a motion was made and a seconded requesting discussion on the establishment of an interview process. And today's date is April 7th, 2026. It's been several months, so I'm glad that this finally has come back. I appreciate staff. I want to say thank you to our staff for doing the research and bringing this forward once again so that we can increase transparency in this process and ensure that we have the most qualified people on these commissions and try to eliminate as much as possible, personal political agendas, et cetera, and biases for people's friends and preferences and things of that nature that have tainted the process in the past. Also want to say that I fully support, and I would invite my colleagues to fully support establishing term limits as well. We have term limits as council members. We're limited to 3 terms. So for city council members, it's 4 years a term. So technically you could do 12 years straight. As mayor, the mayor of Moreno Valley is 2-year terms, so that means 6 years straight before you have to take a break. So I think it makes total sense because that's one of the kind of points of contention that has come up in the various slates that all of us have seen is commissioners, not to say that they've done a bad job or anything like that, but at some point it's time for, just like us, at some point it's time for us to hand over the baton. I think we should apply the same standard to our commissioners. So I would actually ask, or if there's no other motion that's made, I would include in any motion that we establish term limits for all commissioners to 3 terms. And with that, I will pause. Is there any further deliberation? Okay, if not, I'll make a motion that we approve staff's recommendations and include that we establish term limits for all commissions to 3 terms. I'm seeking a second.
I second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard? Yes. Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Bagasana Cruz? Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. Next is L2, Sister City Program Survey Results and Committee Relaunch Update, and we will hand it over to our city manager for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. If you recall, on November 4th last year, we were before the body or before council talking about the Sister City program. At that particular meeting, it was discussed of potentially bringing back and reestablishing the Sister City. We had discussed a survey and potentially getting a city committee back together. We did perform the survey during January and February. As a result of the survey, 194 total responses. Of the respondents, 88% of them identified as residents of Moreno Valley, with additional participation from educators, students, business owners, civic and cultural organizations. 78% of the respondents supported reestablishing a Sister City program in Moreno Valley. 74% supported reestablishing the relationship with San Juan de los Lagos. Among respondents who did not support reestablishing the prior relationship, most expressed interest in still exploring a Sister City program with a new city or country. And then 88% of the city should partner with community leaders and organizations in implementing the program. The most frequently identified partners included Moreno Valley College, Moreno Valley Unified School District, and the County of Riverside. And the most supported program focuses around, focus areas were around cultural exchanges and educational programs. So this survey, compared to the one that was done in 2015, had 73 responses back then. So we more than doubled that, and it is a fairly positive response in at least continuing or reestablishing a sister city program. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back up to the dais for any council questions of staff. Seeing none, we'll move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first three speakers are Eligio Rangel, followed by Nathan Urena, followed by Alma Ruiz.
Mr. Rangel, you are first up to speak. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor, Council, and our staff and community at large here. You're doing great. I'm Eligio Rangel, and I am here today to speak on restarting this Sister City Committee for our city. I want to recollect that we used to have this program in our city, and it gave our city such an impactful cultural learning. They call it an educational experience for all of our citizens. It brought it not to one group or two groups. It brought it to the entire city. And I need to say, when I first moved here to Moreno Valley about 31 years ago, I got to witness when they were doing that exchange, and I got to speak with Romelio Rees back then. Anyway, what I witnessed personally was an emotional uplift that everybody involved, everybody in the city got to cherish here. And that program just fostered, I don't know how to, I want to describe it as just, it created a really great community to be in, and you had to just enjoy it and learn from people that were coming over here to visit us, and they were sending other people over to San Juan de los Lagos, and everybody mentioned it was the same response, and everybody was enjoying it. It was a great learning experience. Our students were involved in that, and they came back with just a great experience. I'm just going to put it this way. That program back then made that M up in our mountains shine brightly right over the entire community. It was really a positive, great experience. Hence, I highly encourage our mayor, our entire city council, and our staff to relaunch the committee, and let's get back to our sister city program with San Juan de los Lagos.
The next three speakers are Nathan Urena, followed by Alma Ruiz, followed by Yvette Ruiz.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, we're almost done. I'm standing before you to speak in strong support of reigniting the Sister City program while keeping our sister city of San Juan de los Lagos. This program seeks to reignite the cultural, the industrial, and the overall personal experience between our community and other foreign countries. Besides San Juan de los Lagos, which is in Mexico, we have a growing population in Moreno Valley of diverse ethnicities. Some from West Africa, some from Southeast Asia, most notably our Filipino community, including some veterans from World War II who remember their service there. We have community members throughout Europe. We have a good, strong German American community, as well as an Italian American community. I see there's no point in stopping in just one area of the globe. We should be able to reach out to other nations, to find sister cities, and to build up what we have here so special. As many of us know, this council is very big on entrepreneurship, industry, and bringing jobs to this community. What a better experience than to go reach out to our sister cities and bring corporations here to Moreno Valley. What better way to go and partner with Moreno Valley College, our MVUSD, and Val Verde than create partnerships that will allow our students to diversify in knowledge and learn in different skills. Let's improve future generations. Let's bring up our city. One of the lasting legacies of the partnership with San Juan de los Lagos is the pilgrimage at St. Christopher's Church. Now imagine that. With one partnership of one city, you bring a community together and celebrate culture. Now think of that and you adding 12 other cities, implementing a cultural wide celebration, not just at our multicultural fest, but actually living it and celebrating and honoring the diversity. So, members of the City Council, Mr. Mayor, I strongly urge you to reignite this program and relaunch it. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Alma Ruiz, followed by Yvette Ruiz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Moreno Valley City Council. My name is Alma Ruiz, and I am a longtime resident of Moreno Valley. I come before you today to express my strong support for the restoration of the Sister City program with San Juan de los Lagos. In October of 2025, I had the privilege of helping St. Christopher Church help organize the visit of the pilgrim image of Our Lady of San Juan de los Lagos to our community. During this time, I witnessed hundreds of residents from Moreno Valley, as well as visitors from surrounding areas, come together to pay their respects. It was powerful. It was a powerful and moving experience that highlighted the deep cultural and spiritual connections that many in our community share with San Juan de los Lagos. Equally impactful were the conversations I had with residents throughout the visit. Many expressed how meaningful this event was to them and how important it is for Moreno Valley to honor and recognize these cultural ties. The presence of the pilgrim image served not only as a religious moment, but as a unifying experience that brought people together in a spirit of respect, tradition, and community pride. Restoring the sister city relationship with San Juan de los Lagos would be a meaningful step in acknowledging and celebrating the rich cultural heritage of many Moreno Valley residents. It would foster cultural exchange, strengthen community bonds, and reflect the diversity that makes our city so vibrant. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yvette Ruiz.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the rest of the community. I also want to reiterate what Mr. Rangel said. You guys are doing amazing up there. Oh, man. I don't know how you guys do it, to be honest. But I am also here to talk about reestablishing the Sister City Committee and continuing with the Sister City program. I am not officially speaking on behalf of the school district of MVUSD, but I am communicating with the school district and city officials in San Juan de los Lagos, and they have recently started moving forward on talking about visits, and the city officials have commented and would like city officials to also participate. And during our break, I just wanted to mention that I was out there looking at some of the pictures that are part of the administrations of Moreno Valley, previous administrations of Moreno Valley, older ones, of course. And a lot of them look so familiar because they were part of this program in the early 90s and then for many years after that. So I'm hoping that you guys can continue because this is part of Moreno Valley history. So if we could try to reignite that once again, like I mentioned, there's already been talks. City officials are already welcoming, and they are giving the city officials from Moreno Valley a warm welcome as well. So I'm hoping that we can continue with that. And there, like Mr. Rangel also mentioned, there was so many positive relationships that were formed, including all of these other cultural aspects and other aspects that would benefit if we did continue this. And especially right now, I don't have to mention all of these little details about our country and a lot of the things that we're going through, and possibly some burning of bridges around. This would be like a beacon of light for our city and for a lot of our people that I think we desperately need. And instead of burning bridges, just really try to build bridges. And I think this would be a positive way to do that. So I appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Roy Blecker.
Being a sixth grade educated ditchbank Okie from Edgemont, my suggestion is why don't you take my native area, the city of Edgemont, and why don't we partner with them? Because those poor people down there could really use the help.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comment for this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for any council deliberation if desired. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say a couple of things regarding sister cities in general. I think sister cities are a great cultural, economic, educational exchange, especially now that we definitely need to see what binds us as communities, and what better way than to foster these relationships with other communities, especially established ones, and definitely reach out to other regions of the world, right? That we want to establish relationships with, from whether it be somewhere in Africa, Asia, and Europe. So it's definitely a net positive for our city, and it would be a great opportunity to promote business, to promote other aspects of Moreno Valley and other joint efforts at cultural exchange, education, and just assisting other communities in, because we're all in the same boat, right? We're all in the same boat, and their different communities are dealing with the same issues that we're dealing with, just at a different scale. So, and I just wanted to make those comments regarding sister cities, and hopefully look for support for reestablishing and again getting the recommendations here from the city that to reestablish the committee with different jurisdictions here within our city, from the school districts, the consul. I've had conversations with the city officials from San Juan dos Lagos as well, so they're looking forward to reestablish, formalizing it again, even though we are sister cities, right? But just taking that next step.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that has been said, and I just want to thank everybody who originally established the Sister City Initiative with San Juan de los Lagos. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a Sister City partnership with any other city, but a couple of months ago, I had established a relationship with the Japanese consulate out in Los Angeles, and the general consulate out there and his team reached out to inquire about establishing a Sister City partnership with the city of Moreno Valley, but that was put on hold to allow for this to transpire. And if this does get approved, then hopefully that is one of the many other opportunities that we hopefully will be able to pursue. I know I'm going to look to my colleague from D1. If we could establish and find a city somewhere in Japan that might be, the hometown of one of the players for the Dodgers, might be a huge thing for us, right? So just want to throw that out there, but fully support this, and I support staff's recommendations to receive and file the survey and authorize the city manager to restore the Sister City program based on the criteria set forth in the established resolution.
I just have a question. It says there's no fiscal impact associated at all, but wasn't there plans of like doing some kind of activities or something that would have fiscal impact?
Yeah, so the thought was, based on the prior motion, was do the survey, then get the committee together, take a look at what we would want to do regionally. I do know that the Moreno Valley Unified School District through Superintendent Ruvalcaba, they're continuing talks or starting talks with their counterparts with this sister city. So what we would do is form a committee, get the committee back together, identify what we would like to work on as far as a plan, and then we would come back to council with what that plan is, and then if there's any cost, how we would proceed moving forward with that. But we wanted to get the committee back together to determine what the totality of the action plan would be for the next year.
You'd be bringing it back?
Yes.
With the fiscal impacts?
With the fiscal impact and an action plan as to what the committee would like to do as far as potentially any engagement back and forth or any pilgrimages or any additional softwares, hardwares, any type of intellectual properties, all of that stuff would be brought back in a plan.
Isn't the pilgrimage like religious? Are we allowed to fund religion, things that are, church and state separation?
Yeah, I would say that the pilgrimages would occur the way they have been occurring. The only thing that we do is ensure the public safety in the right of way as the pilgrimage moves throughout the city, but there is no actual funds that is supporting it.
Thank you.
Okay, if there is no further deliberation, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendations 1 and 2.
I second that motion.
There's a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. Next is item L3, report and update regarding recent incidents involving wild burros, and we'll hand it back to our city manager for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. As we've tried to inform our residents, there have been multitude of incidents and injuries to over more than 20 burros or donkeys since 2025. It's gotten to the point where there was even a recent town hall meeting that it was a community meeting with county officials and the Rivco County Animal Services Department. These particular burros or donkeys have been injured in unincorporated areas of Riverside County, and various incidents with arrow, being shot with an arrow, being beheaded with what most likely is a machete, and a lot of different types of injuries. Even recently, there was 2 dogs that were seen mauling donkeys and burros coming from behind and injuring them. So based on the meeting that was held for community members, our animal services manager, Ashley Renz, produced information for council. We also did a press release based on that meeting that stated that the Riverside County Animal Services Division is taking lead for the investigations into these particular incidents because they are occurring in their unincorporated areas of Riverside County. We also put out in that press release the various contact information for the Riverside County Animal Services Station, and just asked our residents to be vigilant and report anything that they are seeing, and that we will continue to monitor the developments and work with the regional agencies to ensure that the donkey and burro population is safe. With that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Seeing no questions, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Nathan Urena, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening again. My name is Ismael Gonzalez. I want to first off say thank you to Erlen and Ed for showing up to that town hall over at in Riverside. I was there and I appreciated to see you guys there. Mayor Cabrera, you posted today a social media post that referred to some federal law, right, from 1971. I just want to maybe put this out there. That law is in reference to public lands, BLM. The donkeys that are here in the Ritchie Canyon area, it's not public lands, so I don't think that law necessarily equates to what our concern is here. I went to the Environmental and Historic Preservation Commission Board this month. Councilmember Alana Baca, you were there, and I was the only person in attendance. And I asked the commission board, after reviewing their flag proposal for the city, if you're going to have the donkey on it, why not have some sort of municipal level protections? They told me that was already discussed, and nothing came about it because, again, there's this level of deflection, which I mentioned at the town hall. I understand these donkeys are in a weird legal gray area, right, between two counties, between multiple cities, but at some point, this concern about a serial killer, whether it's killing animals, I think, we should look into, I don't know if we can, RSO, is there any missing children around? The fact that there's two dogs, huge dogs, a Cane Corso reportedly, and a German Shepherd running around just without leashes in that canyon. What if there's a kid out there, What happens when those two dogs come across a 5-year-old? We need to be thinking about this as a killer on the loose. And there's a $50,000 reward for that person or people, right? So there's nothing funny about this. I hope that everybody's taking this really seriously. Last I heard from that town hall, there was DNA being tested at UC Davis. There's been no word from the police whatsoever. What happened to that? Was it conclusive that it came from a dog or mountain lion? Where the public is left in the dark. And this is the problematic because people are starting to make rumors. There's false leads. There's nothing to go on for us to try to, help you guys, right, catch this killer. I hope that there's the same level of effort and attention to this concern that the mall had. You guys had daily updates with the
The next three speakers are Nathan Urena, followed by Luis Palomares, followed by Christopher Baca.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I stand before you and implore you to do anything and everything in your power to protect the wild burro population throughout the city of Moreno Valley. The majority of our wild burro population in the city is concentrated in the nearly outskirts area, particularly in District 2. Especially on the roads of Pigeon Pass Road and Quail Call Road. We have a significant amount of wild burros in that area. I just went there yesterday, and we have seen a lot of baby burros just wandering around with their moms. The issue regarding the attacks on our burro population, whether it's in Moreno Valley or you're going into unincorporated Riverside County throughout Ritchie Canyon, is the notion that maybe these aren't attacks. Some I've heard in official settings that this is just a mating season type thing. Well, it's not a mating season at all. You have vicious dogs, which have been alluded to by the city manager and members of the public. You've had burros been beheaded and viciously attacked. This is an issue because whatever story you believe, whether the burros came in the 1800s along the Butterfield Express, or they were brought via the Death Valley in the 1950s by a poor miner who just ran out of his luck and he just brought some burros and started populating. No matter which story is concrete on how the burros got to this region, it is clear that the community views them as an essential part of their culture here in Moreno Valley. Our own city social media refers to the burros as our burros. We constantly go back, make posts on wild burros and the donkey population, shadowing the fact that they are important to our community. So I say, if the city is willing to put it out there on social media, make these announcements and say they are essential, they are important, the community values them, we should be doing everything in our power to protect them. And that's the basis that I see. That's the basis that many of my fellow commissioners see. That's the basis that so many in the public see. Some may just view them as just wild animals, a nuisance, or just something that's untasteful. Others view them as a beautiful creature. Those who just say that they're just ASS and they just cause ruckus. Others view them as the animal to which many Christians believe that our Lord rode into, that carried him in to Bethlehem. Now, the issue is, what are we going to do moving forward? That lays at your feet. You've heard the community. You've heard the responses. So now it's up to you to decide what is going to move forward.
Thank you.
The next two speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Christopher Baca.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow, it's a shock what's happening in our community in the canyon with the burros. I mean, they've been here since before us, and we're here to protect them. So let's get to the bottom of this and put everything into it to make it happen, that we see what we're gonna do next about it. I know the mayor's a big activist and an advocate for burros because he talks about them a lot. So let's put you in charge of that one, Mayor. That'd be great. Get to the bottom of it. If you went and gave it 120% like you do in your campaigns, I think we'll get some answers. Really, that's true. I really believe that. Put your money where your mouth is, or your mouth where your money is. Either way, which way you want to do it. And I stand corrected, Gonzalez. I didn't know you were at that meeting. So thank you for being there. I wish the mayor would have been there, though. That would have even been better. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Dad.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
It gets frustrating when you get up here to speak on issues and it goes in one ear and not the other, and you're laughed out of here like you're some kind of nutcase. I think maybe it was about 2 years ago that I came up here to inform you that what we saw was outrageous, and we were questioning it. And I also went to the county supervisor and asked him, and they did the same and said that that wasn't happening. I can bring several people here to verify what happened. And what I'm talking about is, for weeks, every day, there was trailer upon trailer from San Bernardino County bringing in at least 20 burros per trailer daily. This is illegal. I mentioned it to Delgado. Went in one ear, not the other. It didn't happen. I guess I'm crazy. I guess I'm hallucinating. And that's why we have these burros. We've had a lot of burros, but that's why we have this massive influx of these burros here, because they were illegally dumped here from San Bernardino, and somebody did something, and they were taken up Crystal Hill, where that illegal fence is, up to Donkey Land. So what deal did they cut with who? We're talking about hundreds of burros that were brought here illegally, and that's why we have this influx of burros. I'm not saying those are beautiful animals, but they're an intrusive species that need to be partially eradicated. And the only thing that the city that the city should be doing at this point is funding spay and neuter with the county spay and neuter for those donkeys. It's cruel to have them repopulate in the manner in which they're repopulating. There's just too many of them. You're talking about a herd that came here maybe 100 years ago, and now you have thousands. How do you, in 100 years, how many? There's going to be nothing but burros there. Absolutely ridiculous. So I would suggest if there's any funding, anything being put out by the city, it's strictly to spay and neuter those burros. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public testimony for this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to the dais for council deliberation.
I'll start. Looking for a picture of, I had 2 burros in my front yard the other day, resting. I did not interrupt them. So this is a very, and as we all know about how complex this issue is, it's not a cut and dry issue. It's not a finger pointing issue. It's very complex. We went to that meeting and not a lot got done. And it wasn't because we didn't want to get something accomplished that night. It was just because it's so complex that there's so many different authorities involved. Well, the Riverside County Animal Control or Animal Services has taken the lead on this. And as of yesterday, last night, I went up to Donkeyland and I facilitated a meeting. I didn't control the meeting, and they were just asking me to facilitate it because I knew both entities. Donkeyland wanted to have a liaison to our sheriff's department. Obviously cleared it with the sheriff's department, and they have assigned, as of last night, they have assigned a lieutenant to be all things donkey. And she's still going to do her regular duties, but she's going to provide is being a liaison to Donkeyland. So this lieutenant will have a pocket full of numbers. Donkeyland's going to contact this lieutenant and be able to vet what the issue is. If it's an illegal action, she'll vet it to the proper authority. If it's something that Riverside Animal Control or Animal Services should take, she'll contact them. She will also have Redlands, San Bernardino County's numbers, and if she's contacted through whatever sources she's contacted through, she'll be able to be that liaison to those other entities and kind of steer the issue for a resolution in the right direction. Chief Mack, is that about, I mean, we're not deploying her to Donkeyland, but is that about the level of commitment and just as a liaison, kind of help guide and she's local, Amber's local, Amber calls her and says, hey, I need help with ... And then the lieutenant kind of vets it.
Correct. Her primary responsibility, as you said, will be work as a liaison. She will have the resources available at hand to quickly direct people. Because what we found was one of the biggest issues, outside of obviously the issues with the donkeys, but people had so much frustration because they weren't sure who to contact. And I think that part of it is, okay, let's eliminate that. Let's put somebody in charge. Let's give her all the resources so she can easily contact the right person. Like you said, there's many jurisdictions involved, and there's also some things that amount to what animal control should reasonably handle versus, hey, when is it time for us to step in and it's a law enforcement issue? And she'll be able to do that. So make those assessments and direct people to the proper resources quickly.
I also, during the meeting, I just wanted to make sure that the Donkeyland folks were well aware that we're not committing a deputy to them. That's not what this is about. It's just a liaison, and I think that's a great start. I know Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem was at that meeting, and I don't think a lot got accomplished except a lot of. Their
voices got.
Yeah, we heard them, but we knew why they were there because it was an issue. So I think this is a great start. and I thank to the staff and obviously RSO for allowing this start to produce maybe investigatory levels, maybe not, or just a communication. So I think it's a great start, and they are over the moon. The Donkeyland folks, Amber and Chad, are absolutely ecstatic about having one liaison to contact and being able to get answers rather quickly versus not knowing. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
And if you don't mind, I just also wanted to add that we're also here to support whoever is going to be taking the lead or whatever jurisdiction that this falls under. So in addition to us working as that liaison, if it's something we will not be taking criminally, we're here to support all of those other departments.
Thank you.
I have a few comments and thank you, Councilmember Delgado, for that update. I think that was one of the frustrations I noticed. There was about 200 people that attended. It was well attended. People are super passionate about the wild bulls, the donkeys, and one of the frustrations I noticed, because there was a panel, and Councilmember Delgado was one of them. There were so many jurisdictions, and at times they were asking who could we contact, but there's not really a point of contact. But now with having a liaison, I think that at least from the city of Moreno Valley's perspective, they'll have that one point of contact and kind of disseminate the information. I think that's one of the things that we're looking for, to keep updates on what's going on with Donkeyland, the donkeys, and the various reports of just the brutality, right? They're doing with the donkeys. And I just want to share a couple of things that were mentioned at the meeting. People feel that it's a huge part of Moreno Valley. It's a local icon of the community. Support Donkeyland. So everyone's passionate. Everyone says that the Burro is an icon of the city. So I think as a council, whatever we can do to elevate, protect the donkey as a city, and reach out to our different partners, I think that's what we should do, as best we can. And if here locally we can establish, I know there's in our new hopefully flag, right, the Burro, the donkey's there too. So anything we can do to elevate that and make it a super icon of the city, I think that's what we should do. But that's my comments for now.
Yeah, and I want to start by saying thank you to both of my colleagues here, Councilmember Delgado and Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, and to city staff, especially the director over at Animal Services for the city, Ashley. For her involvement and her team as well, working on this. I know they've been supporting, as the county is the lead agency on this particular matter, investigating and following up on these horrendous acts that have been happening there in the Reche Canyon area. It's just terrible. It's terrible, and we share those concerns. And some of the things that I've been doing, working on kind of behind the scenes, is communicating with our state partners, our state legislators, and there is work ongoing now for almost a week and a half of trying to figure out what options policy-wise there are, both via legislation and administratively through various state departments like the state parks, for example. There are options out there, and so there's work as we speak being done to figure out the language, the specifics, so that a formal proposal can come out in Sacramento. So I am in direct communication with our state partners on those things, and as soon as we have something confirmed, I will make sure to report that back to our residents. But the overarching goal, the mission of this state approach is to figure out how we add additional protections for the wild burros at the state level. And then Ismael mentioned the federal legislation, and in my statement earlier today, I mentioned that that has limitations, and I think part of our motion hopefully will be to reach out to any and all partners from federal to state to county to see what how we can collaborate with them, whether it's legislation or otherwise, to further protect the burros that do live in our city as well, up on the north side. And so I just wanted to make sure to mention that and provide that brief update. We'll come back with some concrete language and updates as soon as those are available, hopefully within the next week or so. And we can move forward with those. And then, just want to support and agree with what Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez said about, the burro is our unofficial mascot for the city, and it's likely going to be on our flag. That's going to be the official flag for the city. That's part of the design. And so I think even symbolically, we have a responsibility, a duty to do what is within our governing authority to put the wild burros, the donkeys, to give them their place, right? It doesn't mean that, that's the only animal that we do this for. I mean, we have hawks and other animals, but if there is one animal that really stands out, that kind of represents what Moreno Valley has to offer, it's the wild burros. They're beloved by our community. So we'll continue working on it, and I'll leave my comments at that. Is there any further deliberation? Would anyone like to make a motion?
Yeah, is it a receive and file, Brian?
Yeah, so there's recommendation number 1, receive and file this report regarding recent incidents involving wild burros, and/or provide direction to staff as appropriate, as recommendation number 2.
I want to make a motion in relation to this. I want to make a motion that we direct staff to make the wild burro the living animal of the city of Moreno Valley, and hopefully have support. Thank you.
I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Can you repeat your motion one more time for me, Mayor Pro Tem?
Living at, okay, yeah, is this the mascot again? No, what is it that you're proposing?
Yes, but not so much as a mascot. More as the living animal, because it's a living emblem of Moreno Valley. It's a different way of saying it, but it's a mascot.
That we voted against?
But it's a living animal. The emblem, the icon. We all love the burro.
What would that mean? What would?
We would, in my understanding, we would pass a resolution making him an animal of the city of Moreno Valley. A living animal.
So it is back to the city of Moreno Valley having an animal.
Yes. That is everywhere, yes.
And I guess I would look to staff. I mean, other than obviously because of what is happening, right? It would obviously be a symbolic thing in nature, but would it go beyond that?
That would be a policy decision, that if a motion of this nature, and we bring it back, conversation is to occur, resolution is to be made, it's a policy decision as to how this body as council wants to promote this emblem, potentially change the policy related to our seal and our current logo, which is the tree and the bird. There would be a slew of things that I think the staff would have questions on with policies and procedures and how we would potentially roll that out in a resolution. But it would be up to this particular body as to how you would want to promote that.
Yeah, I don't know if it would go that far. I don't think that was, at least that's not what I heard. It would simply just be making the wild burro the official living animal of the city. It's already our unofficial mascot. We promote it at all of our city events. Kids, families love it. So I support it.
Yeah, so I think it just is one of these things where we're back to the conversation about having an official animal, and I'm understanding what's going on with the burros. Like I understand that. I see that we have the liaison. I see that we have everything. I'm just looking like, so for me, aside from the concern of what's happening to them, we are back to the discussion that we had already had, which was like, yeah, so we didn't want a city animal. And that's what it is. And so although I know you both are saying like we weren't expecting to go as far, it is actually something that could go that far because it's a policy conversation. What would that include? Do we now change this? Like I know like it's on the flag that we're having for the city, but that's a different conversation when we start making things official and we start having to look at it because it does become a policy. And so
I think I want to commend you guys, or Mayor Pro Tem, for even thinking about the donkey as our, I want to say mascot, but our official
living animal.
I don't even know what that term means, but
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Staff can explain.
Okay, yeah.
If it'll help, but I already went over this.
I mean,
it's not funny. I mean, it's serious.
No, I
know you think it's
yeah. So they are a part of our fabric, right? They are literally,
That's what we say.
and especially in my district, because I have to deal with them every day. But I'm not sure that I think they're right as far as I think there's a lot of work to be done to kind of figure this out as far as where it would go. We're on the right track with the liaison. I think that's super important. That and again, she's going to be able to, or that lieutenant's going to be able to communicate those issues with staff.
is there a definition that was given regarding what a living animal?
I think that came up when the discussion came up last time. There was some explanation from staff as to what that is.
I mean, I did a quick Google search, and all of it is scientific in nature and
Yes.
designations of
It is.
species,
That's why I want to make
designations
sure
of
if there's a different one.
organisms. I would.
Do you have it? No, do you have it? If you have it, just read. Like, yeah, if you got it, read it.
No, I'll look it up.
Okay. Oh, I thought you had it.
Yeah, I think there's a motion and a second. Let's just go ahead and vote on it. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
No.
Councilmember Delgado,
On this living.
No, I would like more information, but no.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. So the next item is L4. That's explore adding mobile shower services to the permitted temporary uses table within the Moreno Valley Municipal Code. And we'll turn it over to Community Development, Director Angelica Frasolupo for a staff report.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Angelica Frasolupo. The item before you requests the City Council to consider allowing mobile shower services as part of a homeless resources fair and outreach event through the city's established temporary use permit process, Section 9.02.150 of the Moreno Valley Municipal Code. At least 2 Moreno Valley or local nonprofit organizations have inquired about providing mobile shower services here in the city. A recent request also included connecting the mobile shower unit to a city water source. The Moreno Valley Municipal Code does not list this activity or service as a permissible use in the zoning and land use sections of our code. Staff recommends allowing the use only in connection with an approved and organized homeless resources fair and outreach event through the temporary use permit process on private property, The intent of the recommendation is to limit potential secondary effects associated with such a use and potential liability to the city. To reduce liability, staff recommends limiting the mobile shower units to private property and not allowing them in the public right-of-way, public facilities, or city parks. Through the TUP process, staff could add conditions such as requiring liability insurance and naming the city as additionally insured. We would require property owner authorization, potable water source verification, gray or wastewater disposal plan, emergency cleanup procedures should there be a wastewater spill, security measures, infection control. These are just a few of the items that we would consider as adding. Because this is a legislative policy matter, staff is requesting the City Council to consider this item and before we proceed with any sort of formal action through our code. And this does conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Director. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, Mayor. The first two speakers are Veronica Sanders, followed by Julie Pedroza.
Veronica went to bed. Right. Do I wait for the clock to restart?
Yeah, let's reset your time and let's go ahead and give you 3 minutes. There you go.
So I'm Julianne with Building Up Lives, and we do have a shower shuttle that we would love to see out here. We have taken our shower shuttle to Riverside, and close your eyes if you're gory or not into, if your stomach's a little squeezy. We saved about $1 million in saving a man's arm. He's homeless. The homeless population get hit by cars a lot. And so this, as we undressed him and helped him undress with his gauze, we noticed that he's not feeling the pain, let's put it that way. He needed further medical advice. This is what the shower does. The shower also points out things that need to be done, and it can save the taxpayers money. He has not changed this gauze for a month. This is how bad that is. He received medical services. He was a young man. We were able to find his mother. So he got rehoused someplace else. The shuttle also does a couple other things too. I know at this point you're only considering it to be for homeless, but the shower shuttle here, we want it to be community use. So not just that, but in our fires, our firemen can have access to it. It can go to areas where law enforcement is being there 12 hours, 13 hours. They need to use a restroom. Guess what? This is 2 toilets. So again, Building Up Lives, we are an all-volunteer nonprofit. We have retired law enforcement. We have teachers, doctors, nurses. The community that lives here participates and makes Building Up Lives and all multi-programs that we do run in the city. So we'd love to be able to see that work for the community. We actually have a dentist that's retired and would love to go in there. Now, all the bells and whistles behind all that stuff to be permitted and all that, that's stuff that has to be on the calendar and figured out. As far as our end, it's already insured, bells and whistles. My husband is retired CHP, so it has to have all the bells and whistles before it goes anywhere. So we do have that. I also want to point out, we have a building on Hemlock that we had for a long time. We call it the Dig Bin. The Dig Bin Emergency and Resource Center. So that particular building, we're trying to put a keypad lock on it. And oddly, that's the hardest thing we're installing. But anyways, it's got bins of clothing. We want to build a partnership with the other nonprofits and those that help the community in need. And it has medical supplies, it has non-perishable food and clothing, and it would be open 24/7. So there's answers and solutions in our city to help conquer many different things. Don't just think homeless.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Julianne, for that presentation. We'll bring it back to the dais for council deliberation, and I just want to say that thank you again. I know you've been Julianne, you and your team have been working on this for I want to say years, trying to get this. So glad that this is finally at this point. I appreciate staff for bringing this forward, and the original intent was to help the homeless community, but I really like that idea of possibly branching out to help in, emergency situations and some of our other partners. So the only thing I would say is I support it, number one. And then secondly, just things to keep in mind, safe storage, because the last time we had one of these mobile showers, it was stolen off of a church property of Iris and Indian. So definitely want to make sure, it was literally, the property was broken into and someone took the mobile shower. It was gone. So definitely want to make sure that does not happen. So ensure safe storage of the mobile shower. Proper sanitation, of course, as well, and then coordination with our existing partners as well. So I'll leave it at that. Fully support it. Councilmember Delgado.
Yeah, I like it. I was just wondering if it's mobile, do all the rules still apply? Like that Angelica talked about, the liability insurance property owner authorization. So that thing's mobile. So you have to ask permission to pull it on someone's private property? It's all these rules apply?
That's correct.
Okay.
So through the temporary use process, we would require those as conditions. And so whatever we condition would be specific to the location. That would have to also, they'd obtain property owner authorization.
I like the fact that they would be at an event, and the truck would be there, and whoever needed to take a shower, and go back to the event, right? I think that's what okay, thanks.
So it wouldn't be like on the various properties that they have, like Monday through Friday, just available to anybody. It would be more like at the events, like they spoke about an event that's going to be happening at Sunnymead Park.
In
those type of events?
So the recommendation is for a temporary use permit is on private property. So for example, if let's say, just for the sake of the conversation, a shopping center, then and there was an outdoor event that included other services, exhibitors that provided resources for the unhoused, and they wanted to include bringing this mobile shower unit, then that is how we are designing this permit process through the temporary use permit. And we would require, again, we would add conditions to ensure proper,
And on that note, I know there's only so far we could push that, but let's say as this evolves and the final language comes back to us for approval, I think we should just keep the door open to, like, if we do entertain, emergency situations, for example, and being able to have this set up and stage for those type of emergency events, potentially looking at waiving fees in those type of situations, not across the board, right? Because there has to be some kind of staff time and everything goes into it. But I think we should look at that, maybe exempting in certain situations if it's emergencies or something like that. Just a thought.
I have a question because one thing, it said that there was a recent request that includes connecting the mobile shower unit to a city water source. So one, I'm like, so that would mean that they would be requesting to tap into the city's water, right? Would we be charging for that if that was something we were allowed to happen? How much water would they take? Who would do we need to have city staff there to tap them into the system? I guess I'm just trying to figure out, because that was part of one of the requests that was made.
And for those reasons, we are proposing that through the temporary use permit process, it actually is only allowed on private property. So the event producers, the mobile shower, owner, nonprofit group would be responsible for coordinating the water through that property owner. And because we're not recommending public facilities, public parks, public right-of-way, that's not something that we would need to consider.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there any further deliberation? If not, we can go ahead and entertain a motion and a second.
I make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. Thanks again, Julian. Appreciate you and your team. Next up, we're almost there, folks. Almost there. Just hang in with us. Next is item L5, review and consider FIFA World Cup 2026 special events. We leave the most exciting ones to the end, huh? No, I'm just kidding. We'll turn it over to our Economic Development Director, Kyle Warsinski, for a staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Kyle Warsinski, Economic Development Director. As many of us know, the 2026 FIFA World Cup is quickly approaching. Tournaments co-hosted by United States, Mexico, and Canada. The closest venue to the city of Moreno Valley is in Los Angeles, to be held at SoFi Stadium. The entire tournament starts on June 11th of this year and concludes with the finale on Sunday, June 19th. While Moreno Valley is not a host city, the event's global impact creates opportunities for non-host cities to engage residents, support local businesses, and participate in World Cup-related activities through community-oriented programming. In accordance with the goals and objectives of the 2024 Economic Development Strategic Plan, Economic Development staff has been exploring ways to leverage the World Cup being hosted in our country. ED staff has been actively engaged with representatives from FIFA, U.S. Soccer, and the Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment Commission to explore opportunities for community involvement, including watch parties. On March 2nd of this year, the Economic Development Subcommittee received a presentation on potential city-sponsored watch party options. The first topic, potential dates and times. So staff took a look at the entire World Cup schedule and identified two dates that really stood out that had no issues with existing special events or were not being held during the work week. A lot of the games are during the work week, during work hours, and so having a watch party during those hours doesn't necessarily make sense. The first date that was identified was Saturday, July 11th, in which two quarterfinal matches will be played, one at 2 p.m. and the second at 6 p.m. at night. The second date identified was the finale on Sunday, July 19th at noon. During our review with Parks and Community Services Department, we learned that there's two churches with existing rental agreements on Sundays at the CRC facility, effectively eliminating the potential to host a watch party for the final on Sunday, July 19th. The second topic discussed at the subcommittee was venue options related to these special events and logistics. ED staff worked closely with Parks and Community Services to provide two venue options for this event, including estimated cost. Those are summarized within the staff report. I will highlight some of the main points of those. The first option is to hold a large special event outdoors at the CRC amphitheater and lower parking lot, similar to what we do for 4th of July. This would accommodate approximately 3,000 people and include food, special vendors, and a beer garden. The estimated cost for that type of outdoor event would be $100,000. Second option would be to hold a smaller scale event in the CRC ballroom. This option would accommodate 400 people. Food and beer options would be provided in the courtyard, but no food or beverage would be allowed inside the building due to the seating configuration to maximize the occupancy. The estimated cost for the indoor venue would be $8,000. Regarding venue options, the outdoor venue can accommodate higher attendance, but the event would be subject to inclement weather during the time of the year where it could be very warm outside. There's also always the potential for an offshoot rain event in the month of July. The indoor venue would offset those concerns, albeit at the cost of lower maximum attendance. Regardless of the outcome of tonight's agenda item, ED staff has began working with our local restaurants, bars, and other public gathering businesses to encourage East to host their own FIFA World Cup watch parties throughout the 6-week tournament. Many have shared their excitement to us about the World Cup and their plans to hold various watch parties and special offers on food and beverages at their locations. In accordance with the strategic plan and increase patronage to our local businesses, Economic Development will implement a marketing campaign for these business-led events, highlighting the dates and times of their viewing parties and specials that they plan to offer. Since Parks and Community Services Department would actually run this type of event if council chooses to provide that direction, ED and Parks and Community Services presented to the Parks and Community Services Subcommittee on March 25th the same date and venue options I just detailed. The members recommended that the City Council do not move forward with either option as presented. That concludes my presentation. Myself and Director Bubnick are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Warsinski. We'll bring it back to the dais for council questions of staff and Councilmember Delgado.
Surprise, right? So Kyle or Jeremy, whoever wants to answer this, as far as the 4th of July extravaganza, the parade, the fireworks and all that, and then we're going to have it here at the amphitheater, that's obviously July 4. This event would be the following week. So how would that impact staffing?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. I'm going to defer to Director Bubnick since this is an operational question.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. As you mentioned, the 4th of July event is an all-day event. It's our largest event of the year, and it's kind of a all hands on deck for our staff. So pulling off another large event 1 week later would be very difficult with staff because, again, they're working long hours leading up to that event, and then a lot of them, will take time that next week. I'm not saying we couldn't do it, but it would create a challenge for staffing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and follow-up question there. First, I just want to touch real quick on the dates. I think if it, you mentioned that the final and others, because of dates and other conflicts, it just wasn't going to happen. I think if, just looking at the price tags, if it were, say, like the final or something, I think I would argue very strongly to do this, but I don't know if I can, right? I don't know if it justifies, the dollar amount, the price tag justifies doing this. And even if we went with the smaller one, option number 2, the $8,000, it's so limited, the indoor space, that would be like a disservice to our community, not allowing as many people as possible to partake. So I just wonder, it sounds like you're still, regardless of what happens, moving forward with partnering with local businesses, which I think is a great idea. Local restaurants, bars, et cetera. Are we still going to explore sponsorships, from local businesses that we have, whether it's like Fortune 500 companies or others? Is that something that is still on the table as well? Trying to bring in potentially sponsors to help, augment that approach that we're taking with our local businesses.
As we do for other types of events, we can honestly reach out to different various groups and look at sponsorship, but I would need to know what the sponsorship request would be for. Each of the private businesses that we've been interacting with and receiving feedback from have not asked us to help financially support their watch events. They're being very grateful that we're willing to market for them, which we don't typically do, but for the World Cup being held in the United States again, and maybe for the last time in my lifetime, it's worth it to our staff and in my department to be able to big dealize this event and promote it as much as these businesses want. But there's been no financial assistance requests coming from them. They just would appreciate us to help market it, to include or to really advertise and hopefully increase the patronage. Maybe some of the customers that are going to go there have never been there before. And so if they have a good experience, then maybe they'll become a return customer to some of our local businesses.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things, because we talked about this at Economic Development Sub, Mayor Pro Tem and I, along with staff, was one of the things through FIFA that they offer is official merch, official FIFA merchandise, but I believe that comes with a price tag. There's a cost associated with that. So that's maybe somewhere that, if businesses are interested in entertaining that, it just adds, it adds a different aspect, a different level to, whatever we're going to be doing that maybe other cities can't offer, right? For whatever reason. So that's kind of why I ask about that. If there's a price tag and we're able to come up on merch directly from FIFA, how are we going to pay for it? And ideally, we don't have to use our taxpayer dollars. We could find sponsors who are willing to put their name on it. And then the last question, and then I'll hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, is about a national house, or even if we can't get a national house. The reason why I say this is because I'm on SCAG. I'm on the board of directors for SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, and we get updates on FIFA. One of the things that came up was having national houses and cities hosting a national house. For example, New Zealand having the team of a particular sport, hosting them in your city, in a hotel, et cetera. A lot of cities are doing that, some of these bigger cities. Is that something at all that we're still exploring? Or even if we can't get a full national house, is there a way to get maybe a branch of a national house or something, to be the go-to for the IE, for example?
Good question. And it is something that we have researched for both FIFA 26 as well as the LA 28 Olympics. Our initial research has concluded that for the Olympics, most of the events, if not all of the events, are being held in LA County. And so most of the national houses are occurring out there. That has not deterred us for the World Cup, although with the World Cup, and if you look at the individual team schedules, they don't play at the same venue multiple times. Even the United States team, which already has a home base because we're the host country, plays at SoFi twice, but then they travel again. And so it maybe we can entice them for pre-World Cup training so that they can potentially acclimate to Southern California. But that acclimation only goes so far, as though if they're going to go play in Mexico City, that's a completely different acclimation period because of their elevation. And so we've been looking at those things, and we'll continue to do the outreach with the various FIFA delegations to see if we can land them for training, although we will have to coordinate closely with our counterparts in Parks and Community Services, because we're going to have a venue for them to actually train at, which then could potentially impact existing reservations for our existing sports groups that use our facilities.
Yeah, thank you. And just, I don't know, I'm just thinking like, what if we were able to bring, say, just for example, you look at the demographics of the city of Moreno Valley. We're over 60% Latino in Moreno Valley, about 88% of that, 60% is Mexican origin. That's just one ethnic group here in Moreno Valley. There are many others, but if we're able to get Mexican soccer merch, right, that I think people are more likely to gravitate toward that, and ultimately bring in that foot traffic so we could be a regional destination. Because I doubt a lot of other cities are going to be doing this. We might be one of the only ones in the IE. How do we bring those folks to Moreno Valley and give them the extra incentive? Have Mexican national team merch, or Argentina, or the Philippines, whatever country you want to talk about. So that's enough questions from me, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Yeah. I just want to make some comments. I want to thank the economic development team for the various ED subcommittee meetings that we were a part of, and all the research that went along with the various options here. The kind of the origin was, with the hype of the World Cup, it's the most beautiful sport, right, as they say, and having something for our community, especially our soccer community here in town, where they have the big screen and they're having a good time, they're drinking and having the nice big TV watching their favorite team play, whether it be Mexico, the U.S., or a very popular quarterfinal, right? Let's say England, France, right? Spain, Portugal, right? Or Brazil, Argentina, something like that attracts a crowd. It attracts people. They get out of their comfort zone from home, right? From their air-conditioned home, right? It's going to be in July, of course, summer. But it's exciting to be out there with your fellow fans and celebrating, right? That was kind of the origin of this. But as we can see, it's right around the corner. There's a price tag, and I think the indoor event, kind of what you said, is not as, it wouldn't be as well attended as an outdoor event, in my opinion. But that was kind of the why we're here. See if we can do something for the residents of Moreno Valley.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do, Mayor. Roy Blecker.
Going to be Wednesday. I'd like to know why frickin' frack let this even out of the subcommittee meeting. First place, we should have an explanation why this would even cost $100,000 or $8K or that. My world, the world we all lived in, we had if you want to put a block party in, go to a bar if you want to see it on the big screen, for crying out loud. Have a party at your home, rent one, do that. What? The absurdity, and we should probably keep this meeting going another 36 hours just to prove that we can do stupid better than anyone else, without a question, without a doubt. If this would have been done, like I've tried to explain to you 9,437 times, we wouldn't be here. This shouldn't even have got to an agenda item until it was ready to pass. Again, if you guys cannot figure it out, let's come up with a system where we can. Let's get the people in here, or the talent level that can. You guys want to keep beating this drum, beating a dead horse, a dead donkey, clear into the ground. And we do it every day. Again, well, maybe we should extend it to 48 hours on this meeting, just to make 1,111% stupid, or certain we are the stupidest city in the entire freaking planet. What day do we say no? We're not going to do stupid. We're going to have a subcommittee meeting on how to do that. For crying out loud. Again, I'm going to say this, and I hope maybe it will sink in. As my dearly departed father used to come up here and say Moron Valley and the bird of opportunity flying away, why can't we stop that? He will never see it. Ever increasingly, you're making sure, guaranteeing I will never see it. And what's even sadder is future generations will never see it if we keep on the track we're on. Please put some sanity back in this.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to the dais for any deliberation, if desired. And just going to look at.
Do you mind? I would just like, I don't think that it was, because I want to explain the denial. I don't think it was a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. This is actually something I think had it been planned out for a lot earlier, much like how we're doing, there you go, the Olympics. Sorry, y'all, it's getting late, and I've been up since 5. Much like we're doing the Olympics, I think it's something that could have been included in the special events calendar, and we could have planned for it. It is a quick and a tight turnaround, especially after the 4th of July. And this is coming from someone that, although I know you guys like to brag that, you would love to see the Mexican merchandise down here, I'm more of an España girl. And so I would have loved to see Spain instead. And I'm someone who was up watching games at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and while they're on, while I'm at work. Like, I'm someone who enjoys the World Cup. So I don't think that it was a bad idea. I think it was just not enough time for us to work through the details. And I'm hoping, like I explained to Kyle, I would love to, if we are able to put it back into the economy with the small businesses, going there at a watch party with them. Hopefully, though, like how we've been researching and working through the Olympics, I'm hoping we are able to do something for the Olympics instead, because now we know, okay, this is what it looks like, this is how long we need to plan for it, and then we can add it into the calendar, and then we can make sure staffing and everything is where it needs to be. So it wasn't that I thought it was a bad idea, I just thought it was a quick turnaround. The sticker shock was a little sticker shock for me. But other than that, I think that this is a good model to use for the Olympics. And then if we were to have something like this, if not FIFA, but, you know, something else that would come here in the future, I think would be a good idea for us to know. At least now we know how all of the things we need to work through. Because there was a lot of things Kyle talked to us about that I didn't think about, which was like, hey, they're sponsored by Budweiser. So you would have to make sure like we had Budweiser here and they'd have to have Budweiser cups, or what licensing was going to cost. So there were things that I didn't know, because I was kind of like, well, can we just call a movie theater and ask them to show it on the movie screen, and then we just have everyone go in there because there's AC, and then we can just pay for food or something. So there were things like that that I didn't know that came up.
Okay, seeing no further deliberation, I don't think there's support for the first one, it's getting late. Number 1 or number 2, as far as recommendations. But I guess just to formalize it, should we make a motion to allow staff to continue working with our businesses and whatever it is that you're working on with our local businesses for the World Cup? Or are you fine with no
I don't think
action?
it's necessary, but if you want to, it won't hurt.
No, if you're already doing it, then we don't need to worry about it. So do we need to vote this down, or should we just move to the next item? Just go to the next item? Okay. All right. So our last item, L6, thank you everyone for that. Last one, L6, review and consider Public Art Commission approval to modify main library mural to remove Cesar Chavez and replace with Dolores Huerta. We'll turn it over to Director Bubnick for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my honor to present the final agenda item of the night and put us all out of our misery. The item before you tonight is a recommendation by the Art Commission, Public Art Commission, to remove.
Director, I think there's consensus
a
to
staff
just
report.
skip the staff report.
Okay,
If
good.
that's okay with you.
Sure.
We'll save
I'll
you
do
some
the
time.
motion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any requests to speak?
Yes, the
I'm
first
sorry.
two speakers are Fred Benuelos, followed by Nathan Urena.
Sorry.
Hello, everybody.
We're-
I'm a no for this. I don't believe we need to remove Cesar Chavez and replace with an image of Dolores Huerta. If you want to remove Cesar Chavez, just sand and blast the whole thing and take everything off. Good night.
The next speaker is Nathan Urena.
Even though I'm not close to it, I'm going to say it. Good morning, members of the City Council. So on this item, I am in favor of option 2 on this item. Yes, remove Cesar Chavez from the mural, but do not replace him with Dolores Huerta. Dolores Huerta herself stated she did not want herself to be replaced but with Cesar Chavez. She didn't want any street names to be renamed after her, any images or likeness to be put in her place. So no on that one. Just go back to the artist and see what else we can improve on this mural, but just remove Cesar Chavez. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Christopher Baca.
We have facts and evidence. Yours truly came up to this very dais, addressed this very council when these items came up, and this one specifically. I told you, do not do anything political. Once you did, And I put a proposal. Where has it been proffered that, okay, you're spending 250 grand or whatever you're doing on these political ones. Who else besides me should have 250 grand to run murals across this, placing what I think should be on the political thing? No, this thing should be gone. If we're gonna, we either leave it as you approved it or we sandblast it off. Just as Mr. Uretha said, we're gonna be back on this thing forever. This was a problem. You should have never approved this in the first freaking place. You ignored several people that came up there and told you not to do this. And you continue to say and make up and do the wrong thing. And here we are again. Exactly what was predicted would happen is happening. And we are here until Wednesday to deal with it. What you guys did. Again, when do we stop doing stupid? We will, again, you don't want to stay here till the next day? Then, you know, whatever we got to do. We want to do something, let's buy some ear wax removal from the ears so you guys can listen. Can we get staff reports that say this? Look at the way the staff reports were going. And I went, you said, oh, go to the whatever arts commission thing. When I walked in, they shut the frickin' meeting down. You know, whatever about the flower ones we couldn't, you knew. Cesar Chavez, looking from the roots of the grass, could have predicted what was going to happen here. You know, it would be nice. Would you just up there apologize to us for putting us through this? So either you got two choices. Either leave it as it is or sandblast the darn thing off and pledge to us that you will reform and not put us through this again.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
Good evening, and again, I'll date myself by stating I was at ground zero during this whole Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta stuff going on in East LA, and it was well known that Cesar Chavez was not a good person. He was actually a heroin mule, and the whole thing was a farce. Again, Schizo Chris, Cesar Chavez was not a good person. When I was involved in the Democratic Party, Dolores Huerta was there, and she was a snake, and it was created chaos. So sandblast it, forget the whole thing. It was all nonsense.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any deliberation?
I'll apologize to Roy.
I want to apologize to you, Roy, for having you here past midnight. I want to apologize to you because you know so much. So I just want to formally offer my apology on behalf of all of us up here tonight at 12:03 a.m.
I motion to approve the Public Art Commission's recommendations.
Second.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think if there's unanimous consent here, we could just table all the regional commission committee reports, okay? Item N, O, P, nothing. Closing comments? No, table, okay. Item Q.
Jeremy might.
Something to say? Yeah, sorry, Jerry.
Yeah, you so rudely cut me off. I was waiting all night for that.
That's my fault. You gotta tell us about all the events coming up, And we'll save that for the next one. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, so item Q, future agenda items, just in consultation with the city attorney and his legal advice. want to read into the record that I will allow public comment on this item until otherwise provided by the city attorney and city clerk after they consult with the district attorney's office on the issue. With that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do, Mayor. Roy Blackard.
We'll make this short but sweet since we got donkeys and flags and everything, so I'm proposing this. Let's put the donkey on the flag, and the slogan should be Moreno Valley, the city of ass.
Any other public comment?
No, Mayor, that concludes
Okay.
public comments for this
So
item.
we'll officially adjourn this meeting at 12:05 a.m. Thank you, everyone.